Others are maxed out in English, while I am directly maxed out in Babyese. Just because the system made me choose a language, I chose Babyese without a moment's hesitation. So on the day of the nanny interview, when the business tycoon was at his wits' end facing his crying daughter, I was able to understand the little baby's inner voice. Woo-woo. The little baby's crying, tearful voice came through in bits and pieces. I decisively reached out and pulled the little sock off the baby's foot. The mini tycoon's expression instantly darkened. "What are you doing?" "Taking off her sock will make her catch a cold." Too lazy to explain, I flipped the sock inside out and held it right before her eyes. The thread ends inside matched the sock's color, making them impossible to spot without paying close attention, yet to an infant, this was pure torture. I turned the sock right side out and put it back on her properly. The little one's crying stopped abruptly. She blinked her big eyes at me as if she had found her savior. Her little mouth parted, and she even let out a gurgle of laughter. The man's disgruntled look froze, replaced by an unmistakable trace of shock. I pulled off the other sock and showed it to her. The thread ends and fabric inside matched, invisible to an adult's eyes. But a child's skin is so tender that when toe irritation gets severe, it can cause tissue damage, so they must be worn inside out. The man was silent for a moment, then nodded as if taking instruction with an open mind. Immediately, his brow furrowed. As expected, socks that cost 30,000 a pair won't do. Next time, switch to 50,000 won ones. My pupils dilated instantly. "You mean just this little bit of fabric is worth 30,000 yuan? Is this what they call a boss?" Just then, the door was gently pushed open, and a gentle female voice rang out. "Ren, is Tianchan hungry? Or did she poop?" The entering woman walked over quickly, took the child from Ren's arms, but noticed Tianchan staring intently at me while humming and laughing. "Tianchan likes the teacher this way?" Asami looked at me with eyes filled with maternal radiance. After all, I am only 16 right now, with a face as youthful as a high schooler. She held Tianchan's hand and smiled at me, a visual crit of both big and small cuteness. At that moment, President Ren was called away by a phone call and the room suddenly grew quiet. Tianchan in the little heiress's arms suddenly started humming and hawing again. Woo-woo, how quiet. I froze and looked around. The soundproofing in this room was indeed very good, quiet to a terrifying degree. Yet Tianchan was used to the ambient murmur in the womb, and this silence made her uneasy instead. With a flash of inspiration, I immediately started whistling out of tune. Miraculously, Tianchan quieted down, tilted her head to listen intently, and waved her little fist with a soft smile. The little heiress's gaze toward me shifted from astonishment to complete pleasant surprise. The moment the humming stopped, Tianchan started whimpering again. I had no choice but to keep going, and she tilted her head to listen once more. Asami looked at me as if looking at a monster. The room is too quiet. Tianchan got used to noise in the womb. She needs white noise right now to feel secure. Asami gently patted Tianchan and nodded thoughtfully. Looking at me, she asked, "You understand so much at such a young age. You must have suffered a lot, right?" My heart skipped a beat. Could it be because I look so young? I quickly offered the little heiress a gentle smile. All the hardships of the past are behind us. As long as the present is sweet, that's all that matters. The Ren family is influential, and Asami had plenty of matters in her own family too, so she didn't stay with the child long before an urgent phone call summoned her away as well. Thus, Tianchan ended up in my arms. As much as I love babies, my body was stiff as a board. Holding her too tight, I feared squeezing her. Holding her too loose, I feared dropping her. I looked anxiously at the baby in my arms. Tianchan's eyes were big and bright, her pupils dark and round, looking exceptionally lively. Being looked at like that by her, my heart instantly melted. So I tried negotiating with her. "Whatever's wrong, just give a cry. Big brother here can understand you. Just cry for a few seconds will do, but please don't cry too long. I'm still on probation here." "What on earth will I do if you get me fired for crying too long?" I couldn't help but mutter non-stop. The little one in my arms listened to my chatter and even drooled a little. I instantly cheered up. The little heiress laughed. "So you actually like having someone keep you company and chat, huh?" Wait, that's not right though. In the CEO romance novels I've read, They hate it most when people chatter in their ears. You're gonna inherit the family business in the future and become a domineering female president, just like your mom. Sigh, whatever. As long as you're happy, you don't have to become anyone in particular. I gently poked Tian-chan's little face, tender and smooth. At this moment, Ren looked at the computer brought by the butler, having spent the entire afternoon talking to Tian-chan just like this. The butler nodded with absolute certainty. I watched it at 5 times speed. He held the little heiress and coaxed her all afternoon, and the little heiress laughed the entire afternoon. Midway, he even had the AI play English financial news, and she only cried twice the entire afternoon, averaging less than 5 seconds per cry. The butler added rigorously, an average of 4.86 seconds. This is simply a divine nanny. He understands her even better than the tapeworm in the little heiress's belly. You must know that the little heiress used to be notoriously picky and precious. The computer screen was divided into several grids, displaying the nursery from all angles without any blind spots. Right now I was using AI to search for baby washing tutorials. How on earth are you supposed to use that row of toiletries over there? The previous nanny had indeed handed over to me and even gave me a PowerPoint detailing all of Tian-chan's routine data and experience summaries for the past month. Next to the baby bed was also an unreleased AI robot that would follow people around at a single call. The smart screen overhead could record data manually or via voice, and then scientifically plan subsequent schedules and milk volume. Super smart. The previous nanny had given stern warnings, saying Tian-chan was extremely picky about drinking milk, and neither bottles nor nipples were fixed. The worst part was there was completely no rhyme or reason to it. Every feeding required preparing several nipples to swap at any time. Hearing this made my scalp tingle. This little darling looked so obedient and well-behaved, not like someone so difficult to deal with. Could appearances really be this deceiving? I nervously brewed the formula, picked a nipple I thought matched the little heiress's temperament, and prepared to attach it. The robot next to me, 250, suddenly rushed over. According to the little heiress's 42-day milk drinking record, between 5 and 5:30 in the afternoon, she prefers to use coordinate .3/4 for her nipple. My head was full of question marks. Why are we bringing coordinate systems into this? I looked toward the wall of transparent glass cabinets, where all sorts of nipples were displayed. I took the nipple out from the 3rd row, 4th column. Then I put the brewed milk into the constant temperature milkshaker. Tian-chan was placed by me on the washing counter, although she couldn't roll over yet. Still, not daring to stay too far from her, I hurried right back. I had never bathed an infant this small before, having crammed a crash course all afternoon, and now operated with a dead serious face according to the tutorial. My phone was placed right beside me, still playing parenting videos in the video player. Holding the baby cotton wipe, I diligently followed the video step by step. When cleaning her with a tongue coating stick, the little one actually took the initiative to stick out her tongue to lick. That pink and tender little tongue, extremely agile. I was so melted I screamed silently inside. Now I finally understand why monsters all want to eat children. I picked the cutest one out of a cabinet full of plush toys. I carried Tian-chan to the bed and raised the surrounding guardrails. I turned around and entered her walk-in closet. Instantly I was hit with the impulse to play dress up Tian-chan. After a round of difficult choices, I finally decided to save the other outfit for tomorrow. I changed Tian-chan into a little bear pajama, its warm brown hat adorned with 2 bear ears, making her little face look like a milky white rice dumpling. Her little hands and feet were all bundled up inside the clothes so she couldn't scratch herself. Tian-chan was super well behaved, letting me do as I pleased. The moment I rubbed her palms, she curved her eyes and giggled. Awawa. She waved her little fists, a pair of grape-like eyes staring fixedly at me. Ah, she's hungry. I hurriedly took the baby bottle out of the constant temperature milkshaker. The moment the nipple was inserted, the little one sucked in large, eager gulps. All that fuss about picking bottles and picking nipples, it didn't exist at all. 250 nearby let out an exclamation. The little heiress has unlocked the new achievement of not being picky about nipples. I steadied the bottle with a curious look. Is it really that dramatic? What were her previous records like? 250's electronic voice rang out, the little heiress's previous smoothest run. When Tian-chan finished her milk, I held the empty bottle and seized the opportunity to ask, Good treasure tell big brother. Tian-chan, full and satisfied, let out a robust wah-ming sound, which translated to, I wasn't even hungry back then. It turns out she refused to drink simply because she wasn't hungry, and everyone else had tossed her around trying to change things until she got hungry, resulting in her carrying the blame for being picky. Oh, my little heiress. Thank goodness you can talk, otherwise who would you tell about this injustice? I tossed a toy for her to play with by herself and turned around to wash the bottles. When I came back, I found Tian-chan had fallen fast asleep. 250 said in surprise from the side, the little heiress hasn't fallen asleep this fast in ages. I rubbed my nose. I coaxed her all afternoon. Even an iron-forged baby wouldn't be able to hold out. I tucked her in properly and got ready to report to the butler. Ren had checked the monitor in the early evening and heard that I had settled the crying Tian-chan within 5 seconds. I'll be leaving. He raised an eyebrow in surprise and told the butler to report to the madam. Asami had just finished washing up by this time, and upon hearing the butler's report, headed straight for the nursery, colliding right into me in the hallway. Tian-chan is fast asleep. I stepped aside to make way, then followed Asami back inside. Asleep this early? How was today? Did Tian-chan give you any trouble? I spoke the truth. She went right to sleep after finishing her milk. Didn't fuss at all today. Hearing this, Asami was even more surprised. Whoever used to bring her could tell that Tian-chan was genuinely picky about her milk, refusing to drink at the slightest displeasure. This was probably her first time taking a serious look at me. Perhaps because I looked too young. Unlike older people who seemed more steady, it was indeed hard to trust me. I didn't expect you to be so good at childcare. She actually didn't fuss. Asami patted my shoulder. Tian-chan is really showing you respect. Previously, whoever fed her had to coax her for ages before she deigned to drink a sip. Asami walked over to the bed, poking cheeks and pinching hands, squishing the baby's round face into a little dumpling. If you need anything, or feel unaccustomed to anything, just tell the butler. She added sincerely, personally, I really hope you stay. I nodded quickly. Thank you for your trust, madam. Not long after, my heart skipped a beat, and I sprinted toward the baby bed. 250 was still broadcasting in real time. The little heiress has slept for a full 9 hours, has currently cried for 5 seconds, and at the 7th second, the crying stopped abruptly. Turns out Tian-chan was just saying her bottom felt uncomfortable. I'll get it fixed for you. Communication between the two of us is simply silk smooth, highly efficient, and precise. Whether the little heiress is satisfied with me or not, I'm super satisfied either way. She's truly an obedient baby who understands human speech. I spread the pad out on the washing counter. Tian-chan immediately smiled again, biting her little pacifier and waving her hands, grabbing hold of my finger and refusing to let go. I desperately fought to keep my rising mouth corners down. Constantly doting on someone else's kid is no good. Anyway, this baby belongs to me to raise from now on, so she's my own precious darling. Just as I was getting ready to give the baby her morning wash and care, 250 dutifully broadcasted. The little heiress averages crying 3 times during morning care. Wiping cream, changing diapers, and changing clothes are the high-risk zones. You have successfully cleared 1 stage. A peaceful passage of time was made to sound all ominous by it, making it feel like running a limitless flow dungeon. Just kidding, I'm a level 10 babies scholar. Anything that can be communicated is no big deal at all. As it turned out, just as 250 said, Tian-chan's little brow furrowed, and the rims of her eyes turned red. Alarm bells rang hard in my heart, danger alerts maxed out. The moment her cry started, I instantly snatched up the cotton wipe, dampened with warm water, and carefully wiped the cream off around her mouth. The effect was instantaneous. Tian-chan stopped crying, but her little mouth was pursed and teary-eyed, looking aggrieved to the max. My heart ached terribly. I quickly picked up the baby and coaxed her. Looking back, 250's screen displayed an obnoxious expression saying, "See, I told you so. Tian-chan doesn't like this cream. Make a note to throw it out and don't buy it anymore." 250's screen flickered. Really? This brand has already been changed twice. Could it be the little heiress simply dislikes having things applied? I looked at it with a blank face. I swear on my own head, this is what the little heiress said herself. 250 went, "Uh-oh," and then solemnly refused. There's really no need to use your head. That might be somewhat illegal. Still, it made a note of it. 250 activated its built-in system and went through a rigorous selection process. It bought back a new cream and proudly announced, "Based on my screening and filtering, I've selected 5 new creams, guaranteed to be entirely to the little heiress's liking." It even imitated my tone, adding, "I swear on my own head." I looked at it half in doubt. The next day, 250's delivery arrived, and after unpacking and sterilizing, it was sent right up. Amidst 250's expectant little gaze, I casually picked one up and smeared it on Tianchan's mouth. True to form, that little face visibly wrinkled into a ball, her little lips starting to pull backward. I wiped it off at light speed. I turned around with a blank face and held out my hand to 250. 250's screen instantly switched to a terrified face. This humble servant does not deserve death. Whimpering, it began recalculating and summarizing until finally a document popped up on the big screen. Selecting another one from the remaining 4, I screened 182 ingredients, and combining the little heiress's preferences with the ingredients of other products, I have ultimately locked onto this one. This time, it didn't dare to stake its head on it again, so it just watched me quietly as I applied it to Tenchan. Tenchan just didn't like the smell, but if I didn't apply it, the diaper rash would make her uncomfortable, so even if she cried, I had to find one that worked. Believe it or not, this time, Tenchan really didn't cry. 250 let out a long sigh of relief, quickly scanned the ingredients of the ointment, and added another note to its little book. Once the 3-day probation period passed, the butler gave me a salary of 100,000 a month with 2 days of rest per month. But I am required to ensure the care of the little heiress's food, clothing, housing, and transportation, without any mistakes. I was stunned when I heard this salary. You mean not only can I play with Tenchan every day, but I also get so much money? It's not bitter at all, it's not tiring at all, madam. Sir, can you keep having more children? I eat and live at the Hiroshi household, so I have no expenses at all. Suddenly, I established a very grand dream. After raising Tenchan, I will pick an auspicious day, take my astronomical salary, and go out to have as much fun as I want. W-a-woo-woo-w-a. Tenchan let out 2 cries, interrupting my daydream. Her mouth was open, her hands were raised upward, grabbing at my sleeve. She seemed a bit anxious. She wanted a pacifier. I took the clean, sterilized pacifier from the side and stuffed it into her mouth. Looking at Tenchan's cute appearance, on a whim, I stretched out my index finger and stuck it into the hole of the pacifier. 250's voice appeared quietly behind me. "What does it feel like?" The suction power is comparable to an adult rhinoceros. 250 retreated, pulling back its eager hands with lingering fear. Then its expression became dull for a moment, and an incoming call display suddenly jumped onto the facial screen, with "grandfather" noted on it. Isn't that the old chairman of the Hiroshi family? I immediately moved away and let 250 step forward. 250 called out happily, The little heiress is awake. 250 stretched out its hand, and the high-definition camera on its hand zoomed in on Tenchan's face. Tenchan was startled by the jump. Her brow furrowed, and she was about to cry. I was paying attention to her from the side and immediately stepped forward. "Tenchan, don't be afraid." Feeling my presence, Tenchan sobbed, just looking at the camera on 250's hand with red eyes. Seeing his precious granddaughter from so close, Grandfather Hiroshi was so happy that the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes exploded. After admiring the lovely granddaughter's face, Grandfather Su turned to 250 and said, "Tell Asami and Hiroshi tonight to find some time in the next 2 days to come to the old mansion. Grandmother is back." "Okay, Grandfather." "Grandfather, I also want to go see Grandmother." 250's voice was full of excitement. 250 hung up the phone, and a happy expression popped up on the electronic screen on its face. "I'll tell Sir and Madam right away." I watched this robot send a notification on its own initiative. "Ken-chan, Sir said you should prepare the necessary supplies for going out, and you will go along tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. My eyes lit up. Come to think of it, I haven't left the villa or met anyone else. Every day I fight with 250 and chat with Tenchan. 250 tried to join our private chat, but failed. It felt like it was being isolated. 250 couldn't hold back. Today the outdoor temperature is 18 degrees Celsius. The northwest wind is level 2, and the UV index is level 2. You can take the little heiress out to sunbathe. I also wanted to go out, but I didn't quite dare to make the decision. Now that 250 brought it up, I immediately echoed it. I squeezed Ten-chan's little hand. Big brother will take you out for a sunbathe, okay? Ten-chan gestured with her soft little hands and went, W-A-W-W-A twice. Why are you so cute? I'll change your clothes. I took a cute little shark set and wrapped Ten-chan up tightly from head to toe. Her little belly was round and bulging, and I couldn't help but poke it. At this moment, I covered her with a small blanket and put a small cat doll by her hand. I also packed some warm water, which 250 skillfully took and put into its thermal box. After getting off the elevator, 250 led the way in front, and I followed, pushing the cart. The villa was very quiet, and the butler heard the little heiress's laughter from far away. Seeing 250 leading the way, he smiled. Ken-chan can take the little heiress out for a walk. I nodded. If you need anything, just ring the bell, the butler thought for a moment. He took a half-palm-sized walkie-talkie out of his jacket pocket and handed it to me. Carry it with you. After going out, I seemed to realize, was the butler afraid that I would kidnap the little heiress? The weather at the end of March was not cold or hot. Going out from the back door on the first floor of the villa, you can go directly to the garden in the backyard. I don't know when the last time Ten-chan went out was. She was very excited. She W-A-W-A called when she saw a bird flying in the sky, and giggled when she saw the flowers and leaves in the garden swaying in the wind. She lay there by herself, her little hands grabbing here and there at the air, entertaining herself until she laughed with her mouth open. 250 scanned Ten-chan's facial expression. According to my strict analysis, the little heiress is very happy now. Does this even need analysis? 250 was aggrieved and didn't mention this again. I hope the little heiress can be this happy forever. The first thing she smelled when she was born was the expensive perfume on Madam. Not long ago, she just came out of the high-end VIP room of the maternity center. She was reincarnated according to the standard of a novel heroine. The little heiress will only suffer for these 2 years in this life. There's no need to force suffering. But now that I am here, even these insignificant crying points no longer exist. Ten-chan doesn't have to reach out for clothes. She sleeps after drinking and eats after sleeping. Now that she woke up from her nap, she was there entertaining herself by BBIing. I turned her over and let her lie on her stomach to exercise, lifting her head. Since she couldn't see anything, she worked very hard to prop up her upper body with her hands, trying to lift her head to eavesdrop on the two people talking next to her. However, her belly and cheeks were really a bit too large, and after propping herself up for a long time, she got tired, and the flesh on her face was still stuck to the bed. I was arguing with 250 about whether to let Ten-chan wear a red suit tomorrow for a festive look, or a little cat suit to look cute. Just then, the door of the nursery was pushed open. Asami just poked her head in. She looked at the two people and one machine in the room with a smile, her voice crisp and cheerful. Is there anything going on now? I got up in a hurry to welcome her. What's the matter, madam? Asami played with her fingers, looking unlike a mother. She was pampered by Hiroshi to still be like a child. I suddenly want to give Ten-chan a bath. Is it okay to wash her in this temperature today? She said it was for a bath, but her expression meant she wanted to play with the child. 250 immediately called up a string of data. The temperature in the nursery bathroom is 23 degrees. It can reach 28 degrees after blowing warm air for 3 minutes. Does madam want to turn it on now? Turn it on! She insisted on doing everything herself, trying to be a competent mother. Asami held Ten-chan in her arms. Because she came every night to show her face, Ten-chan wouldn't forget her, and she started laughing as soon as she was held up. While laughing, she also babbled, her little mouth moving, which was so cute that Asami's heart melted. I just finished tidying up the supplies for the bathroom. Then I heard Asami say, Ken-chan, let's give you 2 days off tomorrow. Hiroshi and I will take Ten-chan back to the old mansion for 2 days. How is this any different from paid leave? I immediately agreed. No problem, I'll pack some more things for you to take with you after Ten-chan sleeps in a while. If there is anything in these 2 days, you can tell 250 or me. Asami carried Ten-chan into the bathroom and placed her on the warm table on the bathing platform. 250 and I were on standby. Unexpectedly, Asami's movements looked quite rough and bold, yet every move was textbook level perfect. As soon as Ten-chan entered the small bathtub, she was a little itchy from the water flow, so she started laughing. The baby shower head showered her, and she laughed once, then continued to laugh. Asami stared at her for 3 seconds, but finally couldn't hold it in and gave in. The result was that when Hiroshi came over after work, everyone in the bathroom was laughing, and they didn't even take a bath. Even that 250, which isn't human, laughed so hard that the screen on its face was garbled. He narrowed his eyes. "What's so happy? Can you let me enjoy it too?" I tactfully pushed 250 out immediately, leaving their family of 3 to be happy here. Not long after, while I was idling in the luxury villa, Ten-chan's crying came from the bathroom. My heart tightened, and I threw down what was in my hand and ran to the door of the bathroom to knock. "Madam, sir?" The door opened, and Hiroshi was looking over with concern. Asami was holding Ten-chan. Although she was calm on the surface, she still cast a confused look at me. The water in the tub was a bit cool, so I turned on the shower to add some warm water. It was warm, not hot or cold. Asami showed me the thermometer in the tub. This shower head is for babies. If it malfunctions and the water temperature rises, it will be automatically shut off, so there will be no situation of scalding the baby. I took a glance, poked my head in, and wiped the tears from the corners of Ten-chan's eyes with my fingers. She stopped crying and screaming, just sobbing. I took the child over, and after a while, she started crying again. At this cry, I slapped the water faucet, turned my head, and explained. She said something is hitting her bottom, it's uncomfortable. Hiroshi scanned up and down, stepped forward to pick up the shower head, opened the faucet facing the water pool next to it, and washed his hands. This water flow was really light and soft, like being wiped by silk. Maybe it still scared the child. He nodded thoughtfully. Understood. It was still my oversight. I stuck the shower head to the side of the tub to ensure it wouldn't hit Ten-chan directly, but could still release water. Then I pulled Asami over and let her put her hand in the pool for Ten-chan to grab. It was more secure. Ten-chan grabbed her index finger, and even with tears on her face, she smiled at the two of them. At one moment, Hiroshi felt he was a little redundant. Fortunately, I have a good eye for detail. I pulled the redundant Hiroshi to the side and told him what to use for the bath. After the bath and applying various skincare creams, I packed this cute brown little bear baby and sent her to the door of the master bedroom. I didn't dare to enter the couple's bedroom rashly, so I cowardly let 250 take the first step to knock on the door. As soon as Hiroshi saw his cute daughter, his mood improved. He held Ten-chan and kissed and pinched her. A handsome and elegant gentleman holding a soft, cute, milky little baby in his arms, he is a perfect, home-style, beautiful man. I felt inexplicably jealous. Asami has already fed her. I guess she will sleep after a while. If Ten-chan wakes up in the morning, you can ring the bell, and I will take her away to wash and dress her. Hiroshi looked at me with a kind gaze. Thank you for your hard work. However, the next morning, it was still a mess. I took over Ten-chan, who was crying and giving off waves of sweat odor. Hiroshi was afraid of freezing his daughter, so he covered her with several layers of blankets without suffocating her. It wasn't until Asami woke up in the middle of the night and found her daughter covered in sweat that she took the blankets away and put her on her side. I returned them a fragrant and soft Ten-chan. 250 followed. It was also very excited. Before leaving, it expressed its reluctance to part for 2 days. As soon as I left the villa, it was like a tiger returning to the mountains. I took my half-month salary, which is 50,000 RMB, and rushed into the white-bearded grandfather, KFC, to eat and drink. Well, I only have this much potential now that I have money. The Su family's diet is light and healthy. For me, it's like eating vegetarian food. It has worn down my appetite these past few days. After eating and drinking my fill, I was just about to go to the mall to buy myself 2 pieces of clothing. Then go to the Haidilao hot pot restaurant to have a good meal, and finally go back to the rental house to sleep for a day and night. 250's video request was sent out. I put on my headphones and curled up in the corner to answer. What's wrong? Hey, not good. 250's data codes ran for a while, and its facial expression was identified 3 times, but it didn't match. It felt that it had failed to help the little heiress, feeling both frustrated and anxious. Through the camera, I could see that the opposite side should be a place with a decoration no less than the Su family's. The background music was Ten-chan's crying. I translated it automatically. There are so many people I don't know. It's so noisy. It's not a very urgent situation. 250. Let Hiroshi answer the video. Not long after, Hiroshi's face appeared on the screen. What's going on with Ten-chan? Has this happened before? It hasn't happened before, so she's just shy. You hold her. There are too many people around, so disperse a little. It was crowded there. Soon, Asami appeared again with Ten-chan in her arms. Ten-chan was no longer crying or fussing. She seemed to be tired from crying, and her eyes were closing. Seeing that Ten-chan stopped crying, I also breathed a sigh of relief. The old man of the Hiroshi family mansion saw that Ten-chan stopped crying, and then he eagerly leaned over. "I'll look after you're done looking." The only seedling of the Hiroshi family's grandchildren, the eldest granddaughter, they all adore her very much. Afraid of making their precious granddaughter cry again, they didn't dare to lean over constantly. But when they heard that I, as a nanny, was only 16 years old, the old man pointed at Hiroshi's face and asked, "Are you already unscrupulous enough to exploit child labor?" Leaving child labor aside, he himself is still a child. But Ten-chan's aunt, Aunt Ayako, had no complaints about me as a nanny. What can she say? I wasn't even on the scene and coaxed Ten-chan in 3 sentences. I am a capable person. Aunt Ayako respects capable people. Hiroshi is used to being used as a venting object by his sister. His only wife, who knows the truth, is happy to see him being scolded, and she just doesn't say a word. She just held Ten-chan and played happily with the 2 elders. He decided to remain silent. It's also strange. Ten-chan and I have only spent a few days together, but every time she cries, my heart pulls with her. This won't do, I secretly brainwashed myself. I am going to be a person who takes an astronomical childcare fee and goes out to live a free life. How can I be held back by a child? And this is someone else's child, doing our line of work. I slept soundly in the rental house for a day and a night. Taking care of children is truly exhausting, even though I understand babies and can instantly know why and what Tian-chan is crying about. Speaking of it, with a mix of shame and self-reproach, I feel like one part of my brain is cursing overtime work, while the other part tells me to stay calm. Tian-chan is crying, and I am the only one who understands her talk. Tian-chan is extremely cooperative, stopping her cries by the 3rd second of seeing me, pulling her mouth into a type C shape by the 5th second, and returning her facial expression to complete peace by the 9th second. I sometimes feel like I have no place to use my skills at all. She's already nearly 3 months old and is right at the stage where she refuses to be held by others. I brought this up with Hiroshi. I know you and Madam are busy with work usually, but you can spare a bit more time every day to come see her and hold her. She is at the age where she recognizes people now, otherwise Tian-chan won't be close to you 2 later on. Hiroshi truly trusts me, and every day he genuinely leaves work a little early to come back, hold Tian-chan, and play with her. Yet despite all this, Tian-chan is still much closer to me. Seeing the little treasure in my arms actively reach out as if wanting me to hold her, and turning quiet and obedient the moment she gets into my arms, Hiroshi feels a bit hurt inside, but he can't say it out loud. The bias toward work was his own choice between career and daughter, and he has to bear the consequences. He understands this principle all too well. The disappointment in his eyes flashes past, and is hidden very well. Looking at Tian-chan, who is completely well-behaved and docile in my arms, Tian-chan likes you so much. This family would fall apart without you. This was originally set as casual play, and Hiroshi won't take this emotional state and unfairly blame it on me. But it doesn't stop my internal alarm bells from ringing. My mind, corrupted by over a decade of web novels, instantly generates a string of dramatic cliches. With a start, I gave Tian-chan's bottom a tiny poke and quietly whispered my order. "You better smile in a second." Then, I smiled broadly and shoved Tian-chan right back into Hiroshi's arms, saying in a gentle tone, "I'm the one who'd be finished without you guys." Tian-chan is too young to remember things. Whoever comforts her at night is the one she clings to right now. When she grows up and understands things, she'll still be close to you. When she gets a bit older and knows to cling to you guys, she'll forget who I am in a few days, I added, putting on a fake sorrowful act. How perceptive is Hiroshi's mind? Hearing this, how could he not know I was comforting him? He laughed at himself for being overly sentimental. Though it was a young man comforting him, a trace of genuine warmth stirred in his heart. So he held the child and reversed roles to comfort me. How could Tian-chan ever forget you? We have a dad chat group, and once we started asking around, we found out which nanny is ever like you, understanding the child so well. Whenever Tian-chan cries, you instantly know what's going on. In a few days, they're hosting a small gathering at Mr. Zhang's place and everyone is bringing their kids. I'm definitely bringing you along then, to show them that I've struck gold. My Ken-chan is truly the god of childcare. At that time, none of us knew how prophetic these words would turn out to be. It was raining that day, and coinciding with the Labor Day holiday, the company seemed to give time off. Neither Suzu Asami nor Hiroshi went to work. In the morning, Hiroshi suddenly pushed the door open. Tomorrow, we're going to a small gathering at Sinen's place. Get Tian-chan dressed up nicely. He had mentioned this gathering 2 days prior, but I didn't expect Hiroshi to actually follow through so straightforwardly. He really meant to bring me along. It's just a dad gathering, where those brothers who just became fathers or are about to become fathers bring their kids to meet up. No outsiders or women are invited. He gave a sudden, playful wink. Nobody will say anything, and if Tian-chan suddenly fusses, you can help me out. I wanted to see what it was like too, so I didn't refuse further. I started discussing with 250 what Tian-chan should wear tomorrow to steal the spotlight among all the babies. That inhuman contraption 250, despite being made entirely of metal, stubbornly possesses its own aesthetic sense and an artistic core. Back in ancient times, it would undoubtedly have been a princess's personal maid who grew up alongside her. The Yang family has never skimped on it either. Show me another household that opens a credit card for a robot so it can shop online by itself. 250 pulled up photos of Tian-chan along with her wardrobe options, displaying them on the screen one by one to show what Tian-chan would look like in each outfit. Finally, it settled on a proper little dress. The rain kept up its steady, unending patter outside. I held Tian-chan and rode up from the underground garage into Hiroshi's car. Listening to the raindrops outside the window, Tian-chan grew exceptionally peaceful. Even before entering the main hall from the Sinin family's garage, I could hear the commotion from afar and preemptively wrapped up Tian-chan's ears in an attempt at self-deception. Passing through the corridor and opening the door, the noise amplified so much that it made me feel the Sinin family's doors and walls were still far too soundproof. I should have stuffed Tian-chan's ears with an extra layer. Unsurprisingly, Tian-chan was woken up by the noise, her big eyes blinking and her little mouth twitching slightly. Meanwhile, inside the hall, the future young masters and young misses were crying at the top of their lungs. They were all going at it like they were competing in a volume contest. Your voice over mine in waves, you crying your cry, and me crying mine. Not a single one of them was willing to yield to anyone else. My face was squeezed flat from the noise. The cries in the hall fell into several categories. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. Whoever disturbs my sleep again gets it. The pure, desireless, just want to sleep Lingju version. You want to sleep? I'll make sure you can't sleep at all. The little demon king, stubborn to a fault, let's all stay awake and make noise Mobao version. Can't fall asleep, can't outcry anyone. The miserable, whimpering, peacekeeping mediator version. Hilariously unbothered. Keep crying, it's not loud enough here. Not sleeping and not yelling, purely watching the drama. Stirring up trouble and adding to the chaos version. This was Tian-chan's first time seeing so many people who spoke her exact language. Blinking her big eyes, she gave up on sleeping and squirmed back and forth in my arms. The noble gentlemen had splitting headaches from the noise, but they couldn't control them either. These were their own flesh and blood. They couldn't just toss them aside. So over there they were complaining, I should have learned from Hiroshi and brought a nanny. Hiroshi brought his nanny. Even if bringing one might not do much, at least you can dump the kids on them and enjoy a moment of peace. I bounced around holding Tian-chan, making her giggle in waves. She laughed so happily that she attracted the attention of quite a few other children. I strolled past, holding Tian-chan, spreading goodwill along the way. Whenever I saw a chubby cheek, I'd give it a little poke. If they weren't crying, I'd give 2 pokes. If they were about to cry, I'd hastily switch my baby's voice pack. Truly a human noise-canceling machine. The child who was roaring at the top of their lungs to cry a second earlier would choke back a sob after I muttered something incomprehensible in babyese and instantly stop crying. This was basically a human cat cafe where you could pet to your heart's content for free. When I swept past the sofa, I happened to overhear a toddler nearby who had just learned to sit up, though sitting quite unsteadily, whimpering and saying they wanted to drink water. The moment I saw this cute baby, I instantly felt my lower back stop aching, my electricity stop hurting, and my arms stop fatiguing. Channeling the reincarnation of Xiang Yu with infinite internal strength, I bent down, scooped this child into my arms as well, and carried both of them off to get water. Tianchan's exclusive VIP luxury supreme embrace was suddenly shared by someone else. Inside a brain the size of an adult banana, an unprecedented feeling of crisis emerged. Her hard-earned monopoly on speaking babies was threatened. Yet Tianchan didn't know how to refuse. Whether she inherited it from her father or mother, she had the attitude of, even if the sky falls, it makes a fine blanket. Things are already like this. She maintained a friendly attitude, though she went talk, trying to pet the other kid. The other child coldly turned their head away and hugged me instead. Without wishing to interrupt the friendly exchange between the two kids, I carried both tots with hurried steps, fed water to the little darling I'd picked up from the sofa, and returned them neatly to their seat. As a result, I got snagged. The little darling's tiny hand grabbed my clothes and refused to let go. I couldn't just yank away forcefully, so I had to coax them nicely until they loosened their grip. Then I heard another child over on the other side complaining that their bottom felt uncomfortable. I'm just cursed with a busybody fate, driven by a good Samaritan mindset of, since I heard it, I can't just ignore it. I carried Tianchan over to change a diaper for whichever family's child it was. Suddenly surrounded by so many children, I sat down on the floor, holding Tianchan firmly in my arms like a rock in a stream. Flanking me on both sides were two more kids, one presenting a round, chubby bottom toward me, and the other facing me with a milky, adorable little face. Several other babies were crawling on the sofa, trying to inch closer to my direction. I had to keep an eye on them to prevent any of the kids from tumbling off the sofa and getting wedged somewhere. The oldest toddler among them was stumbling along, running toward me with a rhythmic patter of little footsteps. I felt like a survivor in a zombie horde. The moment I appeared, I attracted a swarm of zombie babies because the kids clinging to me kept going, "CH, CH, CH." I pressed a single finger against her plump cheek and gave a gentle push backward. The little munchkin sat flat on the sofa cushion, bounced twice from the impact, and began wobbling sideways as she tipped over. Resignedly, I propped her up with one limb, rubbed her little bottom, and said, "Aside from smearing my face with your drool and fat, what else can you even do?" This kid was probably teething. Her gums were itching, so I stuffed her own little meaty fist right into her mouth. Produce and consume locally, baby. Mocking other little babies' mouths is wrong, you know. Meanwhile, a gossip-loving gentleman remarked, "See, nannies really should be older. Being too young means they rely on fancy tricks." That gentleman might have just said it in passing, but his gaze drifted intentionally or unintentionally toward Hiroshi's direction. Hiroshi has a good temper, usually has no conflicts with anyone, and always seems as gentle as water. But he was faking it. There was no way he couldn't tell that remark was taking a direct and indirect dig at his Kenchan. That protective dad instinct flared up instantly. You can't just generalize everyone like that, right? By that logic, all young, handsome brothers in the world are slacking off. He smiled brilliantly and retorted smoothly, "Oh, come on, do you guys think older nannies are any better? They're already in their 50s. Sure, they love the kids, but they'll just lean in and kiss them out of nowhere, even if it doesn't kill you. Besides, older folks carry lots of germs, and they're so reckless about it. Just hearing about it gives me the creeps." Putting aside their professional identities, these gentlemen were all fathers themselves, and once they started discussing these issues, they had endless opinions and never tired of it. After hashing it all out for half a day, they realized there truly wasn't a single nanny with standard skills who could make childcare completely headache-free for them. Only Hiroshi, while listening to them talk, subconsciously projected it onto me and realized what an absolute treasure his family's Kenchan was. He had nothing to say to this topic of complaining about nannies, but fearing he'd attract hostility, he shrank back and decided to keep his mouth shut. After chatting away for a good while, the gentlemen finally got so carried away that they forgot about heaven and earth, only to realize something belatedly. They remembered that in past gatherings, the children's crying sounded just like background music. They weren't afraid of the kids being too noisy, until they noticed not a single child was left by their side. A group of gentlemen stepping out in their slippers with CEO-level imposing auras were completely stunned by the magnificent sight in the living room. They saw a walking, baby-summoning device, human accessory pole, and mobile milk bottle. In the hall, the luxurious wide sofas, the padded carpets, and the coffee tables were all covered in children. The butler had brought small blankets and covered every single baby. A snug fit for every radish in its hole. Every single one of them was being completely well-behaved without making a peep, just blinking their big, adorable eyes at you. They were so obedient, their own biological fathers didn't dare recognize them, only subconsciously checking the unquiet ones who were still squirming. True to form, Mr. Fu spotted his daughter's figure right there. His daughter Good Day never cried without reason. She just hollered in all sorts of random ways, yelling whether she was happy or unhappy. At only 4 months old, she had already mastered the skill of rolling over. If you weren't paying attention for even a second, she could wedge herself right into the sofa crack. And she nearly raised the probability of single-handedly dragging down the blanket coverage rate from 0% to 1%. He had gotten too carried away chatting just now, and with the child making no noise, completely forgot his daughter was even here. To his surprise, his daughter hadn't caused any trouble at all. She was just clutching the clothes of the nanny brought by Hiroshi. The other person had said something to her and poked her nose, making her giggle out loud. The old father was moved to the verge of tears. Someone actually knew how to handle her. He immediately turned around and tracked down Hiroshi. "Is your family's nanny available for dispatch? Help me watch my kid for a couple of days, will ya?" The other gentleman, who hadn't needed to step in earlier because the kids were too well behaved, immediately swarmed over. "Take mine too. My daughter has never laughed so happily before. Mine has been rolling around ever since she learned how. Put me down for a slot too." Hiroshi, who was used to snatching contracts, business partners, and profit shares, found himself being snatched over childcare for the very first time. He froze for a second, then rapidly calculated the possibilities and utility value of such a move in his head before ultimately deciding to politely decline for now. "Once Tian-chan grows up and doesn't need a nanny anymore, I'll definitely introduce you all to. Where he goes next will depend entirely on his own wishes and your sincerity." Hiroshi put on a helpless expression. "Our house only has this one Ken-chan, we can't spare him." It's one thing not to taste good food, but once you know someone else is eating this well, it drives me crazy. "Hiroshi, if there's any leftovers, remember to leave me a bite." There were plenty of metaphors hidden in those words. Suzu Asami just smiled. She tightly cradled Tian-chan in her arms. With a pacifier stuck in her mouth, Tian-chan stayed snugly and obediently curled up in my arms without a fuss, giving off strong, "The imperial concubine is not dead yet. You lot are ultimately just concubines." Primary wife energy. In my other arm, I was supporting a baby boy. This little treasure was not much older than Tian-chan, with snow-white skin, dressed in a soft, comfortable, but unmistakably gorgeous little prince's formal suit. To be honest, even though being surrounded by soft children is blissful, holding over 20 pounds of flesh across 2 arms is no joke. Yet, I couldn't loosen either hand. Although this little prince was cute, he was humming and hawing with slightly reddened eye rims, neither crying nor making a fuss, just blinking his big, adorable eyes at me. Serves me right. Since I couldn't bear to let go of this one, I couldn't let go of Tian-chan either. There's no rule about holding other people's kids while dropping your own, so I stayed planted right there on the spot, with the surrounding children radiating outward from me as the epicenter, regardless of whether they could sit, crawl, kneel, or walk. Did the nanny bathe in baby mint leaves last night or something? Blissful yet exhausted, I let out a long breath. There has to be a limit to cat petting, and the same goes for dopey kids. Realizing these noble gentlemen had finally finished chatting and could now come scoop up their kids and take them back to their respective fathers, they pulled out their phones even faster than drawing swords, snapping pictures of me and the kids in a flurry. "Come, collect your kids." Aside from a couple of particularly lively ones, I placed Tian-chan and that little prince together on the sofa, using blankets to block off the only path where they could fall off the sofa. Then I stood up, braving mountains and waters to point them out to everyone. "Whose baby is this?" Just fed them 2 sips of water and changed a poop diaper. This good baby was hungry earlier. I brewed 60 milliliters of milk. You can feed them a bit less when you go back tonight. This little treasure has been rolling around all afternoon and is quite active, probably worn out now. You can skip exercise tonight and go straight to sleep. He was sweating all over. I hadn't memorized their names yet, and their faces looked pretty much the same. I had to rely entirely on recognizing their clothes. I just stewed every single child for their parents like this, accurately and refreshingly. It was enough to leave a crowd of female executives or male executives extremely satisfied. Well, I take back my disrespectful words about nannies from earlier. Some nannies are just truly authoritative. With me setting such a comparison, they instantly felt their own household nannies weren't as appealing anymore. Hiroshi took Tian-chan back from my hands and told me to rest for a bit after hearing these gentlemen talk. Fortunately, the noble gentleman also knew that a forced melon isn't sweet, so they didn't forcefully snatch her away, just regretfully searching for their own radishes among the blanket patches. At that moment, the living room experienced a rare, instantaneous silence. The adults weren't talking, focusing on digging out their own radishes, and the radishes weren't crying or making a fuss. Then I went to use the restroom. Complaints. Right now, crying and fussing were the main melody. The gentlemen believed their children hadn't been possessed by spirits after all, because the quiet situation just now was completely out of tune. The noble gentleman's conversation continued, only shifting from pure complaining to holding their children while complaining together. The topic occasionally drifted to how I managed to get so many children to be this obedient. I neatly scooped up the wailing child and returned the well-behaved, non-crying child. Truly a miraculous rejuvenation, a reality makeover show, and a dream baby remodeling project. The older generation always likes cheerful people, and putting age aside, these gentlemen now liked it too. Little brother, the child in Mr. Fu's arms, would call out when it was time and squirm when it wasn't. So I reached out to take her, but Mr. Fu stopped me. He didn't know my exact age, but figuring I had so much energy, he guessed on the younger side. My name is Ken. The moment Fu's little princess got into my arms, she changed species on the spot, morphing instantly from a pit bull into a Samoyed, baring her toothless little mouth and looking rather celebratory. Mr. Fu glanced in surprise at his daughter's rather undignified smiling expression. It didn't delay me from coaxing the child. I didn't know what this gentleman had figured out, but I didn't want to care or have time to care, just running off happily while holding the child. No matter how mischievous or troublesome a child was, they all had lovable aspects in my eyes as long as I was good at discovering them. I figured that out now, but it felt so comfortable to carry them off one by one and play with them individually, returning them only after playtime was over. By the time I coaxed Fu's little princess into being well-behaved and brought her back, these noble gentlemen happened to be discussing. I carried the little princess, who was chewing lazily on a pacifier, straight into his arms. Mr. Fu lowered his head to look at his daughter, who was uncharacteristically well-behaved and obedient. Fatherly love was briefly reawakened, thinking, fine, let's leave the child some dignity and stop making her perform like a circus monkey in public. Ken, right? Is there any secret to how nannies like you raise kids? How do you get every single one of them to be obedient the moment they're coaxed? A gentleman nearby lowered his teacup and asked me, tone amiable and like chatting about family matters. He raised his eyes to look at Hiroshi without a sound. After all, they weren't in the same social strata. Seeing me look over, Hiroshi gave a slight nod. Just when others thought I was about to reveal some secret, I spoke up innocently. They just turn good the moment they get into my arms. I don't have any secret techniques. The gentlemen were left speechless. How infuriating. This must be a congenital childcare saint body who definitely activated some cheat code. Holding his well-behaved daughter, Mr. Fu smiled and chimed in to praise me. Isn't there a metaphysical folk belief that kids are super sensitive and all love clean magnetic fields? Ken looks so well-behaved and polite. It makes sense that the kids he coaxes turn out obedient and well-behaved. Mr. Fu was certainly well-informed. That made sense too. With him taking the lead, the other gentlemen didn't want to make him lose face. 3 or 5 people scattered and chatted like this. Because I had boredly scrolled past an adorable special effect video earlier, my hands were itching. I lured Tian-chan over from the side and set up my phone on the coffee table. My movements were flashy and completely devoid of any aesthetic sense, looking like the product of ruined taste. But it made Tian-chan giggle out loud. The children nearby rolled their eyes around. Held in arms, they realized that even when shifting their gazes over, they still couldn't see, so they started twisting their little heads hard. Squeezed by their own little hats, the flesh on their cheeks bulged out, and their little mouths were pouted. On the phone screen, Tian-chan stayed obediently in my arms, her 2 little hands nervously curled into fists. Holding her little arms with the special effects boosting her, her face looked tender and fresh. Looking at the flashy screen with a dazed expression while wearing pink, chubby blush on both cheeks. Looking overwhelmingly adorable. The music rhythm went in stops and starts. Under the premise of not hurting her, I threw in every single dance move I had ever seen in my memory. Tian-chan giggled happily, amusing herself. When Hiroshi called me to leave, I was lying flat on the floor mat, covered in children. On the left was a chubby little pink-faced baby, staring at me with big eyes and an open, smiling little mouth. On the right was another ridiculously adorable face, clinging super dependently to my arm with soft warmth and smelling entirely of milky fragrance. My body was covered with all sorts of little tots, flat and soft. A casual grab would land on some little treasures round bottom. Is this heaven? Where did so many cute things come from? Cute things should just rule the world. Under my control as the master manager of these little treasures, the scene was extremely controllable. Not a single child cried for more than 10 seconds. The gentleman had never experienced such a quiet dad gathering before, each of them feeling immensely comfortable, while secretly regretting they couldn't poach me. All right. I picked up the children on my body one by one and carried them to the sofa. Just as I wanted to hold Tian-chan and follow closely behind Hiroshi's footsteps, an unignorable force pulled me back. Looking down, I saw 4 little hands reaching out from various directions to grab me. I hadn't made much of it at first, planning to pat their heads one by one and tell them to let go because I had to leave. Hearing this made the children even more upset. Not only did they pull tighter, but they also started crying loudly. Woo, what am I gonna do if you leave? Take me back with you, okay? Feeling the crisis, Tian-chan also grabbed my clothes and let out a couple of babbling squawks. Don't leave, okay? I don't want to force myself to eat when I'm not hungry, or force out poops when I have none at home. Little princess, please don't be so vulgar with your speech. Saying things like poop and butt out loud is so embarrassing. But I honestly thought of Tian-chan's wall of pacifiers. Even now, I still suffered from choice paralysis every time I had to pick which pacifier to use for making milk. This tiny conflict reached its absolute peak when I was genuinely about to leave. The babies cried one after another, all of them bursting into tears. Those who could walk grabbed my shirt. Those who could crawl grabbed my pants. Those who could only sit while wobbling unsteadily were anxiously stuck in place, practically forced to learn how to crawl on the spot. So the babies initiated a magic-enhanced critical strike. A whole circle of my pants was covered in children's hands. I silently switched Tian-chan to a one-armed hold, freeing up my other hand, and quietly pulled up my pants, which were on the verge of being yanked all the way down. Tian-chan sat regally like a proud little princess in her exclusive rear seat, sipping her pacifier with unperturbed composure. What a symphony! Crying so earth-shatteringly loud, like fireworks bursting right in the face. Daiki pulled out his phone with lightning speed, snapped a picture of his daughter looking like that, and sent it to the child's mother. Your daughter has the same good eye as me, she likes Ken too. Then he must be a really good person. Daiki got fired up, took a video for her, and vividly described how exaggerated it was. I wasn't nearly as fired up, I was out of ideas. I felt like if I didn't give some explanation, these little demon kids would be dragged off for scientific study. Study what? Special effect pills that you spray on yourself to instantly charm thousands of babies, solving global childcare problems and reaching the peak of wealth. But even if you chopped me up into cells, the system couldn't spit that out, so I had to coax them all away one by one. Little treasure, why is your baby only shedding tears without making a sound? I really will come see you again in a few days. Yuiyu is so cute, how could I forget? Little baby, please loosen your grip. Your little hands are gripped completely white, doesn't it hurt? Big brother will come see you again in a couple of days. While lying to them, I was sliding onto my knees in my mind to apologize and reciting the Tao Te Ching. Forgive me, Buddha, I didn't mean to lie to little kids. Please don't strike me down with 5 thunderbolts. Once the coax children were carried away, I didn't panic. Coax this one, then coax that one. I could still handle this kind of minor scene. Fortunately, the kids weren't fully enlightened yet, possessing an intelligence comparable to an adult steamed bun and being very easy to fool. They actually believed it and trusted it deeply. It gave me such a heavy wave of guilt that my hands were shaking. Hiroshi patted my shoulder, insisting that I stop holding Tian-chan and telling me to get some good rest. On the way back, Hiroshi seemed very happy. I was exhausted to numbness, unable to even lift my arms. I never expected that I would be among those invited to celebrate. Even less did I expect that during an afternoon tea party where they chatted from the greenhouse to the tea room, and then the living room amid such noise, Hiroshi could still successfully close 2 business contracts. Only then did I realize that their so-called dad gathering was more like an information exchange network. But I didn't have the energy to care about all that. We weren't in the same social class, and those people could crush me like an ant. I might as well honestly stick to being a nanny and petting kids. So I readily agreed. When happy, eat something good to celebrate. When unhappy, eat something even better to comfort yourself. Thus, when Suzu Asami returned home, she discovered her husband and daughter were gone again. Only 250 was lingering pitifully by the door, displaying a pitiful expression on its facial screen. The master took Ken and Tian-chan out to eat good food without taking me, spending so much time with Tian-chan. 250 stepped back in fright. Miss, how can a 37-degree mouth say such ice-cold words? Suzu Asami looked at it calmly. 250 chickened out, chuckling dryly as it retreated while speaking with extreme politeness. Miss Sue, you're too kind, haha. Let's not trouble you to lift a hand. Retreating to a certain distance, it switched its walking mode instantly to gliding mode, like a slippery bar of soap. Even from far away, you could still hear it shouting, "Heh! Miss is so scary." Suzu Asami was left speechless. On the other side, I was having a miserable time too. Hiroshi had told me to go back and rest well that night. Yet at 5 in the morning, the thing ringing before Tian-chan started crying was Hiroshi's phone. Mr. Yang raised his phone and emerged from Suzu Asami's arms. Suzu Asami instinctively tightened her embrace. Then he hurried away. Suzu Asami thought to herself, he's going to find that Ken. The Zhao family's child wants to find you, crying non-stop and impossible to coax. I blinked laboriously, finally managing to open my eyes, asking the master instinctively if Tian-chan was crying. Only then did I digest Mr. Yang's words. I had an impression of this child from the Zhao family. She was the oldest among yesterday's kids, 1-year-old, able to talk and walk. Yesterday she had even toddled over to run toward me, making all the other kids envious and crying. But were we really that close? To wake 2 people up at 5 in the morning just to look for me? I looked blankly at Hiroshi. What do I even do? Hiroshi said, how about the 2 of you start a video call, and I'll push her over to you. On the other side of the video call, it was total chaos, with 2 men looking like counterparts standing awkwardly in the background. The little Zhao princess was wailing away in Mr. Zhao's arms, occasionally interspersed with a sentence. Even though my age was enough to be their uncle, deep down I still felt young, so I shamelessly referred to myself as Big Brother to all the children. Little treasure, I got woken up, but I'm still in a good mood, I said softly to the little darling on the other end of the phone. Seeing me, the little treasure stopped crying for a split second, then cried even louder than before, pulling at the phone as if trying to dig me out from inside it. Accused like that by her, I felt a little guilty myself. Sorry. I didn't expect this kid's memory expiration date to last this long. If I'd known, I would have promised to come back a couple of days later. I hadn't been paying attention when coaxing the kids back then, telling some I'd see them tomorrow, telling others the day after, and karma came back to bite me this fast. Hiroshi sighed. Other people's children, give them a personal favor within your capacity if you can, but don't give too many. You still need to maintain some dignity. Master, should I go to the Zhao family's place? I covered the mouthpiece and asked carefully, afraid Hiroshi wanted to sell this favor but found it hard to bring up. Hiroshi looked at me. If you're not tired, go ahead. I rubbed my eyes. No. I'll be back before Tian-chan wakes up. We were each talking about different things. Hiroshi was afraid I'd be too tired from running back and forth. While I thought he was worried I'd overstep my boundaries and show favoritism to outsiders, just as I finished putting on my coat and was ready to head out, Hiroshi's phone rang again. And he stopped me. Don't go out, they're bringing the child over. I felt very confused. They? Not until car after car parked outside the Yang family's front door did I realize just how many they there were. One fussy child after another was carried inside by butlers, parents, or nannies. Damn it. They were spawning like fixed location NPCs. Even more bizarrely, the children who had been fussing non-stop started dropping the pitch of their crying the moment they heard my voice, until they went completely silent, looking exactly like I had dosed them with some viral antidote while I was the living cure. Heavens, I am wronged. I was roaring and angrily screaming inside. What's wrong with you? I won't blame you for mishearing my babies as English, treating it as doing a good deed with bad intentions. Now what is this all about? The system went through a frantic bout of checking before finally squeaking out in a mosquito-like voice. Haha. Sorry, the numerical values were wrong. All of the host's talent points were assigned entirely to attracting babies. Sorry. I took a deep breath. Having been corrupted by little kids for a while now, my temper and patience had undergone a qualitative leap. I smiled at the system. Knowing your mistakes and correcting them is fine. The system grew even more terrified. Sorry, host. Once these numerical values are locked in, they can't be modified anymore. You will most likely, probably be stuck being clung to by babies for the rest of your life. Sorry. Damned system. If you have the ability, turn into a physical form and crawl out here. Messing with my temper and ruining my state of mind is an unforgivable crime. With truly no options left this time, I had no choice but to start self-soothing. Even though the kids cling to me, kids are cute. Especially after being purified, generation after generation by fathers and grandparents. One and all, they look like carved jade milk dumplings. My original resentment dissipated a bit, dragging my baseline down along with it. Oh well, kids are just a bit clingy. What wrong did my kids do? Only the damned system is at fault. Some gentlemen who had been woken up bright and early looked at those helpless, powerless nannies and their own children, who turned docile the moment they saw me, and let out a deep sigh. Finding a childcare provider is like opening a blind box. You aren't guaranteed to get someone like me. Missing out on a good childcare provider is just human nature. As a result, when they gathered together again at the Yang family home in the early hours of the next day, everyone had only one thought in mind. Screw the notion that a forced melon isn't sweet, and screw letting go. How would you know if a melon is sweet if you don't force it a little? Even if it's not sweet, it can at least quench your thirst. They were determined to poach this childcare provider for their own use. Blame the villa's soundproofing for being too good. Suzu Asami only realized this grand spectacle when she came downstairs. She couldn't understand why the living room of her own villa was packed with people overnight. What kind of event was happening today, and why hadn't anyone notified her? It was Hiroshi who saw her coming and stepped up to explain. Suzu Asami glanced at me the way one looks at a humanoid cat strip, looking completely innocent. Afterward, she raised her hand to rub the dark circles under her own husband's eyes and said, "If you want to come, you can come, but leaving won't be that easy. How can we do this without extracting some benefits?" Hiroshi seemed thoughtful and stopped her, saying, "Wait 2 days." Taking care of so many children all at once still felt a bit unfamiliar to me. This was sudden overtime. So estimating that Ten-chan was about to wake up, I stuffed the several babies wrapped around me back into the hands of the childcare providers they had left behind. I quickly escaped to find Ten-chan. You can only take good care of children if you are familiar with their personalities. I was only familiar with Ten-chan's, so Ten-chan was the easiest to handle. I opened the door very softly. Both 250 and Ten-chan were awake. Aside from the day her young miss was born, 250 hadn't seen many people. Hearing the bustling and lively noise in the living room, its curiosity spiked immensely, so it dared to gingerly glide out to take a peek. Just as I curved my eyes and picked up Ten-chan, who woke up without crying or making a fuss, to carry out our daily routine cleanup, I heard 250 panic glide back in. The living room is sprouting so many children." A speechless expression couldn't be concealed, but it instantly returned to smiling warmly when facing Ten-chan. Infants perceive emotions. If I got angry, mad, or anything like that, it would affect Ten-chan. Therefore, every time I looked at Ten-chan, I was always smiling and cheerful. Once Ten-chan was neatly dressed and felt that today was just as wonderful and warm as ever, everyone met in a remarkably bizarre fashion. On Ten-chan's adorable little face, for a brief second, a look resembling astonishment might have appeared. The babies downstairs stopped wailing, though one by one they started to sob, their pearl-like eyes fixed tightly on me. I walked down the stairs under the watchful gaze of everyone, making descending a staircase feel like a breathtaking scene that made countless heroes bow in admiration. Looking at those children, it was nothing much. They had just been making a fuss because they wanted you to hold them. Then, looking apologetically at the butler standing nearby, she said, "Sorry to cause you trouble, but for some reason, the child just wanted to see you." The butler nodded politely, indicating that this matter had little to do with her. In my heart, I dragged the system out to curse it out all over again, and then started trying to solve the problem. I had only known the children for a single afternoon. Little kids are just like that. They like whoever plays with them. It wasn't like they were exclusively attached to me. Playing with them and diverting their attention would be enough. I counted There had been 19 children at the dad's tea party yesterday afternoon, but only 13 had arrived today. Most of them were the parents of the children who could speak. After talking in the group chat, everyone started to suspect that their endlessly crying children were trying to find that specific childcare provider. They had requested my photo, and sure enough, when the children saw my face, their crying softened a bit. The system's skill points still had some bugs, otherwise why hadn't the rest of them come? I boldly deduced. Sounding so mystical, I now suspect you've cast some kind of spell on these children and used goodness knows what methods. For 1 or 2 kids to be attached to you is normal, but how can more than 10 kids be so attached to you that they can't leave you for a second? A childcare provider holding a child complained from the side single sofa. In the past, he was exceptionally skilled at taking care of children and was the company's gold medal childcare provider. Yet the child of his own employer had only gone out for a single afternoon and refused to recognize him upon returning. Having cried and made a fuss all morning, waking up the entire family, he still hadn't figured out the cause. In the end, the master of the house saw the message in the group chat and showed the child a photo of a blonde kid. Strangely enough, just a photo, and the child was pacified as if an antidote had been administered. He had been a bit skeptical at the time, but in a short while, the little hands were dancing excitedly toward the screen. When did he recognize things? He reached out to grab it. A child he had raised for several months, gone in a single afternoon. This was simply a humiliation to his childcare career. He had a strong premonition that if he didn't figure this out and resolve it, he would lose this job. Glancing at him indifferently, he turned back with full, imposing momentum. "Well then, give an explanation." This remark was indeed a bit impolite. The butler subconsciously took a step forward. In her heart, she was also weighing things. These childcare providers came bringing children individually, representing the families behind them. It seemed she shouldn't act arbitrarily and be discourteous to them. But then she looked at me. Ken Chan was one of their household's people. How could he be pointed at by the nose? The butler, reluctant to let him suffer, made a choice in just 2 seconds. She walked up to that childcare provider. "Sir, everyone woke up early in the morning to welcome your explanation. Or is it our household's childcare provider who woke up super early to help you hold, coax, and feed your children, delaying his own household's child for an explanation?" She smiled slightly. "I hope you can make yourself clear, courteous, well-reasoned, and subtly dropping a hint to the others present. It was already unreasonable to come and disturb the household early in the morning with crying children before the masters had even gotten up." I watched in absolute awe, deciding to keep my head down and play the foolish, pitiful little cutie, following right behind the fully blazing butler and looking at each of them with an innocent, clueless gaze. That childcare provider ignored her, let out a cold snort, and turned his head away, looking thoroughly unwilling to stay here any longer. He even secretly vowed that tomorrow he would definitely stop his employer's family from letting them send children here. If the child cried again tomorrow, he would definitely find a way to divert her attention and not come over here to watch this fellow act arrogant. Yo, I opened the door with a greeting and looked straight at the child in his arms. Confirming it was indeed the one who hadn't come, I reached out my hand toward him to take the wailing child from his arms. The child was crying so hard she was almost oxygen deprived, not caring a whit about who he was, only he was missing. That childcare provider's face turned green. Meanwhile, Madame Ichikawa also followed the main group, bringing her child to the Yang family home to see what kind of extraordinary figure this childcare provider really was. Yet, the moment the front door opened, before he even had time to be surprised by how many children were inside, the boy just glanced at the child. And within 3 seconds of being taken into his arms, the child, who had cried and sobbed stubbornly all the way here, stopped crying. I listened to this child's cries and translated them in my head simultaneously. I can't catch my breath. "Good baby, let me loosen your clothes a bit." All right, I've undone your clothes. There's no wind or pressure in the car. "I'll scold them for you, oh good baby." I coaxed her note by note whenever the child whimpered. I placed the child on the sofa, and upon touching her, she was covered in sweat with a flushed little face. Outsiders simply assumed it was from crying all the way. I felt an unusual wave of affection, namely heartache, for a child I had only met a few times. While tidying her clothes properly, I stole a glance at the Ichikawa family's childcare provider and frowned deeply. Why did you wrap her clothes so tightly? It's so restrictive she can barely breathe. And how hot is it today? It's fine if you adults wear less and turn on the heater. But wrapping her in 3 layers at 20 degrees and still running the heater? Finished speaking without giving them a chance to refute, I carefully picked up the child. "Good baby, it's all right now. Don't cry, don't be upset." Her bright eyes regained their sparkle, whimpering from time to time while curving her eyebrows into a smile. Madame Ichikawa's heart melted completely. Having taken in the words of that young boy just now, she said, "You can go back first." That childcare provider clearly sensed the coldness in Madame Ichikawa's tone, and panic crept into his words. He's talking nonsense. How could I possibly make such a low-level mistake? You can't just listen to his one-sided story. Besides, the sweat on the child has already cooled down now. There's no proof. Unexpectedly, Madame Ichikawa simply turned her head, repeating in a seemingly gentle yet unquestionable tone, her eyes carrying a chill. But the anxious childcare provider didn't notice. He simply took hurried strides and left in a rush. The nearby chatting parents tacitly stopped talking at this moment, every single one of them possessing sharp human insight. I didn't deliberately look over there, merely gazing steadily at them. Madame Ichikawa didn't want to bicker with the childcare provider outside, maintaining her composure and smiling toward me. Aside from matters concerning children, I remained completely indifferent to everything else. I cheered up the Ichikawa family's little darling and handed her back to Madame Ichikawa. The gathering held at Sinan's house last time seemed like an astonishingly distant day ago. And now, the original crew had gathered once again at the Yang family home. With this stacked, dramatic twist, all the changes concentrated on me alone, everyone turned their gazes toward me. At this moment, Madame Ichikawa took the lead in speaking. "I'm truly embarrassed. I had no idea it was such a grand scene." She cleared her throat. "My child is used to being fussy, and yesterday morning she cried as usual. I didn't notice that her crying was any different from yesterday. She made a fuss again this morning, and hearing you all say that the Yang family has a cure for every single baby's cry, I brought her over to see. As a result, the moment Ken-chan picked her up, she curved her eyes and quickly turned serious. Once is a coincidence, but 2 days in a row, with more than 10 children waking up and immediately crying to find Ken-chan, I think, probability-wise, that's hardly possible." Madame Ichikawa took control of the conversation first, then asked me very gently, "Do you have anything you'd like to say?" I was holding Ten-chan, and around me, children were still overflowing. Some parents couldn't bear to watch and hastily snapped photos to use as Black history for their kids in the future. But I really had no defense. I picked up a toddler who was trying to climb onto my head and set them down. "If you're wearing a diaper or not, please don't try to sit on me, okay? Especially without a diaper, definitely not." And I treated everyone with the same patience, as if discussing my matters with the adults. That's why I was the last one to be notified. Always coming to your house to cause trouble isn't a solution, and it disturbs everyone's sleep. Madame Ichikawa became the final spokesperson after the discussion. "We parents all have things to do at our respective companies. Surely we don't have time to come here every day, and the kids won't accept any other childcare providers." After laying down a string of prefixes, Madame Ichikawa asked, "So, can you take care of 19 children at once?" My hand stopping on little Hina's cheek paused, and I subconsciously retorted, "Madame Ichikawa is actually repeating this considerately, meaning these children right here, as long as you are able and you agree, leave the rest of the matters to us. Venue, facilities, supplies, personnel, we parents aren't freeloaders. These minor things won't be an issue. You only need to take care of the children. If anything comes up, there will be specialists to help you solve it. Money is not an issue. We parents will each pay our share." I wanted to twitch the corners of my mouth, but found it already somewhat powerless. Take care of 19 all at once? Every morning, picking up 19 children one by one from 19 beds. Then, like an assembly line, picking out clothes for all 19 according to what each family provided. Although I could understand baby talk, back then it took me quite a while just to figure out why Ten-chan didn't need that specific diaper rash cream. Before the first child was even dressed, the 19th one would start crying. By the time all 19 children were dealt with, my arms were too tired to lift. Oh wow, it's noon. Time for lunch. Then I had to mix 19 cups of milk at once. A few cans of formula could be used up in a single morning. If some children were picky eaters, I'd have to mix different brands. By the time I finished putting away the formula powder and finished filling the 19th bottle with water, the first bottle had already gone cold. Now I didn't need to worry about my choice paralysis over 10chan's wall of pacifiers. There was simply no time to choose. Like an assembly line, capping them and placing them into 19 milk warmers to heat up. Putting the milk bottles in baskets one by one and shoving them into the children's mouths following their bed numbers. When Hiroshi and Suzuasami came home from work in the evening, the two of them called me into the study. This was Hiroshi's study. He sat there casually and asked very gently, "I want to hear your opinion." Why did everyone want to hear my opinion? I seriously fudged it. I only know how to take care of children. Coaxing 19 children the moment they cry is no problem. The preliminary plan they proposed was taking turns on duty, strictly protecting safety, with hardware conditions and material aspects entirely taken care of. Whenever things got too busy, you only needed to instruct people to do it. I said, I have no problem with my job whatsoever, as long as it's just functioning as a baby talk translator. As long as you don't make me change 19 diapers, mix 19 bottles of milk, and change 19 outfits all at once, I have zero problems. Money makes the ghost push the mill. 19 wealthy individuals gathering together could make 19 ghosts push the mill for dear life. This plan was conceived around early May. 3 days later, I moved into that villa with the children, and every morning coming downstairs was a literal mountain of kids. The villa's layout had been remodeled and facilities fully equipped. A single Tyrant Dad's capability might be limited, but this was the home of 19 Tyrant Dads. All facility purchases, or rather without needing to purchase anything at all, were entirely requisitioned from their own companies. Outsiders who didn't know the inside story were just puzzled. What kind of early education class needed to put the heirs of so many families together? These children were only 1 year old, and they were already paving the way and forming factions for them? Some people from certain families didn't dare to startle the snake, only to discover that this ordinary villa might have security omissions if it belonged to just one family. But because even parents had to undergo identity verification upon entering, and since these weren't just one family's heirs, everyone had to be checked meticulously, it was also absolutely safe. As for the flowing personnel, I remained the iron constant. Ignoring the solemn security atmosphere outside the villa, I spent every day playing Makapaka with the kids inside the villa. Every single day was filled with boundless warmth. The sound of crying in the 4 luxury nurseries shook the heavens, rising and falling in waves. Even the top-tier childcare teams hired by the parents at great expense were completely helpless. Watching them all looking utterly overwhelmed and frazzled, I felt like I had activated a cheat code. The moment I showed my face, the heart-wrenching cries instantly faded away. These tearful little cuties with tear-filled eyes instantly turned into Type-C charging ports, stretching out their little hands asking for hugs. However, these were just appetizers. Just as I was holding one child and coaxing them to sleep, I gave an order without looking back to the top-tier childcare provider O2 behind me. Go tell O8. O2 instantly wore a face of question marks, wondering if this kid had a supernatural nose or was a fly. Without even seeing a shadow, he could accurately smell who had pooped. But with orders from above, he had to obey this brat, so he could only go with lingering suspicion. On the other side, O8 was also stunned for a moment upon hearing the message. It shouldn't be. Shota had just taken a massive dump in the morning. He instantly refused to believe it. The next moment, his entire body froze in place, followed by an indescribable shake of his head. Truly miraculous. By now, O2 was also completely dumbfounded. How on earth did he know? This was strategizing within a war room and predicting 10 meters away. O8 didn't stop moving. With this skill, why even be a childcare provider? It's a waste of talent. The two top-tier childcare providers exchanged wry smiles. With someone operating like this, how could they possibly compete? At this moment, however, I wore an unfathomable smile, thinking to myself, the struggle for the heir succession has always been like this. Either I lose my job, or you lose yours. As soon as I returned the baby, I heard Akane softly calling out over there. Seeing Akane lying obediently and quietly on the bed, my heart instantly melted. The moment he was picked up, Akane blinked his big eyes and planted a sloppy kiss right on my cheek. Then he nested like a little cat in my arms, rubbing against me while his little hands tightly clutched my clothes. I felt pink bubbles popping all over my brain. Too adorable. Cute things should just rule the world. Completely captivated by Akane's soft cuteness, my inner prairie dog was screaming. These milky little dumplings. I'd give my life to these little treasures. Just as I was immersed in the pink bubbles, the loyal servant 250 behind me was dumbfounded. As an AI, it felt like its young miss had lost favor. Wasn't the young miss your absolute favorite? Yet I stated very earnestly, 250 couldn't quite comprehend it, but it excelled at learning. 2 seconds later, it accepted the explanation, and solemnly added, "The young miss is still the favorite." Acting like an imperial eunuch vying for favor on behalf of his young miss, 250 dragged me over to Tin-chan's room, the toddler in the room right next to mine. This was also the single condition put forward by the 10 family. I could be shared publicly, but the 10 family's child must be given primary care. The first day passed amidst this chaotic yet orderly routine. Before bedtime, I sent today's summary to the group chat, as a walkie-talkie was needed for remote command. This saved me from running back and forth and waking up the other babies. Madame Tachibana took the lead in replying with an instant "okay," and the other parents followed suit one after another. Plans never keep up with changes. In the middle of the night, I was still woken up by earth-shattering cries. Ordinary crying could be handled by the childcare team, but this time it was different. Several children woke up in the middle of the night wailing and howling. Every single tot in the entire villa started crying along, meaning nobody was going to get any sleep. I hurriedly threw on a coat and rushed over, hearing the children's cries from afar. Translating it in my mind, it turned out they were saying there was a dark shadow. I was extremely astonished. The villa's security was so airtight, not even a mosquito could fly in. Where on earth could a dark shadow come from to scare the children awake? The security guards weren't just sitting around eating for nothing, after all. The moment I arrived at room 1, the child leaped straight into my arms. While patiently and gently coaxing her, I guided the child to describe what she had seen. Immediately after, then, patting the little darling's back, my voice seemed to carry magic. "There are no dark shadows anymore. Precious, go to sleep safely." The child who had been crying nonstop moments before actually fell silent, dozing off into sleep while half asleep. The next morning, amidst gasps of, it's over," unexpectedly, the children were unusually well behaved today. Still feeling uneasy, I checked the rooms one by one. It turned out the childcare providers, wanting to let me sleep a bit longer, had proactively settled all the children who had woken up. Even Tin-chan was being bathed and groomed by 07. So high-strung and nervous as if guarding against thieves, it drew a hearty laugh from 07. Only then did I let out a breath of relief, picked up my phone and tapped open a mini-program. In the column for night sleep glitches, I typed a few words. Scared by wind-blown curtains, coaxed for half an hour, fell asleep around 2:30, and hit submit. That very night, that child's parent contacted me. After checking the surveillance footage, they were overwhelmingly grateful, saying they could finally rest easy, leaving their child with someone of my talent. I didn't pay much attention to this little episode. Yet at 6 in the evening, an old woman claiming to be Akani's grandmother tried to barge in. I put down the child I was holding and followed the security guards outside. The moment that old lady saw I was just a half-grown youth, her face immediately filled with utter disdain. "You're just a kid yourself, how are you supposed to raise children?" Having good patience, I brushed it off completely. "Who are you looking for?" The old woman put on airs and spoke imperiously. "I am Akane's grandmother. Hurry up and bring my grandson over here." I was taken aback on the spot. Never could I have imagined that such a soft, adorable little cutie like Akane could have such a shrewish grandmother. I replied instead, "Akane was personally sent here by Madame Tachibana, so naturally it requires Madame Tachibana's consent as well." With that, I took out my phone and made a call. Before long, the old lady in the car impatiently answered her phone. Only then did I go back inside to fetch Akane. As soon as Akane was carried out, the little fellow caught sight of the old lady in the car and instinctively gripped my clothes tighter. His eye sockets instantly turned red. I softly asked him, but Akane only let out muffled whimpers while a voice echoed in my mind. "I don't want her." I suddenly raised my head, looking through the iron fence at the old lady inside the car. Dressed in a purple outfit and wearing a thoroughly impatient expression, she didn't look like a pleasant person by any stretch. I immediately turned sideways to block Akane's line of sight. Akane, why is she a bad person? Akane's cognitive capacity was limited as his little mouth turned down in a pout. Hurting, she made Akane hurt, and my heart ached terribly. With no authority to stop her whatsoever, as I drew closer holding the child, Akane let out a loud wail. Crying earth-shatteringly loud, I froze on the spot. I had never seen Akane cry with such heart-wrenching agony. What on earth did this old woman do to the child? Crying every day and giving everyone a headache. The old lady muttered complaints out loud, yet still insisted on taking the child away. Where are you taking Akane? Will you still bring him tomorrow? The old woman impatiently shoved forward with force, snatching the child straight into her arms and stuffing him into the adjacent safety seat. Are you a mere childcare provider sticking your nose into things that don't concern you? Are you a mere childcare provider sticking your nose into things that don't concern you? Unable to help herself, she added, I'm sorry, if he cries too hard, you can call me. My heart pounded wildly. In Billionaire CEO romance novels, 10 out of 10 such grandmothers abuse their grandsons, not to mention that Madame Tachibana had previously mentioned having a son who was raised to be lawless and unruly by his grandmother. Surely this old woman wouldn't actually abuse Akane, right? The next second, the old lady ignored me entirely and told the driver to step on the gas and drive away, looking pitifully at me until the car completely vanished from sight. I thought the matter had blown over just like that, but early the next morning, heart-wrenching cries echoed from downstairs, interspersed with piercing screams of, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts!" The young miss of the Tachibana family and the young miss of the Hayashi family were currently pulling each other's hair, both children crying and screaming with their faces flushed red. Yet neither would let go first. But the two little demon princesses were crying with such self-absorption that they couldn't hear me speak at all. The daughters of wealthy tycoons must not go bald. In a rush of panic, I had a flash of inspiration and immediately started tickling them. The children's crying cut off abruptly. I immediately seized the opening and opened my arms wide. To my absolute astonishment, the two little darlings who had been brawling just a second earlier simultaneously let go and scurried toward me with waddling, toddling steps. I smilingly caught the faster arriving Miki in my arms while patiently waiting for the slower moving Rin. But the moment Rin crawled into my arms and collided with Miki, the two of them looked ready to resume fighting. My expression dropped instantly. Children who fight will be disliked. I actually placed both children right down on the floor, turned around and walked off to play with the other kids. That completely poked a hornet's nest. Miki cried out in anxiety, desperately trying to crawl over while reaching out her little hands to be held, almost managing to stand up on the spot out of sheer panic. Meanwhile, Rin stared at me with wide eyes, looking foolishly bewildered and growing frantic. Clearly, I was the one trying to teach them a lesson, but my heart couldn't take it. Feeling guilty, I walked right back over. The moment I scooped Miki into my arms, the little one's eye sockets turned red, and she silently shed tears while clinging tightly to me. Following that, I scooped up the pitiful-looking Rin from the floor as well. I let out a sigh anyway, holding one in each arm and soothing them gently. Encountering such adorable milk dumplings, my bottom line was completely eradicated. I forced a stern face and issued a solemn warning. Crying won't work either, but I had no idea that the 40% reluctance and 60% hesitation plastered across my face had already betrayed me completely. The moment I turned around, O2's exclamation rang out from behind. The two young misses had completely stopped fighting. Instead, they started playing bumper cars, slamming their little heads against each other. These little ancestors turned the early education center upside down during the day and wreaked absolute havoc upon returning home at night. The older generation's hearts ached so much, they shipped them right back the very next morning. Every single night, I received unfamiliar phone calls, where the background music was forever a child's howling. The caller would open with, "The child is crying, see what you can do." Thank goodness I could understand baby talk. Otherwise, through a phone call, who could tell if they were hungry or sleepy? Sure enough, Miki, the most troublesome one, was fetched back to the mountainside villa. Over the phone, the little darling kept chirping incessantly, fearing she might ruin her vocal cords from screaming. I had to bite the bullet and make a trip up there even if it was a mountaintop villa. The moment I left, the early education center descended into complete chaos. Unable to see me, Ten-chan sat off to the side shedding tears. The moment O1 served up the baby puree, the children scrambled for it frantically, getting it smeared all over their faces. Meanwhile, Rin, now missing her mortal enemy, actually grabbed a pumpkin stick on her own and accurately plugged up her own nostril. Everyone at the early education center completely regretted it. With Shota gone today, how are these baths supposed to be given? They couldn't coax them at all. Every single one of them only wanted Shota. The teachers at the early education center dropped to their knees in a row, weeping. What are we going to do without Shota? Meanwhile, I had already rushed to the Tachibana family's mountainside villa. Although I was initially somewhat intimidated by this grand Chinese-style pavilion, in that instant I cared about nothing else. I hurried over and shouted out to the crowd, "Old master!" and my gaze immediately began searching for that tiny figure. The next second, the crying paused and little hands stretched out immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, I reached out and took her. Miki stopped crying instantly, burying herself in my lapel while making whimpering, babbling sounds. After clearly hearing her baby talk translation, I raised my head and swept my gaze across the entire room. I locked eyes directly with an elderly couple who looked like the household heads. Elders, I just want to confirm a few things. Has the baby eaten anything since coming back these past 2 days? The butler hastily replied, "The young miss has only had formula." But as I glanced at the formula tin, my expression grew increasingly stern. Is there a family doctor? Preferably one who can get here immediately. The old master was stunned by my aura. The family doctor rushed over at lightning speed. Just as she prepared to examine her, I soothed the little darling in my arms and dropped a single sentence that sent everyone present into instant turmoil. Miki's heart is uncomfortable. A man snapped back harshly. Are you a medical student? You can tell just by looking. Are you a medical student? You can tell just by looking. This is the Tachibana family's only granddaughter. Upon a gesture from the patriarch, the family doctor immediately pulled out a stethoscope. Absolute silence filled the room, save for me, subtly observing the expressions of everyone around. To everyone's surprise, the doctor frowned as she looked at me. I didn't detect any abnormalities. A slightly elevated heart rate is just a normal reaction after crying. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. That sarcastic voice rang out once more. If you're not trained in medicine, don't pretend to be an expert just to save face and make such a big fuss over nothing. True to the Tachibana family, the middle-aged man beside the old master immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Teacher Shota was just worried out of an excess of care. Thank you for making this trip. Yet I completely ignored him, lowering my head to persistently ask Miki in my arms, "Precious, is it your tummy still?" My fingers gently tapped over her chest, then slid down to her soft little belly. Her little hands were clenched tight. Understanding dawned on me instantly as I raised my head, looking at everyone with an unyielding gaze. I'm sorry, old master. I still leaned toward taking the baby to the hospital for a checkup. That sarcastic woman rolled her eyes again. Can the child even talk for you to claim she's uncomfortable? Right at that moment, my phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from the early education center. Earth-shattering cries and a colleague's despairing wail blared from the other end. When are you coming back? They've turned the place upside down, one after another. Can you hold out for 2 hours? An hour tops. If Takeshi comes back, he's only going to find a dozen pairs of eyes swollen red like peaches from crying. Bearing immense pressure, I looked at the crowd. Getting a checkup is for peace of mind, after all. Going and coming back won't waste much time. To my surprise, that woman jumped out to object for a third time. Do you think everyone is as idle as you? It's so hard for us to gather together, and if you spirit her away now, who knows when we'll see her next? I finally lost my patience. What you said? With a single sentence, the woman was instantly choked into silence. Finally, go get a checkup for peace of mind. Young man, thank you for your trouble. Let my assistant drive you to the private hospital. Go quickly and return swiftly. This precisely reflected the background and capability that earned me the simultaneous trust of multiple major families. The woman who had been targeting me at every turn volunteered herself. I'll tag along too. Without even waiting for the patriarch's consent, she turned and hurried right behind us. All the way there, the assistant remained tight-lipped and taciturn, escorting me straight to the private hospital. The moment we arrived, the hospital sprang into action, as if facing a major crisis. Under the personal arrangement of the vice president, The hospital instantly opened a VIP passage for them. The top-tier experts of the entire hospital rushed over at lightning speed. Looking at chubby Miki in my arms, I realized her digestive system needed to be checked as well. That annoying woman started to open her mouth again, but my cold glare directly shut her down. I take full responsibility for this physical examination. If you want to supervise, go right ahead. Full responsibility? Who gave you the authority? The woman stood with her hands in her pockets. It is only natural for me to care about my niece. Let me tell you, she just came back from your place yesterday. If anything comes up, I won't let you off the hook. I only cared about Miki's health, and this high-energy little darling suddenly quieted down. Under my gentle coaxing, Miki cooperated completely throughout the process. Until the blood draw when she saw the silver gleam of the needle, Miki's survival instinct was instantly triggered. She buried her head straight into my chest and started fake crying with a cheerful wail. Stripping away the sugar coating to reveal the cold artillery shell, I mercilessly handed her lotus root-like little arm over to the doctor. The instant the needle pierced in, the little precious paused for 3 seconds. Then she burst into earth-shattering cries. Crying all the while, she mumbled brokenly, "You're so mean, you're so mean." The second she was crying and saying she hated you, the next second Miki would awkwardly yet dependably nestle back into my arms, simply heart-melting. But that clingy nuisance of a woman latched on again. Too lazy to bother with her, I whipped out my phone, aimed it at Miki, and got ready to capture the precious moment of her calling me Mama for the first time. Furrowing her brows at me, she said, "Quickly contact the child's guardian." The vice president explained it was accidental ingestion, but her flickering gaze clearly concealed other reasons. She immediately blurted out that the VIP ward was already prepared, urging me to quickly take the child for an IV drip. If we waited 2 more days, the damage would be severe. My hands shook while holding the child as a wave of lingering fear washed over me. Good thing I insisted on the medical checkup. Good thing I could understand baby talk. But then a sudden realization hit me. Accidental ingestion was utterly impossible at the early education center. The only possibility was back at the Tachibana family's old residence. My scalp tinged with numbness. Who on earth would target a baby just a few months old with such venom? Right at that moment, the Tachibana family's patriarch and matriarch rushed over in a hurry, followed by a whole crowd of people. The vice president immediately pulled the old master aside for a private conversation, and nobody knew what was said. They only saw that after the old master returned, his complexion was pitch black to the extreme. Following that, he directly gave an order to seal off the matter, his gaze sweeping across the entire room before fixing sternly on me. "Young man." His tone brooked no argument. Not a word about Miki's matter is to be leaked. I had just handed Miki over to the doctor and turned to leave. The little person in my arms instantly sensed it. He was leaving? He was actually going to throw her to a stranger? Gathering all her core strength, Miki let out an earth-shattering wail, writhing and twisting like an eel in the doctor's grip, nearly bending the needle. Unable to bear it any longer, the old master snatched the child back, turned around and roared, "The child is in this state, and not a single one of them comes." To which the assistant replied with a bitter face, "Sir said business cooperation is paramount. Madam said she isn't a doctor, and that your presence is enough." Hearing those words just as I was about to leave, my heart sank heavily. I finally understood that Miki wasn't a difficult child at all. She was simply a high-demand baby, neglected by rational, emotionless parents, suffering from extreme insecurity. Her clinging was merely a plea for a hug. I added a new label for Miki in my parenting notes. However, when I rushed back to the villa with a heavy heart, my whole body froze. The villa was in utter disarray. Dozens of children were lying flat on the floor as if something major had happened. The children all over the floor instantly spotted a new continent and came crawling toward me in unison. Those who couldn't crawl rolled around right where they were, staring with wide eyes and waiting eagerly. Ten-chan was flailing her limbs about as if trying to whip up a demonic gale to blow herself over to me. O3 explained helplessly, "I could only resort to deception. My heart is made of durian. Everyone is the apple of my eye." Wearing a newly bought Superman cape, 250 ran back and forth in front of me asking for praise. Gaining human-like form, 250 instantly flew into a rage. You're so annoying. Yet barely 2 days later, Madame Tachibana brought Akane back. The moment I held him, he felt light. I thought it was just because he was wearing summer clothes. Who would have thought Madame Tachibana would sigh? Akane doesn't seem to like his grandmother, so I brought him back to you. Assuming the child was just suffering from stranger anxiety, I offered a few tactful words of comfort. Upon inspecting the room, I surprisingly found Akane squinting and daydreaming quietly without crying or making a fuss, his chubby face having lost all its baby fat. Wow, only 3 meals a day? I'm so hungry, so hungry. I never want to go to grandmother's house again. I was completely dumbfounded, thinking that fierce old hag had abused the child, only to find out the elderly woman simply felt adults ate 3 meals a day, so she just fed him strictly by the clock, completely disregarding whether the child was hungry or not. Terrified of starving the child, I hurriedly went and secretly mixed 90 milliliters of formula for Akane. As a result, the little fellow chugged it down in 2 gulps, and then gazed at me pitifully with an expression of not having eaten enough. I had no choice but to pat his back gently while carrying him on my shoulder, launching into another grand promise. Big brother will make you homemade puree tomorrow and stuff you until you're full. Until Akane fell fast asleep in my arms, I tiptoed and placed him back onto the bed. Seeing the child about to wake up, I kissed his forehead and placed my outer garment beside him. Just like Emperor Hanaidi cutting his sleeve to avoid waking his lover, utilizing this ancient wisdom with my jacket should count, right? Next, I took out my phone and logged into the early education mini program. Starved, unable to sleep from hunger, result. I maintained my polished persona, claiming the child was well behaved and that I would supplement Akane's nutrition with homemade puree. Who would have known Madame Tachibana's next sentence would be, "Then let me introduce another child to you," just to round out the number. Unexpectedly, Madame Tachibana rushed right into the group chat to ask. Once everyone heard it was a child from the Ming family, driven by the principle of making more friends, the majority actually agreed. These business titans, who usually dominated the commercial world, ended up dumping the ultimate decision onto the sole soft persimmon of the group. Because everyone had been polite to one another initially, I inexplicably became the group chat owner. Managing a group of tycoons with A9 net worth made me feel quite accomplished. Yet, when everyone discussed leaving the final verdict up to me on whether to add another child, I could only polishedly tap out that I had no problem, while internally screaming, "I'm dying for you all to see." Barely 2 days later, the newly arrived little Ming arrived. She was the biggest tot in the place, running around at top speed. Mr. and Mrs. Ming had been worried the child would suffer from stranger anxiety and throw a tantrum. From the moment Ming Ming saw me to the moment she clung to me, shouting, "Big brother!" It took less than 2 minutes total. The couple stood there dumbfounded, thinking this teacher really knew how to charm children. After I helped them get everything settled, they wanted to sneak away quietly, terrified their daughter would start wailing. They took the initiative to say goodbye, but their good daughter was still clinging to my side, giggling and laughing, completely ignoring them. The couple could only comfort themselves, thinking the child definitely wouldn't sleep well in a new environment. Mr. Ming took the initiative to inquire in the group chat, already starting to apologize in advance. The next second, I directly dropped a photo. In the photo, I was half leaning against the head of the bed, sitting on the floor, one arm tightly clasped in little Ming Ming's embrace, while that tot, rumored to have night terrors, was already fast asleep. At that, the group chat completely exploded. One parent replied on my behalf, "Shota is here after all." Another immediately chimed in, "My kid doesn't even recognize me as their biological dad right now." Mr. and Mrs. Ming gazed at the screen full of cautionary examples. Little did they know what I had endured to take that photo. After Ming Ming fell asleep, I tried to pull my arm out but couldn't budge it at all. I wanted to use the same old trick, take off my jacket and leave a doll for her to hug, but I couldn't even reach it. I was so anxious I wanted to use a trumpet, but my arms weren't long enough. My frantic thrashing must have looked both pathetic and comical. Shifting to the belief that in martial arts, speed is everything, I abruptly yanked my arm out of the sleeve, using a cicada molting escape maneuver. Then I hastily patted Ming Ming's back again to re-soothe the startled child to sleep, before stealthily slipping a radish plushie in as a proxy for my arm. I certainly didn't want this little one to wake up and discover that not only had her parents vanished, but her newly acquainted big brother was gone too. Early the next morning, little Ming Ming opened her eyes to see me kneeling by the bed, playing on my phone, and immediately beamed sweetly, shouting, "Big brother." My heart instantly melted. This was the first tot I had raised who could actually speak human words. Furthermore, I discovered this darling already knew how to cooperate with getting dressed on her own. Unlike the other brats who only knew how to grab for clothes, she raised both hands in a little surrender. She just knew to extend her feet. Our first meeting, and the synchronization rate was shockingly up to 200%. Just as I was getting ready to take her to wash up, the walkie-talkie on my shoulder suddenly blared. "Calling Shota!" 250's volume was as pressing as a life-or-death summons, leaving my scalp tingling. I sure envied how it had endless bull-like energy after charging for just one night. I just wanted to sleep, but this early education center could no longer function without me. I could only agree, turning around to ask O2 to take little Ming Ming to wash up. Who would have known that little Ming Ming, pinching her lips with a pair of tearful, watery eyes, would stare fixedly at me and grip my pants tightly without letting go? Her language system hadn't updated yet, so unable to express her thoughts, she could only stomp her feet in anxiety. Well, wouldn't you know it? I understood her thoughts in a second. Only then was little Ming Ming satisfied, trotting behind me with her short little legs scrambling frantically. Seeing her chase after me with such difficulty, I simply scooped her up into my arms. Seeing that I had brought yet another small one along, 250 cheerfully bounded over to receive her. But right at that moment, a few months of bonding ultimately went to waste. 250's screen instantly burst into roaring flames, blasting me with a classic viral, quote, "Smash her lips." This piece of scrap metal was actually sneaking around watching my dramas. 250 proudly lifted its head. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Shota, I'm no longer that piece of scrap metal you could shut down with a single retort. Just as the two of us were chatting away engrossed, the neglected Ten-chan let out an aggrieved wail. 250's fiery aura instantly shrank back, immediately slipping back into character. "Your Majesty, please spare my life. This humble maid is utterly devoted to your Majesty, with zero disloyalty," landing a kick right onto the iron plate of its rear end. Can she even glare? Don't glare and don't disturb the peace. 250 waddled off to fetch the milk, not forgetting to perform a little dance step before leaving. This servant obeys the decree. Finally getting both children tidied up, I carried one in each arm and headed downstairs. But before the children could even start crying, a single voice made me freeze in place. "Teacher Shota!" Elder Tachibana had actually made a grand visit, with Miki sitting right beside him. But this villa wasn't meant for living in at all. The entire living room had been remodeled into a children's paradise, with the sofas pushed into inconspicuous corners. The Tachibana family patriarch stood there looking utterly aggrieved, his stern gaze sweeping across the room. Looking around, aside from a little rocking horse, there were only diamond-studded baby chairs shaped like little tigers and bunnies. The patriarch's image of lifelong dignity looked moments away from collapsing right in front of these animal-shaped riding toys. Ten-chan's grandfather had stood by the doorway for a full 10 minutes, without a single person paying him any mind. When a child care provider finally noticed him, the person he asked for was his granddaughter Miki, adding the vague explanation that Shota was in charge of too many children and couldn't spare a moment right now. The old master completely understood. Who would have thought he'd one day have to rely on a milk-drinking granddaughter just to get his face recognized when going out? What shocked him even more was that the child care provider wanted to hold Miki, but the granddaughter he had spoiled for days showed zero respect and turned her head away directly, to which the child care provider simply shrugged with casual familiarity. The old master's open mouth snapped firmly shut. Right at that moment, I finally appeared, holding one child in each arm and leading another by the hand, looking like a king surrounded by stars. Elder Tachibana wanted to call out to me, but the next second, the cheerful cries of a dozen children instantly drowned him out. Even his gloomy, sulking little demon granddaughter burst into a ringing shriek at that very moment. Why did the whole family praise this blonde kid to the skies? Because the children genuinely liked me. Following that, I finally spotted him. I scooped up his granddaughter, who had just initiated her zero-frame fake crying. I turned around and handed Ten-chan from my arm straight to 250. The robot widened its eyes, staring face to face with Ten-chan. "Young miss, Shota seems to not want you anymore. The moment Miki landed in my arms, her crying stopped instantly. Gripped by heartache, I pinched her cheek gently. My precious, why have you lost weight? Don't cry, don't cry. Big brother will make you something delicious these next 2 days. But unable to bear watching his granddaughter act so worthless, Elder Tachibana interrupted directly. Teacher Shota, telling 250 to hold Tenchan properly, I carried Miki and followed him. However, 250's iron jaw plate bumped against Tenchan, making her frown instantly. The next second, Tenchan began doing a carp arch, her body curving into a letter C. 250 completely lost its wits. Red exclamation marks flashing across its screen as it muttered frantically. The young miss is shaped like a shrimp. Fortunately, 03 arrived in time to take Tenchan away, leaving 250 trailing behind in grievance with tears streaming down like thick noodles. This servant is guilty of a capital crime, young miss. Please don't abandon me. Woo woo woo. On the other side, I followed Elder Tachibana over to the flower bed by the entrance. The old man's sharp gaze glanced around twice to confirm there were no surveillance cameras nearby. Then, he pinched a card out of his pocket and tucked it into Miki's baby wrap, leaving 0 room for refusal. There are 5 million in here. Regarding Miki's matter, I want absolute confidentiality. No one is allowed to leak it, not even when she grows up. Hearing those words, my brain buzzed instantly. Isn't this just the classic CEO romance trope where the wealthy dad tosses a check to force away the penniless heroine? A $5 million dramatic trope straight out of a novel was actually being live-streamed right before my eyes. I even had the mental leisure to analyze whether I should respond with, "Are you insulting me? I will never leave her." Instead, after a long pause, I asked an unexpected question. I need to make sure. Did the little precious suffer any irreversible damage to her health? Elder Tachibana's expression darkened. This is my own granddaughter. Naturally, I spared no effort to save her. It's not up to an outsider to meddle or question it. Threats wrapped in every word, enough to make any 16-year-old punk tremble in their boots. Yet, patting Miki's head, I innocently widened my eyes and said, "What are you talking about? Ken-chan, come and save me." This single cry instantly shattered the deadlock. I immediately fished out that card and shoved it into my pocket. "Old master, I'm sorry," he said in a deep, stern voice. "Remember what I said." Who would have thought I wouldn't even look back as I said, I won't remember, I won't remember. The very first thing I did upon returning to the villa was strip off Miki's clothes and inspect her completely from head to toe. I found the child had only gotten a little thinner. But right at that moment, 250 actually wheeled Tenchan over. "The young miss wants it too. The young miss shall have it." I rolled my eyes. She doesn't even have teeth, what is she gonna eat? 250 retreated in disappointment, and only then did I start making pumpkin puree for Miki. Trembling with apprehension, I tasted a bite. The flavor was thoroughly mediocre, so I boldly fed it to Maki's mouth. As a result, the moment Miki took a single bite, her entire little face instantly scrunched up into a mask of agony. Is it really that unpalatable? My heart sank halfway. Yet Miki merely glared at me, surprisingly spilling food as she ate, while even reaching out with her own hand to grab another handful and stuff it into her mouth. I was instantly rendered defenseless. As long as you eat Big Brother's dark cuisine, you can reign supreme over the 6 palaces. Her face twisted. Miki returned in triumph, looking proud as she was held by me, enjoying a uniquely pampered affection. As it happened, all the children were present today, so someone suggested taking a family portrait. The childcare providers sat in 2 rows holding the children, with me sitting securely in the center position of the front row, holding sweet Tenchan in one arm and pulling eldest daughter Mingming with the other. I settled down peacefully, but the moment Aunt Ayako, serving as the inner chamber manager, finished counting down 3, 2, 1, the scene completely spiraled out of control. The ones in front grabbed the hair of the ones behind them, pulling and wailing in shrieks. One child in 03's grip twisted left, while another leaned right. Even wilder, 2 kids in 04's arms bumped heads with a loud thump. Their eye rims turned red and the starting sound of a motorcycle revved up instantly. Seeing that every single one of them was about to burst into tears, I tossed the well-behaved Tenchan over to 250, not forgetting the instigation from 250. "Young miss, he thinks you're too well-behaved. Hurry up and act spoiled." However, the young miss paid it no mind. I simply massaged and petted those brats' heads, negotiating a few words with them. Ultimately, when that family portrait was sent into the Early Education Center's group chat, everyone understood. All 20 children actually sat down obediently, not only staring at the lens, but smiling brilliantly as if they had collectively changed their gender. What kind of heaven-defying ability does Ren actually possess? With the Early Education Center disbanding, I took a group photo to keep as a memento, and incidentally let the parents see how happy their tots were. Upon seeing the photo, the parents immediately sent red envelopes into the chat to improve the meals. A doting dad suddenly shouted out, "My kid Hana says she wants to shoot a mosquito perspective vlog." The parents in the chat were instantly dumbfounded. Isn't your kid named you? Who is Hana? And what on earth is a mosquito perspective? Right when Daiki was unable to explain things clearly because his wife was too new to the scene, I grasped the situation instantly, not only replying with an okay hand sign, but also adding a dog head emoji to show the job would be arranged right away. Daiki was so excited, he immediately sent me a private message. Who would have known his wife, Madame Ichikawa, happened to overhear? The eyes behind her lenses flickered slightly, and she asked out of the blue. Daiki chuckled and replied, "It's Shota." She began pondering what kind of creature Shota actually was, taking quite a while to remember this was a person, specifically the one taking care of her daughter. Glancing at the interaction between the two men in the chat with gentle eyes, she silently reached out to fix the pajama jacket her husband had rolled up around his waist, pulling the blanket up afterward. Until Daiki reacted belatedly and lunged over to plant a loud smack on her cheek. Madame Ichikawa finally chuckled softly. I didn't give the matter a second thought, assuming the photo incident was simply water under the bridge. Yet I never imagined this photo would circulate wildly through high society circles, bringing me 7 days of massive trouble. Barely 2 days later, a haggard-looking person arrived at my doorstep carrying a child, speaking with an urgent tone the moment we met. "Help me!" I was completely stunned. A phone call came through right at that moment. On the other end was the voice of Hiroshi. "Takeshi is going to bring a child over to find you later. Handle it however you see fit." Hanging up the phone, I finally had someone open the door. The moment Takeshi entered and saw how the village children were unusually quiet despite their large numbers, his expression completely shifted. He probably assumed it would be like a kindergarten with wailing cries shaking the heavens, never expecting such serene tranquility. The next second, he abruptly shoved the stroller right up to me, his tone verging on total collapse. "I came here after seeing that group photo. Name your price and tell me how much money you want. Just take care of my child for me and give her a bite to eat so she doesn't starve to death." Before I could even react, Takeshi continued with a sorrowful expression, his eyes filled with absolute despair. I should slip sleeping pills into the kid's food, but altering his stance, he said, "Now that I have a child, going forward, I just want to say, whatever pills work as long as she can sleep." I hurriedly dissuaded him. "That's terrible for her brain." Hearing the word brain, Takeshi instantly fell apart even more. Speaking of this brain business, before I had a kid, I was convinced she had to have a perfectly round head. Flatheads look so ugly. Now I only have one single thought. Just let her sleep as long as she has a head. Before having kids, I thought we must never shake a baby. After having kids, I am dying to just shake her straight across the room. Looking at me with bloodshot eyes, he pleaded, "Name your price. If I keep raising her myself, I'm genuinely going to lose years off my life. I just want to beg someone to take her away." Hearing this, I felt a trace of dread and couldn't help asking how old the child was to be this mischievous. Takeshi replied in despair, 6 months old. She just cries and cries nonstop and refuses to sleep. He spoke with such desperate earnestness, mentioning that he had asked several child care centers and all of them had rejected her. Right at that moment, as if having heard her bad traits being discussed, the child in the stroller woke up. Before her eyes were even fully open, a piercing cry of extreme penetrative power exploded forth. The gazes of everyone in the entire villa were instantly drawn over. Takeshi suffered an instant PTSD flare-up, frantically checking the diaper while muttering under his breath, "No pee, no poop either." Yet the child possessed astonishing lung capacity, her cries climbing higher and higher. Glaring at Takeshi as he raised his hand in anger ready to strike, I was so startled, I grabbed his arm in a rush. "You mustn't! Hitting a child solves nothing." Takeshi completely lost control. Today I just need to vent my emotions, hurriedly handing Tenchan from my arms to someone else. I turned around and gathered that incessantly wailing infant straight into my embrace. Just as I wanted to see what formidable character this was and why she was so hard to soothe, a miracle happened. The child rested on my shoulder, and my heart relaxed as the difficulty level dropped to 0. Takeshi was left dumbfounded, followed by wild euphoria. In front of me, the ancient Greek god of childcare, Takeshi felt the world instantly quiet down, and his heart grew so still it was more effective than listening to sutras at a temple 100 times over. Knock on wood for her. He forcibly reined in the corners of his mouth, curving upward, announcing with a solemn expression, "I formally and solemnly hand this child over to you." The early education center was already at full capacity. Yet, seeing Takeshi's dark circles hanging down to his chin, the words on the tip of my tongue were swallowed back down. A deity descending into the mortal world was bound to raise children. Consequently, I pulled Takeshi into that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon early education mega group chat as well. At the time, I didn't know that the connections in this group intertwined freely, with nearly every single person being a tycoon in Y City. With Takeshi joining, I soared straight into the ranks of the most well-connected individuals in the group. The upper-class circles of Y City had no idea their top leaders were all right there in my phone contacts, and their heirs were currently nestled one by one right in my hands. Although life at the early education center was monotonous, these little ancestors managed to drum up some fresh antics for me every single day. In the blink of an eye, Mother's Day arrived, and I decided to give a massive surprise to the wives of these business titans. I tailored 21 blessing videos specifically for the 21 babies. For the ones who could talk, I taught them word by word. You must spit out Happy Mother's Day for me. For the ones who couldn't talk, it was even wilder. I personally reached out and pinched their little mouths, forcibly squeezing out the 2 sounds for Mama following that. The Mother's Day blessings have been delivered, and they were all personally filmed and sent by the babies themselves. When it came to human social etiquette, sure enough, the phone addict Daiki replied in a second. Yet he was so busy praising me that he completely forgot he even had a daughter. In response, I tossed over an exclusive video, the exact mosquito perspective vlog he had mentioned offhand earlier. The camera was fixed onto the hat of his daughter, little Yu. This tot had perfectly inherited her mother's poker face, staring blankly at the lens until she crossed her eyes. When the complimentary baby puree was served, she first poked the pumpkin strip with her little hand and looked up to ask. Receiving no response, she earnestly picked up the pumpkin strip and shoved it straight into her mouth. As a result, with a deadpan expression, she accurately delivered the pumpkin strip straight into her own nostril. Daiki, on the other end of the phone, laughed so hard he twisted sideways on the bed, kicking over his business tycoon wife Yuki, who was sitting beside him. Pointing at the screen, he howled with laughter. Yet Yuki adjusted her glasses and said with utter seriousness, "My daughter." Daiki suffered a mental breakdown on the spot. "You're supposed to reply to me with, 'our daughter.'" But how could Yuki, operating on a 2G network speed, understand any of this? It only left her fluttering in the wind. Meanwhile, I, the surfing at -8G speed childcare deity, had already become Daiki's sole spiritual confidant. Watching her husband giggling foolishly and then looking at the foreign language periodical in her hands, Yuki instantly felt everything grow utterly dull. She slowly leaned forward and took off her glasses. In the blink of an eye, Children's Day arrived, and with just a single idea from me, the early education center took on a brand new look. Balloons, new toys, and those satisfied tips from the tycoon husbands. There was never a shortage of balloons here. I tied wristbands connected to hydrogen balloons onto every child's wrist. They could speak and sing, and if 2 balloons bumped into each other, they would greet one another. "Hello." At that, all the children acted as if they were under a spell, raising their heads to stare fixedly at the ceiling. Yet because she was practicing looking up, the balloon was right above her head, visible but just out of reach. This trick was simply ingenious. In order to watch the balloons, Tenchan mastered the headlifting skill within a single day. But right at that moment, Tenchan's grandfather suddenly made a personal visit the moment he laid eyes on his granddaughter, who had previously acted like a gentle kitten. Tenchan only blew a raspberry with her lips while 250 used its mechanical voice to output, "Grandfather, grandfather, grandfather." Elder Kenji was amused into a hearty laugh, though his lips feigned anger. "Why aren't you ever around to see me on regular days?" With my help, he picked up the heavy, chubby granddaughter. Back when I first faced this group of titans, I had been terrified that a single, non-standard movement would get me thrown into a dungeon. But after seeing them more often, since the children were raised plump and healthy by me, their parents naturally acted amiable toward me. While Elder Kenji took his granddaughter out for a stroll, I turned around to follow O1 and learn how to make baby puree. I learned one thing for every tutorial, feeling practically gifted. The moment O1 stepped back, I followed the instructions and successfully manufactured a lump of artificial feces. Right at that moment, O1 walked in, holding Akane. Looking at that yellowish-brown, unidentifiable object on the plate, he asked tentatively, "Is this a banana tower?" O1 was instantly struck with grief and indignation. "You are the absolute worst student I've ever taught." Struggling through my lowered head, I argued, "It's just the presentation that's bad." Yet O1 simply smiled, shoved Akane into my arms, and directly banished me from the kitchen. "This is outside your domain." Just as I wanted to argue further, the Akane in my arms grabbed my clothes with her little hand and planted a wet smack of a kiss right on my cheek. My heart instantly melted. "Good little Akane, you're so adorable." As I carried Akane away, O1 behind him actually flashed 7 thumbs-up signs at his retreating back. What a brilliant baby charm stratagem. Night fell, and Elder Kenji carried Tenchan back to the old residence. Tenchan was extremely restless in his arms, her little arms flailing about as if directing traffic. Passing by the century-old camphor tree, Elder Kenji pointed at the flickering tree shadows to tease her. Tenchan. How could Tenchan possibly understand? She only felt that those swaying tree shadows looked very much like the shadow by my bedroom window, familiar and reassuring. Abba. She suddenly thought of me. Abba, pointing her small finger at the tree. Abba, Abba, with spilling from her lips, while drool dripped straight onto Elder Kenji's expensive tang suit. Abba, Abba. Elder Kenji's lips twitched. Good girl. The freshly sliced chilled watermelon had already been prepared. The old master placed Tenchan down on a rattan chair. Who would have thought this little rascal would twist and roll over the moment she touched anything, nearly tumbling down? Tenchan, having been tempered by my unorthodox cultivation methods, was already an expert rolling acrobat. Elder Kenji had no choice but to scoop Tenchan back into his arms. Even though Tenchan had just finished a full feeding of milk, she was once again craving it so badly that drool streamed down freely, even raising a hand to signal. As a result, this little girl, thoroughly spoiled by me, directly reached out her hand to dig right in. Covered head to toe in watermelon juice, Elder Kenji was left completely speechless. Right now, he just wanted to send this little monkey back immediately. Poor Elder Kenji had only his granddaughter and himself tonight. Looking at his granddaughter's red-lipped, white-toothed little face, his doting affection across generations welled up once more. In the end, he still didn't send this little monkey back the way she came, but instead hoisted her up and carried her into the house. Back in the room, Grandfather Kenji intended to give Tenchan a bath himself. Yet, looking at the shower head and then at the child in his arms who was tearing at his tang suit, he wondered what on earth he should do if she ended up getting soaked. He shouted directly, helping the little princess take a bath. What's in these arms isn't a treasure. It's basically a landmine. Meanwhile, back at the Early Education Center, 250, having lost Tenchan, became thoroughly frantic. It spontaneously unlocked the spinning top mode, with an attitude that looked ready to drill wood to make fire on the floor. I felt dizzy watching it and was just about to comfort it by saying Tenchan would be back tomorrow, when 250's screen displayed a completely desolate and heartbroken expression. "My little princess, she left me for the very first time. I wonder if she won't be used to it, woo woo woo." Unexpectedly, it was a message sent by Hiroshi. Can we add one more person to the Early Education Center? A 2-year-old little boy. I roared internally, yet my fingers obediently tapped out a single line. "You decide is fine." Right after that, "Are you free tomorrow night from 5 to 8? There's a partnership that requires you to come." Me, a childcare provider. Did I need to do maternity endorsements? Who would have known Hiroshi would send a helpless expression, and only then state the truth? It turned out the business partner was eccentric and extremely stubborn, and her only breakthrough point was her 2-year-old son. Yet this son also had a huge temper. Even his biological mother couldn't handle him, let alone any childcare provider. And this partnership was tied directly to his performance competition with Suzu Asami. He finally sent a pitiful emoticon, "We're screwed." I immediately replied, "Reporting in, Commander," guaranteeing completion of the mission. Early the next morning, Hiroshi directly sent someone over with a respectable outfit, along with a professional stylist, vowing to transform me, a guy overflowing with infant energy, into a proper-looking person. Therefore, when I walked downstairs looking fresh and polished, the support squad that usually obeyed my every call was completely dumbfounded. Little Ming Ming even hesitated for half a day before timidly calling out, "Big brother." I instantly beamed with joy. 01 and 08 acted as if facing a formidable enemy. Both 01 and 08 wore expressions of, "Without you." I directly placed little Ming Ming onto the rocking car, and the familiar nursery rhyme instantly started playing. The child gripped the handlebars tightly with her little hands. Thinking this tot probably had never played on such a down-to-earth rocking car, I casually mentioned it to Aunt Ayako in passing. Who would have thought that within 2 days, a luxury version rocking car was customized? Not only did it play English songs, but its market value instantly skyrocketed from $199 to $19,999. Right after that, the stubborn business partner still hadn't arrived. Seeing me, Hiroshi clicked his tongue in praise. "Shota, you look so endearing when you're all dressed up." While helping me brush aside some stray hair, he enthusiastically proposed, "Once this deal is closed, let's take Ten-chan and go travel abroad together," as if already envisioning the blue seas and clear skies. 01 and 08 might go crazy back at the education center. Hiroshi let out a hiss and fell deep into thought. Smelling the food now, Takeshi is probably almost here. I seized the opportunity to get up. Then I'm heading to the restroom. This restaurant had a minimalist and grand decoration, and I followed the signs to the restroom entrance, only to see a woman carrying a shoulder backpack. I furrowed my brow, but figuring she might just be waiting for her boyfriend, I walked on in. When I stepped out of the stall, I unexpectedly spotted a little boy whose height didn't even reach my waist, stomping hard to try and reach the faucet. There were child-sized ones right beside it, but he refused to use them, insisting on challenging his height limit. The little boy glanced up at me, his small face devoid of expression, looking blankly adorable. While staring fixedly at me, he frantically rubbed his hands together with an air of absolute fear that I might run away. I watched with my own eyes as he performed a complete 7-step hand-washing routine right in front of me with a completely wooden face, tidying himself up in an orderly fashion. The moment I finished washing my hands and turned around, I discovered this little boy was still standing right behind me. I bent down to ask him. With a crisp click, he firmly grabbed onto the seam of my trousers. My entire body went numb. This trouser seam worked overtime every single day. I solemnly decided I must buy pants with wider seams in the future to make it easier for the children to grip. Even more absurdly, this little fellow actually trotted right behind me step for step out of the restroom through the hallway. The woman at the doorway, his mother, Madame Ichikawa, watched her stubborn little brat go to the restroom and somehow managed to find himself a master. Seeing the little one refusing to let go, Madame Ichikawa directly picked him up. "My side is about to start. Which private room are you in?" To my surprise, when Madame Ichikawa and I pushed open the door to the private room, we spotted Hiroshi inside. "Hiroshi!" Both remarks were uttered at the exact same moment, causing an instant understanding. My face was full of shock. You can even pick up a business partner just by going to the restroom? Meanwhile, Madame Ichikawa's gaze toward me was practically treating me like a deity. Is this what a top-tier childcare provider is like? He headhunted my son in a single encounter. Hiroshi raised an eyebrow, understanding dawning. The universal function guy is online yet again. He looked like someone mixed up in street circles, but behind closed doors, he was actually a nanny who doted on his son to the heavens. As soon as I placed Takeshi onto the high chair and turned to leave, my jacket was once again grabbed by a mysterious force. Takeshi's pitch-black eyes blinked without stopping, his clear white contrasted eyes spelling out 3 massive characters, "Don't go." Madame Ichikawa on the side was completely dumbfounded. Her own son wouldn't even deign to look at her. Yet he clung stubbornly to this freshly met young man. Darkly, she thought that this guy clearly knew her son was her weakness. Yet she completely fell for this exact trick, but I decided to tease him instead, squatting down with a smile to coax, "Say something, baby," Madam Ichikawa hastily explained. "Takeshi doesn't like to talk." As if intentionally dismantling his own mother's stage, Takeshi blurted out, "Big brother, don't go." Madam Ichikawa was petrified on the spot. "Son, where did your high and mighty persona go?" I immediately capitalized on the victory. "Alrighty then, my precious. How about I sit right next to you?" Who would have known Takeshi would actually nod obediently? His perfectly rounded bowl cut swayed back and forth at the back of his head. When would that bunch of toddlers in my care finally grow some hair? I really want to braid their hair. However, this scene left Madame Ichikawa completely shell-shocked. Questions and answers? Had her son been body-snatched by someone else? Wasn't he notoriously aloof? Wasn't he supposed to freeze out and scare away every single childcare provider he met? Wasn't he prone to bursting into tears over the slightest disagreement? At this point, she thoroughly surrendered, abruptly turning to Hiroshi. "President Hiroshi, I guess you win this." Hiroshi smiled as he explained, "What do you mean winning or losing? Children have never been a mere tool. I'm genuinely recommending Shota to you." Hearing my own name, I simply looked up for a moment, before tactfully lowering my head again, focusing entirely on picking up a piece of broccoli for Takeshi. Then Hiroshi changed the subject. Takeshi's mother might have heard about it. Not long ago, all of us parents collectively placed our children into a single, obscure early education center. Madam Ichikawa nodded. The general consensus was that you guys had all gone crazy. Who would have expected Hiroshi's next sentence to completely blow her mind? Shota is the person in charge of this early education center, his ability. Watching the two of them getting along harmoniously, he spoke in a gentle voice that carried lethal precision. "For so long, I've never seen a child that Shota couldn't manage. The villa is fully covered by surveillance, security equipment is top tier, and is jointly built by 20 of us families. You only need to pay a sum of money, and your child will grow up healthy and happy." Although Hiroshi claimed he wasn't boasting, Madam Ichikawa could clearly see the smugness in his eyes. Yet she found herself tempted. She had never seen Takeshi like anyone this much before. She had a strong intuition. If she didn't get into this seemingly casual early education center right now, she might not even be able to squeeze in through the waiting list later. Still, she spoke with caution. "Allow me to consider it," because he knew that for the sake of the gambling match with that bastard Suzu Asami, this partnership was something he had to secure at all costs. Face was everything. But on Hiroshi's harmless-looking face, a stack of contracts suddenly materialized. "Takeshi, take a look at this partnership. Although your company's business is in the north, expanding into Y City is only a matter of time." While the two titans engaged in a verbal battle of wits, I could only exchange wide-eyed stares with Takeshi by my side. Right at that moment, I suddenly made a solemn decision. I'm going to eat enough to get my money's worth. I immediately leaned into Takeshi's ear and whispered a few words, prompting the little fellow to nod firmly right away. Big Brother Shota said it right. Adults talking while eating is bad manners, so let's just finish all the food and see if they still dare to chat. Smugly, I added food into Takeshi's bowl, while Takeshi was entirely focused on teaching his mother a lesson. Amidst her conversation, Madam Ichikawa noticed her normally picky son suddenly devouring his food. Someone had finally managed to tame him. She had no idea her son was eating so aggressively, just to ensure she wouldn't be able to get a single bite. As the setting sun sank, the business talk drew close to an end. Hiroshi not only successfully convinced Madam Ichikawa, but even scored the invitation to the early education center as a bonus. He had completely won a landslide victory. And I lived up to expectations. Takeshi was so completely tamed by me that he was no longer that silent little wimp. Madam Ichikawa stood up, her voice weary yet gentle as she called out, "We're going home." I carried Takeshi down from the high chair, but the moment his feet touched the ground, he immediately latched onto my trouser seam, shaking his head like a little wooden, wanting to go back with Big Brother Shota. Madam Ichikawa was instantly speechless, and could only look at me for help with her eyes. "How you lured him away is how you're sending him back." I immediately received the signal, leaning down to speak in a soft whisper with a single sentence. "Takeshi, go home with Mom first, okay? It's very late." Takeshi actually nodded obediently right away, replying in a crisp, sturdy voice, "Okay." Now it was Madame Ichikawa's turn to be displeased, feeling like she, the mother, was losing all her face. Meanwhile, I summed up my experience. Children simply don't need empty promises. Trust is like a clean sheet of paper once it's pierced. You must never make hollow promises. With my imperial decree fresh on his mind, Takeshi trotted obediently over to his mother's side and stood properly, though his eyes remained fixed entirely on me. Right up until it was time to leave, Takeshi waved his hand vigorously and said in a soft, flat voice, "Bye-bye." I also stood behind Hiroshi, waving my hands wildly in farewell. "Bye-bye." Takeshi looked back 3 times with every step until he finally vanished from my sight. Seeing this, Hiroshi became more and more satisfied with me, enthusiastically throwing an arm around my shoulder. "Let's go hang out. I'm footing the bill." But I weakly raised my phone. "Hey, are you still coming back for dinner? Our whole family is waiting for you, and little Ming Ming has already turned into a stone statue of waiting." Hiroshi glanced at it and sighed helplessly. So busy. He leaned in to stare at my dark circles, muttering with a heart-pendant sigh. "Tomorrow I'll send over some skincare sets. Starting now, I won't add any more people to the early education center. You guys are way too busy." A few days later, Takeshi was still sent over to the early education center by his mother. For no other reason than that this little fellow had thrown a massive tantrum at home, opening his mouth specifically to demand Big Brother Shota. Madame Ichikawa squatted down helplessly. "Big Brother Shota is very busy." Takeshi didn't speak, just stared at her blankly. "Wouldn't it be better if Mom spent more time accompanying you?" Takeshi still stared. "Then if you go find Big Brother Shota, are you ever coming back?" Takeshi finally spoke, answering obediently. "Sometimes." Madame Ichikawa suffered a minor heart attack. "Then does Takeshi not want Mom anymore?" Takeshi fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "Sometimes not. Doesn't that mean sometimes still do?" Madame Ichikawa instantly broke down and began negotiating. "Then Takeshi comes back once every 3 days, okay?" Takeshi didn't speak. "Okay." Madame Ichikawa finally let out a sigh of relief, comforting herself that she could at least make a detour to see her son after getting off work every day. Seeing the child arrive made me happy. I hadn't thought that deeply into it. Takeshi darted straight inside, his bright eyes scanning everywhere to search for me. I beamed and opened up my arms. Takeshi immediately leaped forward with a bound, hugging me back and rubbing his little head incessantly against my body. "Takeshi, Madame Ichikawa came to check out the environment a couple of days ago. There's truly nothing to pick on. Is this even an early education center? It's simply a top-tier dream villa tailor-made for infants and toddlers." Not only was there a professional medical team on standby 24 hours a day, but top-tier nutritional robots were constantly monitoring the children's physical conditions. If these configurations were meant to serve only a single child, it would be like using a cleaver to kill a chicken. Madame Ichikawa was completely at ease. Right after that, on Mother's Day, I had all the little darling's Rickard videos. When she saw her own usually silent son nestled in my arms, speaking in a babyish voice to the camera, "Happy Mother's Day, Mama." Madame Ichikawa instantly broke down, tears nearly falling. The children grew from swaddled infants into toddlers who could sit and run. The parasol tree, leaves in the back garden turned green and then yellow. Miki had already learned to run. This girl was basically a human rocket, zooming back and forth every day with Rin from one end to the other. As a result, she ran so fast that she crashed headfirst into me just as I was coming downstairs. Miki was about to land right on her bottom when she was caught by my lightning-fast reflexes. The moment she saw it was me, a shudder ran through her entire body as she instantly slumped softly into my arms, weeping tearfully and complaining of pain. I originally wanted to lecture her a bit, but seeing her chubby little mouth pucker up, my heart completely melted, and I hurried to squat down and massage her face. Let me see. Miki wasn't actually in any pain at all, but Ren's voice was simply too gentle. She instantly felt she had suffered the greatest grievance in the world, and large teardrops began rolling down. I panicked then, lifting her up in my arms. "Tell Big Brother where it hurts. Next time we won't run so fast, okay?" Rin, trailing right behind, was utterly dumbfounded. Tenchan was already able to sit up quite skillfully. Hiroshi took her home for a few days, and those few days basically turned into Tenchan's nightmare. According to Tenchan's disjointed account afterward, Hiroshi showed an extreme interest in the fact that she could sit up. She used all her might to sit up. But Hiroshi extended a single finger and gave her a gentle nudge. With a soft click, Tenchan was lying back down on the bed again. 1 minute to sit up, 1 second to be pushed back down. Yet her emotional state remained stable. Dutifully and diligently, she sat up once more. Click, click, click. This was practically practicing sit-ups. Tenchan completely ran out of tricks and babbled a bunch of baby talk. But unfortunately, no one understood. So she started crying, yet Hiroshi specifically loved hearing the crying of a baby he himself had provoked. That wail was simply music to his ears. Right at that moment, 250 came sliding over in a panicked rush. 250 panicked so hard halfway through that it pulled off a drifting curve, almost accidentally injuring Suzu Asami, who was passing by. Yet seeing its young miss crying with heart-wrenching lungs, it simply blurted out, "The young miss hasn't cried like this in so long." Having said that, it rolled away in peace of mind. Hiroshi picked up the crying to despair Tenchan. Though the little darling was heartbroken, she didn't claw at him. She simply blinked through the intervals of her tears, expecting her father's conscience to finally awaken. She discovered that her father's face was getting closer and closer, closely scrutinizing her tear-reddened eye sockets and her parted mouth, to the point where Tenchan even started feeling scared. After a long moment, Hiroshi let out a lingering comment. "Baby, you even cry quite prettily." Tenchan was completely speechless. This dad simply had no conscience. Who would have known Hiroshi's next sentence was even more heavyweight? Right at that moment, Suzu Asami, leaning against the doorway, finally couldn't watch any longer. "You can just torture me. Stop torturing the child." But the moment Hiroshi heard this, his eyes widened instantly. "Am I not good to you?" Mr. Yang's acting skills went online. He looked utterly devastated, as if suffering the greatest grievance in the world. He acted so heartbroken that even Tenchan felt too embarrassed to keep crying and wanted to turn around and comfort him instead. Suzu Asami looked at the father and daughter's identical bright eyes and let out a low laugh. "My fault." He walked forward, sat down on the edge of the bed, and reached out to stroke Tenchan's little face. Tenchan immediately grabbed his finger and suddenly burst into a "wow yo poof" smile, revealing 2 little teeth that had just poked through. On the other side, Mr. Takeshi's life philosophy was, children are meant for playing. Having one old fogey at home is enough. There must never be another little old fogey. Every few days, he would come over to tinker with me. Today, he would clip a fisheye camera onto a hat to watch her eat while cross-eyed. Tomorrow, he would buy funny clothes and make me dress her up in them to take dark histories. He even paid a personal visit, placed Tenchan squarely on the mat, and held her little feet like a telephone. Daiki laughed his head off, and the moment he finished taking the video, he sent it to his wife, entirely driven by self-satisfaction. She beckoned me over as well. With seamless teamwork, we grabbed Akane's armpits and lifted her up. Tenchan looked at me with a life-is-meaningless expression for help. I lowered my head and pretended not to see. As the BGM kicked in at Daiki's command, Tenchan's legs snapped together with a thud. Then the daughter stretched out another one. Her 2 little feet swapped rapidly, jouncing her, until she let out a whimpering hum. Ming, watching from the side, was completely dumbheaded and asked anxiously using level 6 baby talk. Tenchan replied in despair using level 4 baby talk, micro-death. Immersed in the joy of raising children, I suddenly remembered that Akane still had an older sister, Rin. This child had been doted on by her grandmother since childhood and had never attended kindergarten, relying entirely on one-on-one private tutors. I had caught glimpses of her a few times from afar. The child was fair and spiritual, with eyebrows and eyes extremely similar to Akane's, so I naturally extended my affection to her as well. Akane's mother originally wanted to send her daughter into the early education center as well, to keep her younger brother company and incidentally mingle with future heirs. However, grandmother flatly refused, feeling that her granddaughter was still too small. Coincidentally, Hiroshi also announced that to guarantee teaching quality, the early education center would temporarily stop accepting new babies. I even added that the age gap among the children couldn't be too large. Takeshi, the oldest, was already over 2 years old. Any older, and their baby talk would have a generational gap. They wouldn't be able to play together and would easily spark conflicts. Thus, the headcount of the early education center had remained steady at 22. 01 and 08 continued looking after 2 babies each, while I, as the king of beasts of burden, directly took care of 4 all by myself. Fortunately, Takeshi already knew how to dress himself, saving me a lot of trouble. What surprised me even more was that seeing me overwhelmed, he would patter over to help little Ming Ming get dressed. Whenever Takeshi helped out, she would respond with a repeated, "Thank you, big brother," even though she could only pop out words 2 at a time. As the oldest kid on the floor, Takeshi viewed everyone else as younger brothers and sisters, appearing exceptionally capable amidst this group of aba tots. The first time he helped Ming Ming get dressed, I was so pleasantly surprised that I picked him up and spun him around 3 circles on the spot, proclaiming he would be granted the power to assist over the 6 palaces. Though Takeshi's face carried no particular expression, the corners of his mouth tilted up slightly. "No need, get up." He supported his little hands on the ground and slowly climbed up by himself. My heart instantly melted. Even when the little darling makes up his own sentences, he's so cute. Right after that, Ming Ming put on her shoes, scampered over to Takeshi, and earnestly said, "Big brother, this was what I taught her. When someone helps you, you must say thank you." He replied strictly and methodically, "It's big brother." Takeshi meant, "Big brother is what you call me." Ming Ming understood, but her concubine simply couldn't do it. This new word wasn't loaded in her speech pack yet. A single phrase dumbfounded her on the spot, leaving her staring wide-eyed at Takeshi. I laughed out loud like a pig, but the next second I locked eyes with Takeshi's aggrieved, accusing stare. I immediately reined in my smile and assigned him a task with a deadpan expression. "Big brother, go sort out Tenchan. Today you need to teach Ming Ming and 2 other younger siblings their names, including your own." Takeshi was a serious, obedient darling. Upon hearing this, he immediately took Ming Ming's hand and headed downstairs. Ming Ming looked back every 3 steps, on the verge of leaving me behind, yet not daring to break away from the hand of this slightly fierce big brother. Although the villa's elevator was large, the 2 little fellows together didn't have half a gut between them, and ultimately, they still honestly walked down the stairs hand in hand. When I carried Tenchan downstairs, I happened to see them progressing step by step, like a long march. Holding one hand and grasping another trouser seam, I finally brought them safely downstairs. The moment we landed, I proposed in the parents' chat group that we add a super large slide to the villa. Several parents instantly formed a raid group and followed suit within a second. However, a spoilsport parent immediately jumped out to say it was dangerous. Consequently, Daiki, Hiroshi, and Madame Miki immediately fired back with a triple rebuttal, leaving them completely speechless and cornered. Walking stairs isn't safe either, huh? Just let the kids who don't feel it's dangerous slide. Living life even comes with a 100% guarantee of death, you know. But the noise from the renovation became a new problem. Hiroshi abruptly popped out with a remark. "Let's take the children and go on a trip outside." The chat group exploded instantly. Daiki and Madame Miki took the lead in signing up, and other parents followed suit, one after another. When I finished updating the little darlings' status and opened the chat group again, I discovered I had been at Ed to Explosion. Scrolling up, these presidents hadn't just sorted out their work. They had also locked down the travel personnel, dates, and locations at light speed. Even a planning schedule had been produced. Looking at the string of private terms above, I fell into deep contemplation. This was hitching a private jet to a private island to stay in a private villa. Just like that, the CEOs squeezed out vacations amidst their busy schedules, some coming along as mothers, while others, like Madame Miki, directly handed their children entirely over to me. A spur-of-the-moment, ultra-luxury parent-child autumn outing. This autumn outing far exceeded expectations, with a total of 13 babies showing up. As for staging a live "Where Are We Going, Dad?", the only household with both parents present turned out to be Titan Chan's family. He loved lying flat more than anything in life. Yet his wife Meng Ting was much older, spoiling him like a son and only demanding that he abide by the law while letting him play however he wanted. On one occasion, Daiki partied too hard at a bar, walking out to find it was already daylight, and thinking he had time traveled. It wasn't until he saw the message his wife sent him on his phone that he realized he had pulled an all-nighter. Madame Meng waited outside the bar entrance all night, and her face turned pale when she saw him. "I'm fine, hurry back and get some zizzes." Daiki was terrified on the spot. Realizing she might make him a widow in his prime, he finally behaved himself. This was clearly the scheme of an older wife, specifically designed to make her playful husband care about her a little. Therefore, I seriously suspected she was here to take care of her household's 2 kids. Having intended to accompany his daughter, he had rejected countless meetings and prepared all sorts of contingency plans. Who would have known an unrejectable business collaboration would drop from the skies, leaving her laughing in exasperation? Despite working overtime, she still missed it and labored in vain. Meanwhile, Khan's mother had no free time and hadn't planned on signing up. The most tragic of all belonged to Ming Ming. She wanted to come too, but her family had arranged for her to go back and visit her grandparents. The day before departure, her dad came to pick her up, but Ming Ming hugged the villa's front door and cried her lungs out. Her pretty, round eyes were red from crying, and her little baby voice carried a sobbing tone. Woo-woo! The lady boss at home would give him a hard time over it. He looked at me helplessly. Whenever this happened, I, resembling an enlightened monk delivering salvation to all living beings, would step forward to wipe away the tears on Ming Ming's face and gently coax her. Big brother will come see you after a while, okay? Ming Ming sobbed and retorted, "Can I say no?" This was what I taught her. You must dare to say no. I was petrified on the spot. Good grief! The boomerang had actually struck back at myself. I had descended like a divine soldier, yet I was utterly helpless. But since I was the king of beasts of burden, I had to wipe away my bitter tears and keep working. The next second, I reached my hand out toward Ming Ming. The little darling hesitated for a mere 0.1 seconds before placing her own little hand right on top of it. Following that, I told Takeshi, "I have something to say to Ming Ming," and pulled her toward the back garden. Along the way, the usually talkative Ming Ming remained completely silent. Lowering her head, her mind was filled entirely with anger. Big brother Shota was going to be separated from her. Right at that moment, I calmly spoke up. "Ming Ming, go help me pick a bunch of those flowers over there." Ming Ming instinctively moved to run over, but her footsteps abruptly halted. She remembered her older brother saying that because flowers also have fathers and mothers, they feel pain. So the little one raised her head. "No," I asked further. In her sweet yet incredibly earnest voice, "Because Big Brother said it hurts." Sad. I immediately squatted down, making eye contact with her, and said gently, "Haruko gave me 3 reasons why we cannot pick flowers, right? It was me who told you. Haruko listens to Big Brother so well. Big Brother wants to praise you." Hearing the praise, Haruko's pink, tender lips couldn't help twitching, but they were forcibly pressed shut by her. Bad lips. Hold it in quickly. Next time, I must ask Big Brother Chengzi and Liji to teach me how to hold back a smile. I continued to guide her. Right? It's that when they leave flowers, their fathers and mothers will be sad. Just as Haruko nodded in understanding, I abruptly threw out the handcuffs. So if you don't go back to see your grandparents for a long time, they will be sad too. Haruko instantly hugged her lips tightly and stopped talking. She would also be sad to leave Big Brother Ken-chan. I knew I had to pull out a reason that could fool a child while still sounding morally upright. So I hardened my heart. "Did Big Brother say you can refuse things you don't want to do?" Haruko's eyes lit up. As a result, the next second, my words completely shattered her illusion. "Then Big Brother also wants to tell you, so I am also telling you that you cannot." Haruko's mouth instantly puckered, tears swirling in her eyes, lowering her head stubbornly, refusing to look at me. A single tear suddenly dropped right in front of Haruko's feet. I was stunned for a moment, then abruptly turned around, my lips muttered about how a strict teacher produces brilliant students while my hands were utterly honest as I scooped the sulking little one into my arms. Haruko was startled at first, then tightly wrapped her arms around my neck, burying herself in my collarbone, turning her whimpers into a loud howl. Only then did I suddenly wake up to the fact that I had to live day and night with these people. It was these children who gave me my first smile and my first trust when I transmigrated over, trembling with anxiety. When I was exhausted, they healed me with their plump little hands and faces. As Haruko wailed, she suddenly felt a warm, cool drop on the back of her neck. She belatedly realized that Big Brother Ken-chan was crying too. She had never seen Big Brother Ken-chan cry before. She had made Big Brother Ken-chan cry. Haruko instantly dropped her own sorrow and flurriedly helped me wipe away my tears. Yet she still had tear stains all over her face. This little adult appearance made me cry even harder. Seeing my tears multiplying the more she wiped, Haruko panicked so much she didn't know what to do. "I'll listen to you." The scene of Tianfa coaxing me, Haruko's eyes lit up. "Daddy!" She even gave me a smack on the cheek, her soft baby fat pressing against my face. My tears instantly stopped. By the time Haruko obediently followed her father away, I still hadn't reacted to whether she was persuaded by my logic or conquered by my tears. However, this was merely the prelude to another carnival. As soon as the robot O2 heard that it was going out to play with its beloved young miss and me, it started drilling wood to make fire inside the villa out of excitement. Who would have known it would be coldly rejected by O2 with a "HMPH, you don't understand my high cold fashion sense." Unexpectedly, while preparing seriously for battle, it saw a bolt from the blue. All electronic devices must be powered off during the takeoff and landing phases of the flight. Its heart. Then, when I went to help it carry its luggage, I found that this usually energy-packed fellow had a cloud of doom over its head. However, O2 just shook its head, forced itself to look happy again, and pushed me outside, not wanting to waste even a single second. Yet once downstairs, O2's face was already full of excitement, showing no trace of a problem. O2 even urged, "Hurry up, Ken-chan," I wanted to say. O2 was shocked on the spot. "My lifeline!" It shoved the suitcase directly into my hands. It turned around and sprinted upstairs. I called out from behind, "Oh, aren't you solar-powered?" O2's broken-down roar came from upstairs in the distance. "The solar panels are too ugly, and sunbathing for 2 days isn't even enough for me to talk for an hour." I was speechless. "Then wouldn't it be fine if you talked less?" Our group finally embarked on our private jet journey. Accompanying us were not only Ren, Tenchan, and O2, but also the two little tots, Hina and Miki. Ren had already taken care of all the formalities. O2 had even dressed up elaborately, looking almost indistinguishable from a real person at first glance. 3 cute toddlers, 3 strollers, Ren, myself, and O2 each took one, marching majestically toward the departure hall. O2's first time seeing such a big scene, and its eyes narrowed into smile lines from excitement. Turns out the departure hall is so big. So many people. If only wings were attached to me. Its curious baby mode babbled all the way until boarding time, when O2 had to be turned off. It grabbed my hand tightly. "Ken-chan, once things stabilize later, you must turn me back on immediately." From its words, I actually detected a hint of unperceived tension. Okay, then it completely powered down, plunging into a dead silence. The plane took off. I held Hina in my left hand and Miki in my right. The 2 good babies, like curious little kittens, stared wide-eyed at everything fast receding outside the window. And my dear Hina was even more well-behaved, tugging at my face to give me a kiss every now and then. The plane announcement sounded, indicating we had entered smooth flight. I immediately went to wake O2 as promised. "O2, O2, O2. Along with my loud voice, O2's screen lit up again, and the sounds of the world gradually flooded back. Yet the moment it turned on, O2 acted completely out of character. It was stiff all over and didn't dare to move, remaining so silent that I thought it had crashed, even reaching out a finger to tap its head. Every shutdown and startup was a death and a rebirth. Its life bounced back and forth right here. It wasn't that it didn't trust me, but that it was afraid of being completely forgotten. I unbuckled its seatbelt and half-jokingly waved my hand in front of its eyes. Turn it off once and it restores factory settings. O2 grunted, then cautiously slid down the aisle, terrified that a movement too large would tilt the airplane. Even Tenchan next to it was infected by it, rounding her eyeballs and not daring to move randomly. "Who says my head is expensive?" This was the familiar formula. I nodded in satisfaction and gave it another casual tap. Having adapted, O2 instantly revived with full blood and turned into a one-man tea house. "I must record all of this down." With glowing eyes, O2 shoved the camera right into Tenchan's face. Seeing the bewildered, cross-eyed young miss in the lens, it shouted excitedly, "I must show this to her." Ren, peeking from the side, saw the death angle image and his eyes instantly twitched. He stubbornly managed to capture a 361st degree of ugliness, out of Ten-chan's 360-degree flawless cute face. I seriously suspected this was all of Ten-chan's dark history from her first 7 months of babyhood. How is this not cute? I was speechless on the spot. Ten-chan, I tried my best. O2 raised the camera again and began its exaggerated performance. September 30th, the young miss and I took a plane for the first time. The clouds outside were melted by the sun, and my heart was about to be melted by the young miss. Unable to take it anymore, and just as Hina softly said she was thirsty, I immediately turned around to fetch some water. The moment I left, trouble struck. Looking at Miki, who was tightly bound by the seatbelt, O2 felt a pang of sympathy and reached out to untie her. Miki slid right off the seat with a single roll. O2 circled the seats 3 times without finding anyone. I came back carrying 3 water bottles and fed them one by one. I instantly transformed into a screaming chicken, turning around to interrogate a guilty O2 who didn't dare look at me. O2 turned around slowly and squeezed out a sentence. "Playing hide and seek with you." I circled the cabin 3 times, checking even under the tables. Just as I was wondering how to discipline Miki once I caught her, I heard the sound of water coming from the hallway restroom, eye to eye with Miki, who had just finished washing her hands. Miki smiled, revealing a row of sparse teeth, and began babbling in baby talk. Translated, it meant she wanted to change her own diaper herself, but ended up failing to tear it off. Looking at Miki, who was about to lunge at me again. Then, speaking gently and softly while leading Miki into the bedroom restroom, I roared at O2 to go get clothes. After much effort, I finally got her into new clothes and repeatedly admonished her to sit properly. She felt she was the most sensible, best-smelling, and favorite little baby of Big Brother Ken-chan in the entire world. Little brother Hina next to her slowly raised his hand and covered his nose. Questioning in baby talk, Hina coldly retorted, "You smell so bad." "Clearly I am the most sensible Miki," she protested in a fit of pique. Hina let out a chirp. When I came back, the 2 of them were arguing fiercely. She immediately took the initiative to file a complaint. "He said I smell." Hina just wept silently without a word. Not understanding the cause and effect, I only saw Miki seeming to cry Hina with her smell. I grabbed the squawking child and dragged her back to the restroom to scrub her from head to toe. After all this commotion, by the time Ten-chan woke up from her nap, she found herself being pushed by me. In the distance came the sounds of hustle and bustle she had never heard before. I smiled and opened the sunshade. "You woke up just in time." I picked Ten-chan up. The crisp, moist sea breeze blew against us. Ten-chan bounced and jumped excitedly in my arms. Turning around, I started chatting about business with island owner Ms. Minami. I had only seen Ms. Minami once, a lady wearing a smoke gray custom suit, polite yet aloof. Before long, the other parents arrived with their children as well, all eagerly stretching out their hands to ask for hugs. Just as I was thinking this, a mobile Miki suddenly darted out from behind and hugged my left foot. Rin, running right behind, hugged my right foot. The 2 little ones looked extremely provocative toward the group of crawlers. The crawling children were grinding their teeth in anger. "Don't be smug!" Yet I was deeply gratified, as this showed that Ken-chan was truly good to the children. Right at that moment, island owner Ms. Minami's gaze pierced right through all the children and locked onto me. With a hint of curiosity, she directly asked Ren, "I seem to have heard that there is a magical boy in your early childhood department." Ren was stunned for a moment. Yes, the children all like him very much, and they listen to him especially well. Ms. Minami nodded. That group of little ones, like a pack of soft, glutinous Samoyeds, happily lunged into my arms. Far from making her frown, this babbling commotion instead caused a trace of gentleness to bloom among the brows of her cold face. She stood quietly by the European-style staircase, like a medieval oil painting. Yet watching the children playing on the sofa and me being surrounded in the middle with chuckles, a trace of nostalgia appeared on her face. Then she gently bowed slightly. "Forgive me for neglecting everyone due to some old memories." She then warmly suggested, "Everyone is free to stroll around." Surprisingly, Miki didn't stay behind to play and obediently followed the main group away. Only I and a bunch of little heads hanging from my shoulders were left in the hall. I squeezed in and pinched them, making the little ones laugh with gales of "wows." I curiously looked around this hall, which rivaled a European ancient castle. Who had the time to buy an island and fly all the way here every year just to look at the ocean for a few days? I racked my brains and finally came to only one conclusion. Perhaps Ms. Minami just had too much money to burn. Before we knew it, it was noon, and the roads at the entrance were glaringly hot under the sun. Seeing me poking my head out by the window, the butler advised, "It is not recommended to go outside at this time. This road could strip the soles right off your shoes." Yet, to my utter surprise, the next second Kenji braved the blazing sun to go out and look pretty. Misaki couldn't dissuade him, no matter how hard she tried. The assistants dragged heavy bags of luggage and arrived on a sightseeing cart. The butler witnessed my defection the whole way, thinking this Eastern metaphysics had really gone too far. Ms. Minami's hospitality left no room for fault. Not only had she long assigned rooms based on the arriving conditions, but even the parenting specialist were paired two to a room. Ms. Minami seemed to notice my peculiarity and unexpectedly assigned me a room alone, and even O2 got its own room. Just as everyone was busy tidying up their luggage, Takeshi had already enthusiastically hugged Misaki and asked Ms. Minami for a beach buggy to go sunbathe, still wanting to carry Titan-chan away before leaving so she could see the ocean one step earlier. As a result, Misaki's words, "A daughter's life is also a life," directly stopped the child. Thus, Zaihan was abandoned without hesitation by her parents and landed in my arms once more. As I was teasing Titan-chan, I looked up. Instead, she walked toward me with a smile. When she got close, she even picked up Titan-chan in her arms and took the initiative to start a conversation. Titan-chan was instantly dumbfounded. "Big brother Ken-chan, how could you sacrifice me?" A flash of surprise crossed Ms. Minami's face, followed by a chuckle. "I am just very envious that so many children like you." As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly caught Hina, who was about to fall, and steadily placed him on my lap. Yet Hina didn't even look at his savior, clinging affectionately to my chest and stubbornly squeezing Titan-chan out of her spot. Listening to Miss Minami's envy, I internally complained. "Big sister, I'm the one who envies you for having so much money at such a young age." Yet on my lips I could only make up, "Just pure luck, they happen to like me too." Miss Minami actually laughed, her eyes narrowing in complete agreement. She was surprised that I was still a minor because my posture in holding children was far too practiced. I could only offer a dry laugh. "It just means I look a bit more mature." Yet Ms. Minami was more than happy to chat with me, every 3 sentences revolving around children. I seized the opportunity to pull over crawling Suzu Asami and casually remarked, "It seems you really like children, madam." Ms. Minami nodded gently, though the smile on her lips restrained significantly as she quietly spat out 3 words. "I do like them very much." I immediately sensed that Ms. Minami's emotions were off, so I instantly wanted to change the subject. I targeted Miki, who wanted to keep poking her younger sister. "Miki, you need to play in a way that both of you like. Your sister doesn't like being poked by you." Only then did she honestly nod. But Ms. Minami beside me suddenly spoke up. "Her family name is Duo? Is she Sanguiji's daughter?" "Yeah," I asked, without thinking. Ms. Minami smiled and didn't pursue it further. "She's built quite solidly." Yet my heart skipped a beat internally. This child had been harmed by the Duo family back then and ended up hospitalized for days. I had to take her for checkups every few days. Just as Ms. Minami wanted to ask something more, I snapped straight up and stood abruptly. I placed the 3 children from my arms onto the sofa, and without looking back asked Ms. Minami to keep an eye on them. I headed straight for a child with a flushed red face. "Where's the restroom?" I scooped the child up. The butler immediately stepped forward to lead the way, and I jogged along, terrified of being a second too late before an accident happened. Turns out this little darling had her blanket snatched by her biological father last night, and caught a serious chill in her tummy. "Tonight, I'm definitely bringing this precious baby to sleep in my room. Zzz." In the blink of an eye, the expanse between sea and sky turned magnificent. Every evening, Ms. Minami would come to watch this sunset alone, with bodyguards watching from afar, terrified she might do something rash one day. This island welcomed its first batch of guests, completely breaking its quiet solitude. Except for the few who could walk, all the children were pushed down to the seaside in strollers. Rin arrived at the beach and actually didn't dare step on the sand. Her father, full of mischief, scooped her straight into the shallow water, causing her legs to kick wildly into the air a moment later while wailing loudly. She desperately cried out, "Daddy, help!" Then she cried out, "Big Brother Ken-chan, save me!" I instantly went blind, terrified my wide-toothed grin would be discovered. O2 on the side was about to cry from anxiety. It couldn't touch water. I pulled a packaging bag out of my bag. "O2, this is your gift." O2 turned around with a crying tone. "What do you mean giving me a garbage bag? Are you saying I'm trash?" I slapped the plastic contraption directly onto it. "I didn't even need to bother with you. Here's your custom water-resistant suit." O2 looked down at the thick, transparent rubber and muttered under its breath. The sun had baked the beach all day, and the seawater was lukewarm, almost burning to the soles of the feet, while Rin was still being dangled in the air by her dad. The child's body is flexible, meaning she was like praying to Buddha, hoping her dad's conscience would awaken and let her go. But she didn't know yet that her dad had no conscience. Children who wail at a single poke are the most fun. This batch of parents is truly impossible to worry about. Big Brother Ken-chan is still the easiest to manage. Ten-chan next to them wasn't as noisy, being held cozily under the armpits by Ren. When made to step on the sand, Ten-chan's fair and chubby little feet obediently pressed onto the sandy ground. Having never walked before, her little feet felt the sensation of rough gravel mixed with seawater, startling Ten-chan's cute face into a sudden expression change. She strained her head back to look at her own feet, the folds of her double chin stretching out while her toes gripped the sand tightly. Ren caught sight of it. "Are you helping your mom build a villa down there?" As he spoke, he lowered Ten-chan a bit more until her feet were buried in the sand, child. Ten-chan was left speechless for a moment after hearing that. Waves washed over the beach in succession. Perhaps sensing there were children present, the seawater was remarkably gentle. Hina wore a set of little Superman swim trunks with a cartoon cape on the back, just like wings. He was the boldest among this group of kids and acted spoiled, wanting to go down and play. The young fellow's big eyes were full of curiosity. How could a ruler like me ever refuse? I gave in to Hina's coaxing, though even as I let him crawl on all fours, my hand still loosely cradled his body. Who would have thought this child was truly unafraid? When the gentle waves washed up, he even reached out to grab at them. I told O1 to keep a close eye on Hina. I turned around to hand a gift to the lonely little pity case. O2. Finding that Hina was clutching a small fish in his hand, panic showed on his face, but he didn't let go. His tiny hand tightly pinched the fish's tail as he sat on the ground, looking at me at a complete loss. Both sides were like a blind cat running into a dead mouse. The fish wriggled slightly in his hand, and both sides were extremely tense. The little one was too cute. Instead of rescuing any baby or fish, I whipped out my phone and snapped a photo. The exposed skin of Hina sitting in the frame glowed white. His expression was bewildered and blank, and though his posture was tense, he couldn't help being overwhelmingly cute. Clenching a little fish in his hand, the corners of my own mouth unconsciously twitched into an involuntary smile, revealing my newly sprouted little milk teeth. Big Brother. Miki spotted me taking pictures from afar and wanted to show off her own trophy too. I looked at the twisted, soft object in her claws that closely resembled a tiny octopus. Keep it a bit further away. Hearing this, Miki obediently stopped in her tracks, looking up at me with pitifully aggrieved eyes. Big Brother. My face turned a kaleidoscope of colors. Since childhood, I've had a phobia of soft-bodied creatures, with Octopus-san being the only exception. But when I saw Miki's expression, whether fake or genuinely aggrieved, it still scared me into making a decision that went against my own nature. Whatever my little treasure gives me, of course I love it. But you don't have to walk all the way here, little treasure. Let me keep it for you. Come let Big Brother see. I squeezed out a death smile, feeling like my smile was completely fake. But Miki was too used to my smiles. No matter how fake my smile was, she would take it for real. So she beamed with renewed joy, the little claws in her hand clutching the small octopus as she hopped over to show me. Inside, I was roaring in agony, so adorably considerate that she gave me an ultra close-up view, thankfully because she wasn't tall. Hold it further away, thank you. Happily making happy sounds, Miki's happiness cheered her up. As if receiving encouragement, she ran around the whole beach with her precious little octopus, sharing it with everyone. The parents out playing wouldn't ruin a child's fun and showered her with praise, pumping Miki full of driving energy. Before long, she clipped on another octopus and came over even more happily to show me. My face momentarily turned exceptionally colorful. This farce ended because she was too terrified the octopus would run away, so she pinched its claws way too tightly. This little darling sat on the ground, and under O2's instigation, buried the octopus in the sand, crying earth-shatteringly while mourning her octopus sister. On the surface, I put on a deeply pained and regretful expression, putting on an act to comfort Miki. In this world, all good things must come to an end. Even though she didn't understand, this was her first lesson. While inside, I was laughing my head off. If my conscience hadn't gotten the better of me, I would have already started plotting against the deceased's daughter. The first octopus Miki caught ended up running away anyway. Children don't know that creatures like octopuses can scale walls and crawl across ceilings. Finding the bucket empty, Fu Xiaobao hugged her small bucket and couldn't cry anymore. I'm broken. I'm truly broken. My wish had succeeded, but I didn't dare look too gleeful. I walked slowly along the shoreline, keeping her company to catch other small fish. At that moment, the butler delivered a large net to keep Xiaobao happy. I plunged the large net deep into the seawater. As the water washed fish and shrimp through, as long as they weren't extremely tiny, they had no way of escaping. Seeing the plentiful harvest, she bounced up and down at the edge. Big brother is amazing! Rin finally escaped her dad's clutches and saw Miki and me messing around with something. Her tear stains were still there, but her mouth had already formed an O. Her small eyes and little lips both rounded as she watched eagerly. I was never one to turn these children down anyway. So I slammed the net down onto the sand, letting the seawater wash back and forth through it for a few rounds. Once there was almost no sand left in the net, I had the two little ones behind me clear some space and gave it a mighty heave. The fishing net trembled in place, the edges fluttering slightly without moving an inch. I gathered my internal energy and successfully hoisted the net out of the sand, kicking up a huge cloud of sand mixed with water. A real man is inherently strong. I scattered the contents of the net bag all over the ground and swept my hand with supreme arrogance. Behold, this is the realm I have conquered for you all. Pick whatever you like. Fu Xiaobao gave full emotional value, letting out an exaggerated, textbook-style wow, big brother. She bounced up and down on the beach with her bare little feet, and Rin bounced right along with her. But she hadn't learned that many words yet and blurted out in confusion. Unlike Miki with her endless ox-like strength, who was still full of energy after playing for so long, she raised her little hands high in place. I squatted down with satisfaction, thinking that since I rule over these treasures as their treasure king. So I picked up a snail and motioned for the two little treasures to come over. The trap door on this looks just like a cat's eye, revealing a pair of innocent eyes, unpolluted by knowledge, smiling purely. Teaching this now is a bit early, I said on my lips, while mysteriously fishing out another cat-eye snail and beckoning to the two little ones. Rin and Miki both crowded over nervously, leaning in to look. I pinched the lid of the cat-eye snail and squeezed hard, and the water inside squirted all over Miki's face. Rubbing her little face with her hand, she mumbled in her mouth, "Big brother." Rin witnessed the whole thing, but her reaction time couldn't keep up as another cat-eye snail in my hand launched a male-style attack against her. It was small, but she was shoved back as if by some divine force, landing flat on her bottom on the ground. Having taken a spill on her bottom, she was still pinching her own little face. Failing due to a lack of vocabulary, she meowed for a long time before managing her second word, which she'd learned from Miki anyway. I grew even more satisfied. Teasing kids is all about hearing their soft, milky bristling, followed by hearing them call you bad. I was living for it. What difference is there from a little cat? Why are these little brats so much fun to provoke? Thus, from then on, I abandoned the milk-drinking literature and entered the far more authoritative cute toddler channel. The two little treasures each grabbed a small bucket. The two children held buckets while I scooped up seafood. Rin even took a bite, let go, and clapped for me with rapid smacking sounds. Clap, 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 clap. After she picked up her bucket, its bottom had moved a grand total of 5 centimeters. Finished clapping, she squatted down one by one to pick up the small fish scattered from the net. Actually, for this height, standing up and squatting down had practically no difference. They were both just bundles of meowing, wailing little snot noses. She was so cute that I took a tiger step forward, called her Little Treasure, scooped her up by the waist, and spun her around in the air. My actions were completely baffling, but have you ever heard of cute aggression? How much longer will humans be controlled by cute things? Can cute things just rule the world already? Rin, as if triggering some underlying code, lost her footing and sat right down on the ground. Blockheadedly, she turned her head to look at me for a moment, babbling a string of nonsense like, "Big brother, hi. I guess the main thing she was trying to express was probably something like, "Big brother, hold me up high." Miki heard this from nearby, raised her hand as well, and shouted openly and very loudly. So I bent down and scooped her up for a spin, too. Fu Xiaobao was lifted up to spin around the world. Hina, who had been nearby stepping in the water and picking up small stones, noticed and ran over acting spoiled, asking to be carried too. For the third time, I scooped up the little one and spun him around, drawing bright and crisp laughter from Hina. Seeing a free washing machine spin-dry cycle in action, Ten-chan was drawn over as well. So for the fourth time, I bent down and scooped her up, and then I realized even O2 awkwardly shuffled over, stretching out its thunderous steel arms toward me and saying it wanted to be carried. Why did I end up doing over 20 rounds of this? By the end, the kids weren't even dizzy. Clutching my head, I felt a bit dizzy myself, sat straight down on the ground, and declared I wouldn't carry anyone else no matter what. They would just twist around me and beg. Those who couldn't speak would act spoiled using baby talk. Those who were shy about acting spoiled would suddenly nuzzle up to my cheek and give a soft smack of a kiss. That single kiss nearly brought me back to full health with a full battery and full charge. But I simply lay back and pretended not to hear. The children would climb all over me. Some lay across my hands, others cushioned by my arms, basically forming a tangled pile of fleshy little round bodies all over the floor. The sun went down completely, and the continuous blowing of the sea breeze and evening wind made it feel even cooler. The butler had someone bring over clean, large bath towels, and it felt much warmer. This kind of weather, neither too cold nor too hot, was truly suited for having a bonfire barbecue by the sea. But after playing so intensely during the twilight, both adults and children were lingeringly tired, lacking any real spirit or mood. Having lived this long, other than in a bathtub, they had never seen this much water. Exploring the world is always tiring. One by one, the children were carried by their parents or parenting specialists. When taking the sightseeing cart back, they either draped over or nestled in an adult's embrace. Tiny little things letting out soft snores, sleeping so soundly that I felt bad about waking them up. But children had sand grains from their toenails right up into their hair. Washing them clean without waking them up was nearly impossible. If 80% of the children woke up and cried, a dozen kids shouting in unison would have a destructive power no less than an 18-tier tsunami. Fortunately, I was there. The children were placed into the bathtubs, one by one. 08 had prepared the reclining supports in the large bathtub beforehand, one dream radish for every single hole. Some of the babies woke up the moment they entered the water. The water slightly lapped at her chest, and looking at her appearance, it felt like a wave of suffocation, opening her mouth ready to cry. The moment she managed to open her eyes, she saw me patting her little belly. The puckered little mouth twitched a bit. Then she gave a couple of sniffling whimpers and abandoned the effort. Because the showerheads here didn't have baby settings, they didn't dare use the showerhead to wash the children, instead taking small pitchers to pour water over them little by little. Just watching it made things feel ticklish. The more water was poured on Miki, the happier she got, laughing with every splash. As for Ten-chan, whenever water splashed on her, she would stick out her little tongue to lick it. I turned around and asked for a bottle of water. Rin was sleeping soundly and smelling wonderfully sweet, lying there completely undefended with a glowing red complexion. I gave this group of children who had jumped into mud puddles a thorough scrub all over. The bottom of the bathtub was full of sand grains. I even found a small fish and a small shrimp that must have gotten caught in some baby's clothes and carried inside. After a whole day of playing outside, once they got home, sat down and lay down, they couldn't get back up anymore, and that went for the adults too. They hadn't felt sleepy originally, but after having this soft, soothing bath to wash everything down, sleepiness caught up to them. Furthermore, fearing they might have used too much energy today and wake up with sore little limbs tomorrow, I gave each of them a massage. This made them even sleepier. The little babies slept quite obediently, completely without crying or making a fuss. Diligently, I carried the babies and made doorstep deliveries. I even thoughtfully told every parent that if they cried in the middle of the night, they could call me. When it truly hit the middle of the night, I wasn't happy anymore. If I do say so myself, these are all babies trained by my own hands. Not a single child wailed with ghost-like cries when they woke up crying at midnight. They all just let out soft whimpering sounds like little kitten cubs, with a volume just loud enough for the sound detector to pick up and then notify me. There were no sound detectors on this side, but there were manual detectors. Falling asleep fast at night was simply because they were tired. The early childhood department had luxurious conditions, and the pampered children could sense it immediately when their sleeping environment changed. What every parent probably had in their hearts was just one sentence. Xiao Chen, please give Xiao Chen a raise. I truly can't survive without him. Two parents carrying a softly crying child walked like walking dead, helplessly trying to find their way before accidentally bumping into each other in the corridor. Parent A, what a coincidence. What are you waiting around for? Don't know the way. Which room does Xiao Chen stay in? The two of them teamed up, carrying the softly crying child, and hurriedly felt their way toward my corridor. Then they bumped straight into Parent C coming from the opposite direction. Parent C had the expression of someone whose confidant had become a severe threat, but who had just successfully resolved that severe threat. Seeing them arrive, she even gave a yawn and greeted them, "Here to drop off a kid too?" I pushed my sleeping mask up onto my forehead, bristling with a messy mop of hair, feeling as though my entire person exuded a sense of utter powerlessness. I sat numbly in the middle of the room, wrapping both hands around my knees and resting my head against them, acting lazy and sleepy-eyed. I was even too lazy to close the bedroom door, staring blankly at the children still multiplying across the bed. Whatever, forget it. Thinking to myself, none of you need to sleep anymore. Soon after, the night grew quiet enough for me to hear my own heartbeat, along with the shallow breathing of several cute little treasures next to me. The little babies abandoned their parents, coming full circle only to land on my bed once again. Teary-eyed from crying, they squinted to confirm that I was indeed their big brother Ken-chan, then rolled over and closed their eyes to sleep. Rolled over. Miki, right behind me, suddenly started poking my back. "Big brother, your eyes are awake." Her skin, white as tofu, glowed faintly in the blue night. Relieved. I was speechless. Wouldn't it be agonizing having someone stare at you while you sleep in the middle of the night? Just as I was thinking this, Fu Xiaobao leaned over with her eyes closed and gave a smack of a kiss, bringing along a milky scent. "Big brother, sleep nicely, okay?" So soft, so sweet, I couldn't help but sigh. Baby, you truly are a little egg tart. The fun and stimulation from playing during the day made some children fall asleep at night. Squinting to check my phone, I saw it was only a little past 6. Next to me, Miki had already fallen asleep crookedly, her foot propped up on Rin's face, probably dreaming of eating some good food. I pinched her little face. Unconsciously, she parted her little lips, and her soft little tongue stretched out to suck on the air twice. Resigning myself to my fate, I straightened her out. I was just wondering why there was a feeling of suffocation in my dream. The bed was completely covered in children brought over by their parents, who even brought their own little blankets along. So they genuinely just put them down and left. Wherever there was empty space, they placed them there. Throughout this night, I didn't dare pull the blankets over myself, afraid that the ox-like strength of dreaming me would give a mighty yank and sweep a whole bed of children right onto the floor. Hina curled up right beside me, his tiny hand clutching a strand of my hair, yet he remained completely quiet and well-behaved, as if afraid of hurting me. Laying back down, the moment my head touched the pillow, I was out. Day had fully broken, and I found myself locked in a stare with 6 eyes. How did this feel just like the thunderous giant octopus from my dreams before? Flanking both my cheeks were 2 little heads, and draped across my chest was another. They were Rin. Titan-chan was hungry. She didn't cry or make a fuss much. Fortunately, she met me, her baby soulmate. With a single grunt from her, I knew what she wanted to express. Otherwise, who knows if she'd starve to death one day without anyone noticing. Rin and Miki, left and right, blinked their large eyes and stared right at me, their long eyelashes fluttering against my face. Big brother. Miki only dared to squeak once she saw I was awake. Stinky! Hearing this, my eyes snapped wide open, and with a start, I realized the babies had grown right off the bed and onto the floor. Miki proudly puffed out her little chest. "You can carry them, oh. The little younger brothers and sisters are too small." Miki nodded. Then, with a carp-like leap, I scooped up Rin and rushed straight to the bathroom. Rin bounced around in my arms, her little hands grabbing tightly at the collar of my pajamas. The parents didn't leisurely stroll down from upstairs. until the sun was 4 poles high. The butler properly arranged everything, including my request to place a few extra beds in my room since these children wouldn't sleep with their parents. The butler was left lost in admiration, but without saying much, he immediately had people move them in. After finishing a meal that was neither early nor late, he politely apologized, then suggested visiting the underground aquarium, reasoning that since they were all pastimes and the kids weren't usually taken out much, they had never seen it before. It was a magnificent private aquarium, and everyone readily agreed. Since they had tossed the kids onto me last night and left them be, they all came over now to ask if we were doing okay and offer warm regards. I smiled and said, "No crying, no fuss. They just take up quite a bit of my bed space." So today the butler put 4 beds together to form a giant bed where I could roll around 3 times over. No matter, this was what I earned through hard work. Where else would a country bumpkin like me ever witness such extravagance? Together, we took the elevator underground, and a wave of cool air hit us right in the face. The children who could speak all let out a wow. Miki shot out like a tiny rocket. I didn't even manage to grab her, so I could only helplessly tell her to run slower. Rin immediately followed her lead in a second wave charge. What greeted our eyes was a massive arched glass room, with a 4-meter-high ceiling sparkling with colorful ripples from the sea above. It felt like we had stepped inside a glass bottle placed at the bottom of the sea, with the luminescent blue sea light washing over everyone's faces, while the children stared without even blinking. Ten-chan couldn't even make facial expressions anymore, her large eyes darting to every single thing, completely unable to take it all in. A giant manta ray swam right along the edge of the glass, straight over their heads. The children tilted their necks upward, babbling things adults couldn't understand to their parents. If they didn't cry or fuss, raising kids was quite a fun thing. The fathers and mothers were also happy to tease them. O2 followed the young miss every step of the way. Seeing Ten-chan staring at the manta ray overhead, it began introducing it to her. "Young miss, being able to serve the young miss is my fortune. Young miss, are you also fond of me the most?" Finding it noisy, Ten-chan casually swatted at it while in Ren's embrace. Oh, such a dramatic performance. Thunder and dew are both imperial grace. This humble subject will never shrink from death. Ten-chan was left speechless, thinking to herself how she could make this iron chunk shut its mouth. Ren, on the other hand, was amused to the point of splitting into a grin. The moment Ten-chan saw me drifting past her, she immediately stretched out her little hands. Ren, whose back was hurting from holding her for a while, handed Ten-chan right over to me. Ten-chan thought she could finally get a serious look at some fish. Instead, she was carried by me at a leisurely stroll right up to the glass, seeing a white, enormous fish, huge, many times larger than her, open a thunderous maw right in front of her, scaring the poor baby so badly she gave a violent shudder, instantly getting so terrified her mouth puckered downward into a crying shape. I was still standing off to the side, gloating and adding fuel to the fire. "Why aren't you crying?" "Well, 2 kids who could play together." Since she wasn't yet skilled at controlling her emotions, she finally let out the WA of a cry that fulfilled my wish. Crying away, she subconsciously burrowed against me, crying while drilling inward, her voice completely muffled. Inside, I felt 6 parts amused and 1 part guilty, quickly patting her. There was a conveyor belt on the ground so people didn't have to walk. I placed the now tearless Ten-chan onto the platform to drift along with the moving belt. The view here was exceptional. Nearby and distant fish swam about leisurely, clearly long accustomed to this strange glass, glimmering like crushed gold and silver on the surface of the sea at sunset. Right at this moment, O9 had brought the 2 walking children and all the others running up to the front. Suzu Asami and I lagged behind in the middle, while the adults were all not far behind. I happened to overhear Ms. Manami speaking. My husband just liked it. There was no particular emotion in her voice, sounding as though she were stating something completely unrelated to herself. It seemed some parent was chatting casually and asking how many staff members daily maintenance took for such a large aquarium. She also said she rarely came here in her everyday life, but with so many people and so much laughter, it had already been worth it. At first, I didn't understand what on earth she meant. The day was still young, and we finally had some free time. Ren pulled me into his own room. Afraid I might accidentally offend something, he decided he still needed to talk to me about it. Anyway, this wasn't any kind of secret. In her early years, Ms. Manami and her husband were deeply in tune with each other, sharing a wonderfully affectionate marriage not long after tying the knot. Her husband was a war zone journalist. Though he stopped flying around the world after getting married, he ultimately couldn't sit still, or rather, he couldn't shut his eyes. It was also his resolve after seeing the devastation left in the wake of the flames of war. Someone needed to tell the whole world about the cruelty and despair, the tears and fresh blood right here. The moment he stepped foot into the battlefield, that responsibility rested firmly on his shoulders. Every year, Nanyu would donate multiple huge sums of money to relevant global organizations, hoping to do her humble bit to help her husband fulfill his wish. But the phrase world peace was far too difficult to achieve. Mr. He did not get to see his wish come true. On the battlefield, bullets have no eyes. No matter how capable the people Nanyu sent out were, it was extremely difficult to constantly protect anyone on the front line. Mr. He was struck by an artillery shell while trying to save a young girl. He didn't even make it alive to the hospital. Upon receiving the news, Nanyu dropped everything and rushed thousands of miles over. That place suffered from perpetual warfare, making airplane travel extremely dangerous, but no one could stop her. Her hair turned white overnight over a bag of blood-stained film rolls. She wept to the point of fainting right before her husband's bed at the time, and that bag of film was ultimately handed over in full by Nanyu. As Ren recalled, he wasn't married back then, and photographs from the war zones swept across the internet like a tidal wave. Families like theirs tacitly chose not to buy advertisements back then, but silently added fuel to the fire instead. They didn't want to provoke the madwoman of the Nan family. The fire eventually burned fiercely, fierce enough to consume the flames of war ravaging the battlefield. During that period, the actions of that madwoman of the Nan family, though high in a sense of justice and extremely influential socially, yielded no tangible benefits. Some short-sighted scumbag, in order to force him into handing over the control of the Nan family, had Nanyu's second uncle kidnap her daughter. Knowing full well that her daughter was now her lifeline, she would definitely agree to anything to ensure the child's safety. Too many things were illegal domestically, so he had the person smuggled abroad, treating her with fine food and drink all the way, while simply telling her that her second uncle was taking her abroad to play. Who could have expected that the plane would crash along the way? The flames of war swallowed her loved one, and the ocean buried her child. Didn't they say good is rewarded with good? So why do good people not meet a good end? He had known Mr. He. Afterwards, the Nan family was practically turned upside down by Ms. Minami. After a lapse of many years, she became the polite and gentle Ms. Minami of today. This island was perhaps the home she hoped for. If she hadn't brought so many children here this time, she might not have let us come either. The girl elder sister he saved on the battlefield didn't survive. Otherwise, she might have adopted her, which was why she grew so fond of children later on. Ren added, "Ms. Minami said she really envies you, right?" Listening to this, the corners of my mouth couldn't manage to pull off my usual fake smile. At that moment, I thought inside, I actually envy her for having a connection to children, because if she also had that connection, her daughter would have been by her side, and the girl saved by her husband wouldn't have died either. She wouldn't harbor resentment toward children. Even if that child was traded for her husband's life, it was a life her husband was willing to trade. My brain, corrupted by reading too many novels, could only jump to the conclusion at the time that Ms. Minami was just suffering from heartbreak. But if it truly was as I suspected, at first, I was very curious about Ms. Minami's story, but I also felt truly sorry to hear all of this. It's my fault too for making you sad as well. Ren gently stroked my head, casually wiping away the tear at the corner of my eye. Xiao Chen, Mr. He probably wouldn't like others to feel sad when talking about him, and neither would Ms. Minami. The seaside bonfire barbecue arrived fashionably late. The children had nothing they could eat. Saliva dripped down from the corners of every single child's mouth for a long time. I teased them. Your mouths even come with silver necklaces attached. Miki, on the other hand, managed to eat a little bit, chewing clumsily with her few tiny milk teeth for a long time. Her saliva was almost about to soak the fish meat to life before she even chewed out any real flavor. I picked out even smaller pieces for her, deliberately eating with great relish right in front of the older brothers and sisters. Eating such a deliciously fragrant barbecue in front of a group of children who couldn't eat it was practically a crime. Evening had already fallen. No matter how plentiful things were, they brought back quite a few bags of island seafood. The babies had harvested quite a few treasures over the past 2 days. Hina picked up a whole pocket full of colorful small stones and seashells, things that glittered and shone. absolutely unable to put them down. I stealthily slipped him a pink diamond about half the size of his fist, which was just right to hold and play with in his palm. I even instructed Hina to hide it away nicely. As a result, Hina turned around and immediately showed it to me, opening his little hand. I saw that he had a diamond the size of an eyeball in his hand. Might as well pop my eyes out too and shove this diamond right into them. That should be just about right. Miki was still hung up on her octopus brother, so later on she also picked up some other small fish and shrimp. With professionals keeping an eye on her fish and shrimp, many of them hadn't even died by the time we left. Rin had her worldview ground down for a few days, falling in love with splashing in the water on the beach, and said she wanted to take a bottle of sand back with her. It was time to leave after all. Several batches of private jets departed one after another. Nan-Yu stood on high ground, watching the distant black dots. The setting sun sank lazily, piling up along the edge of the sky. O2 crashed again. Third time's the charm. It directly dropped its full name and gave up trying. It buckled its own seatbelt. Then it pushed its seat all the way down to flat and lay there peacefully with its hands crossed over its abdomen, looking completely serene. Tilting its head to look at me as I properly settled the babies, it said, "Help me shut down. Remember to turn me back on later." Without even turning my head, I buttoned up Hina's clothes. O2 argued reasonably. "How is this any different from falling on your own sword? Have you no heart? Making it dig out its own heart. How truly ruthless. Then I'll come shut you down myself," I said, stepping forward and turning around to head over. This instead pulled the alarm bells in O2's mind. It defensively crossed its hands over its chest, looking completely untrusting. "Why did you agree to my request so readily? You aren't going to turn me off and never turn me back on again, are you?" I was left speechless. Just as O2 thought I was going to say something human and offer it some comfort and encouragement, I spoke up. "Turning you off is a blessing." O2 was speechless. It had truly wasted an entire chest full of rising emotions for nothing. I half bent down, flipped O2's upper body over by half a circle, and popped open the cover on its back. O2's expressive face gradually faded until it finally turned into a black screen at a certain moment. Both the children and adults had worn themselves out playing these past few days. Ren, in particular, announced not long after boarding the plane that he was going to take a nap. I carried her to the bed in the second bedroom. Teng-chan had fallen asleep too, even though she couldn't run or eat much over the past few days. Her mother had tossed her into a walker, forcing her to rely entirely on her two chubby legs to kick hard wherever she wanted to go. Because Suzu Asami had said she promised to bring her here for a vacation. So she just threw her into the walker, which was super convenient since nobody had to carry or push her around. That completely exhausted her these past few days, but her legs had gotten much stronger too. Even dreaming in the middle of the night, she dreamt of pedaling her walker. One kick landed right on Miki's bottom, waking her up. Miki pitifully nuzzled closer into my arms. Then, the next morning, she got up to file a complaint. "This concubine wishes to report." Only little Hina baby remained awake, but aside from acting spoiled toward me, he just quietly sat by himself, playing with those colorful stones and seashells. On this huge private jet, the only moving, speaking living creatures left were the pilot and me, but I couldn't go chat with the pilot. Lacking O2's occasional antics, it really was a bit too quiet. Bored, I sat down next to Hina and tidied up his hair. Hina stopped looking at his stones, raised his chubby little face. Having played on the island these past 2 days, no matter how good the sun protection was, he had inevitably gotten a bit tanned. Hina blinked his obedient eyes and smiled sweetly at me, letting me fiddle with his hair. The movements of my hands grew increasingly practiced, almost smoothing down those few stray cowlicks on Hina's head. "So boring." Hearing the sound, Hina tilted his head up to look at me, softly babbling to ask, "Why aren't you happy?" She pointed at someone and said it was because some people standing like that didn't get tired. How was this supposed to make me happy? Hina furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment. "Big brother, don't be unhappy. I can teach big sister Miki." I kindly stroked his head. "But big brother is afraid you'll end up unhappy too." Hina shook his head firmly. "Big brother, I want to try." He and Miki vividly gave me a lesson in biological diversity. He stood there holding a crumpled piece of paper in despair. "Big brother Ken-chan, I'm sorry, I won't teach anymore." His soft, milky face was filled with utter disbelief. I taught Big Sister how to write numbers, and she drew a flower instead. Hina looked at me with deep worry. Big Sister Miki couldn't possibly be a fool, right? Ah, I said, your big sister Miki isn't stupid. Just as we were talking, Miki suddenly pushed the door open, though who knew how much she had eavesdropped on from outside the door. My face paused for a moment, and I reminded her from a standpoint of reasoning. Next time, don't eavesdrop outside other people's doors, okay? Miki had a look on her face as if her mouth wanted to pout, but she held it back for the sake of her pride. Miki tried to maintain her authority with a face so cute it made you want to steal her keys. Seeing her reminded Hina of that frustrating 08 with glasses, so he deliberately went against her wishes. You want me to go out, so I'm just going to go out? Miki maintained her cold face for another second. I'm begging you. A paper tiger was actually acting spoiled. Hina, holding that piece of paper, had already backed away halfway. So he secretly slipped it back into the hood of Miki's sweatshirt. He didn't have the heart to take it back and keep suffering from frustration. I had originally been sprawled out across the sofa in an X shape, scrolling through my phone. At this point, Miki was looking at me all eagerly, so I had no choice but to sit up and gesture for her to come closer. Keeping her head lowered, she pinched the zipper of her jacket with her small hand, raising her eyes to look at me from time to time. Is something making you unhappy? Miki pondered her little face for a bit, didn't make a sound, and pumped herself up internally. I have plenty of patience. I looked at her quietly and peacefully, just as I did with every single child. Big brother, do you dislike me? She finally managed to burp out, after almost holding her breath to death. Her face turned slightly red, and she lowered her gaze, not daring to look at me. Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow high, in no rush to confirm or deny. Whose rumor is that? Miki was still wearing a pair of little shark slippers on her feet, looking both cute and adorable. Though her outward reputation might not be great, she herself was a very cute kid. I nodded. When did I ever raise a Pinocchio? I had once told them the story of Pinocchio, a little wooden puppet whose nose would grow whenever he told a lie. At the time, I deliberately scared them. Your nose will grow longer the more lies you tell. The row of babies sitting on small stools below were so startled, they quickly covered their noses and began silently repenting. This was obviously fake. Yet they didn't dare not believe it. Rin actually believed it, clinging to my leg and crying hard. That day, a patch of ground got wet, and when I asked her what happened, it turned out she had peed her pants. It wasn't that she wanted a drink in the middle of the night and accidentally leaked it onto her clothes. Back then, I had to strain my arms red just to nod without changing my expression. Then I slowly added, that's a fairy tale, and fairy tales are mostly made up. Rin lingered beside my lap, subconsciously and pitifully picking up her little head, hanging that look on her face. Her eyes and nose were red, her little mouth parting unconsciously. Only then did she have a sudden realization, throwing a small, huffy fit of anger. Big brother Ken-chan, you're teasing me again. I laughed so hard my mouth couldn't close. Rin, feeling both angry and embarrassed, turned her back, sat cross-legged on the ground with her head down, and puffed herself up into a steamed bun of anger. With a mighty effort, I hoisted her onto my lap to sit and coaxed her good-naturedly. Even if you don't play with me, I'll still play with you. So scary. Even though I had explicitly stated at the end that the fairy tale was fake, they had still learned something from it. Saying she was Pinocchio meant saying she was a bad child, so Miki panicked. I'm not. Then I pushed the logic back to her. So you didn't lie? Miki nodded. The rumor is something you spread. Miki listened seriously and nodded again. But you spoke a rumor, which means you lied. Miki instinctively rushed to deny it, but she got caught up in my chain of truths and falsehoods, her mind stuck in maximum loading mode. I just quietly watched her talk to herself right there, repeating it over and over, her brows wrinkling tighter the more she muttered. So your statement that I don't like you is wrong. Big brother likes you very much. By the time Miki's little brain finally figured it out, she realized she had been scooped up into my arms at some unknown point. I hugged her gently and softly, propping my head up on one side just to watch her squirm. She pursed her lips, realizing she really had done wrong. She shouldn't have deliberately caused chaos and stirred up trouble just to make Big Brother Ken-chan upset so she could get his attention. She happened to catch sight of my pants. I had put on that pair of rhinestone-studded jeans again. I had bought these pants a long time ago. They were very trendy back then, completely sewn with crushed diamonds that sparkled brilliantly on my legs as I walked. as if I were wearing a river of stars. In the past, every time I walked by wearing those pants, the blinding sparkle would attract a whole group of children to follow right behind me. Then they would reach out to pick at the rhinestones, and leading the charge was little Hina, who was like a reincarnated magpie, terribly fond of shiny, glittering things. At that time, Tenchan wanted me to hold her, so I cheerfully scooped up the white jade dumpling. Tenchan had just been getting ready for a bath and was still barefoot at the moment, and the prickly feeling gave her a sudden jolt. Tenchan had no idea what kind of karmic debt she had incurred just to have me hold her for a bit, only for this kind of scene to happen. Hurt from being kicked, she found that stepping on it with her right foot for even a few seconds got annoying fast. With a completely expressionless face, Tenchan began to dance a little jig right on my pants, her soft, chubby little toes still pressing firmly against them. "Big brother, can't you hold me a bit higher?" Tenchan leaned limply against my body. Then everyone gave a little jolt on my pants and started dancing too. I burst out laughing, chasing the kids across the soft mat and making them run around in a pattering frenzy. The baby fat on their little faces fluttered as they shrieked and hollered for help, screaming, "Save me! Save me!" But usually when they yelled for help, I would rush over to save them. This time, the danger was me in person. I snatched them up one by one and planted them right on my pants for a foot massage, squeezing squeals out of them as they begged Big Brother to stop. Thus, tag very quickly evolved into hide and seek. It drew out 01, 09, Mrs. Zhao, and the rest of them. Peeking out to watch me laughing evilly while catching kids, each of them wore a kindly smile on their faces. Because setting aside these little darlings, I was the youngest person in the villa. Watching a group of well-behaved, cute little children frolic and bicker was a truly blissful thing. So the aunties joined in as well, helping the little treasures hide wherever they could during hide and seek. I figured hiding in a closet and watching myself walk past the closet door wearing these stone pants must be a truly terrifying thing for them, because I would pretend not to notice. Then, just as the little treasures inside let out a sigh of relief, I would suddenly swing around for a double back, scaring the child into screaming, "Big brother, spare my life!" It was too dark underneath to dare crawl too far in. Then I gave their round little bottoms a direct pat from the outside. Let's see whose little bottom didn't hide properly. Rin crawled inward in terror. Evidently, the darkness inside was preferable to the stone pant wearing me behind her. But I grabbed her little pigtail and yanked her right out. Rin crawled a few steps back in, only to be dragged right back out by me. After pulling back and forth a few times, I was just like a cat playing with a mouse without eating it. She burst into tears. "Big brother Ken-chan, don't catch me." Realizing I had gone too far with the teasing and made the child cry, I pulled back my bared molars in a flash. All right, Big brother won't catch you anymore, okay?" Rin had succeeded. This was probably their secret trick. They discovered that as long as they acted spoiled toward me and showed themselves looking aggrieved in front of me, my heart would soften and I would basically agree to anything. True to my word, I stopped catching her and instead took her little hand to help catch the others. Rin also experienced the joy of being the cat chasing people. She had the best relationship with big sister Miki and loved following right behind her older sister to play. But right now, she was really too embarrassed. Her favorite person was still Big Brother Ken-chan, so she ratted out her best buddy's hiding spot, and she turned right around to join my faction. Because of perspective, she also ratted Rin out in return. At my command, acting cute and playing adorable were fully mustered, and she was finally tricked into joining my wolf faction. In the end, there were no sheep left. I looked at the long line of well-behaved little darlings trailing behind me, looking up with wide eyes. As fun as it was, I didn't want to get caught squatting on those stone pants again. I wasn't at the age where I needed to step on pebbles for health preservation. From then on, the children's section was blacklisted. Finally, they pushed someone forward, namely, the initial victim. They told her to go find 01, 09, or 250, take my pants away, lock them up, and never let them be seen again. 250, obedient to the young misses as if they commanded like royalty, actually went and hid my pants away. All the little treasures' feet breathed a sigh of relief. After this ordeal, they learned that pretty things could be dangerous. Until now, as times changed and things passed, the early education section had turned into a toddler section, and the children had grown up, no longer needing childcare specialist 01. These older sisters who had accompanied the darlings for over 2 years returned to their respective companies, entered new families, and started their own new lives. Every single one of them was sniffling and crying. 09 helplessly coaxed them one by one. Finally, looking at me, she said, "We're leaving." As wanderers, they were long used to farewells. The early education section was no longer an early education section, with Tian Tian running all over the villa, making a pitter-patter sound and chatting away noisily. Sometimes I would come downstairs in the morning and see the children. Over these past 2 years, their stature had grown a bit more, even if only by a little bit. New childcare specialists had already appeared, being toddler teachers found by the parents to replace the original ones. It started because Lily was already slightly older than the others, and Shizuka-chen cared about her son boundlessly. So Shizuka-chen proposed to me that she take Lily away to attend a private kindergarten. But Lily had stayed here for so long and couldn't bear to leave little brother Hina or any of them. Shizuka-chen had no bottom line when it came to her son, so she wasn't taking him away. Instead, she said she would spend money to hire people to come over and teach at home. Hearing this, the parents in the group also began to worry about their children's education. The original purpose of setting up the early education section was simply because this group of children was too clingy and all listened to me, so having companions to grow up together noisily was nice. At the time, I hadn't even expected it to last very long, yet who knew that, once established, it would go on for 2 years without any problems or hidden risks arising. After discussing it for a few days, they ultimately decided it wasn't any difficult matter. No matter how good a private kindergarten's environment was, could it possibly be as nicely set up as what they decorated themselves? No matter how brilliant the teachers were they better than the ones they personally handpicked? No matter how strict the teachers were, it was hard to guarantee there wouldn't be disputes among these little rugrats. Sometimes arguments broke out over different toys or not liking front row or back row seating. Was it really reassuring to leave them under someone else's watch? Their discussions were all in the group chat and I could see them. A fixed-term sentence had turned into a life sentence. It's fine now. The children had been raised this big and the hardest times had already been weathered through. How could anyone drop the ball and quit now just to make wedding garments for someone else? What's more, just as I was getting ready to step back, I caught sight of my own phone wallpaper. It was from back then in the early education section. Especially Ten-chan, the earliest baby I got to know. When I first met her, she wasn't even as long as my arm. A carved jade, flawless little milk dumpling, yet she was picky about her milk bottle. She was a mischievous one. In reality, she was just a well-behaved baby who would overeat when not even hungry and fake a mess when she didn't need to go. And I used to think Miki was super naughty, a living corgi reborn. In reality, she was just a highly sensitive, well-behaved baby, worried that no one would accompany her. She looked very aloof. In reality, she was just a well-behaved baby who didn't know how to express her own emotions and thoughts. Hina was too quiet, seeming every single day as though he were contemplating the meaning of life all by himself. He was just a well-behaved baby who was like a little prince, fond of acting spoiled. Accompanied day and night, I watched with my own eyes as these children changed day by day, slowly growing from toddling steps to jumping up to hit my knees, growing until they were now articulate and eloquent. Finally, I no longer needed to rely on baby talk to communicate with the children. At the very, very beginning, I worried that the day this skill became useless, I would lose my footing and leaving would be a matter of time. I discovered that human-to-human communication also relies on sincere hearts. Having witnessed their growth, participated in their lives, and felt their affection and reliance, it became very hard to leave anymore. Miki seemed to be the reincarnation of the husky god, and the corgi immortal rolled into one, with huskies tattooed all over her body. Every time I turned a corner and ran into her, I could clearly see her eyes light up. Then she would launch a tiger leap tackle that knocked me stumbling backward. Then she would bear hug my waist. Aside from racing to see who reached the bathroom first during bath time, she was also keen on bickering with 250. Two little chatterboxes yapping away until 250's battery ran critically low. I once thought she was a totally thick-skinned child who only knew how to stir up trouble all day long, but I had also seen her timid, cowardly, and overthinking moments all by herself. She was just a highly sensitive baby. Giving her more company and hugs was all it took. Madame Miki, named Guiji's son, and her husband were both career-driven workaholics. Her husband went on business trips abroad while Guiji's son held down the fort domestically, and neither of them had much time to manage the children. The Miki family possessed vast wealth and a large estate, and not everyone at home was entirely honest. So Guiji-san didn't hire childcare specialists either. Having a complete stranger provide close personal care to a newborn heir who couldn't yet speak was ultimately risky. She raised the child herself while pushing the cradle and dozing off. As they talked and chatted away, their voices involuntarily grew louder, enough to wake up a sleeping Miki. They named her Shizuka Miki for self-cultivation, but Miki was used to sleeping right through noise, which was a great trait. There was no need to worry about her waking up from a bit of commotion. She was easy to raise. Back then, Kenji-fu stayed at home to take care of the family in order to look after his wife and child. The couple split the duties. One cared for the child while the other handled work, executing a powerful combination of teamwork. Compared to the decisive and swift Guiji-san, Kenji-fu was slightly gentler, but only just a little bit. As Miki grew a bit older, and Guiji-san and Kenji-fu couldn't attend to her every second, she would huff. If she didn't cry, she would yell, calling people over until they came. Occasionally, even if someone was right next to her handling work, it wouldn't work for long. She needed someone looking right at her. The three of them drove each other to absolute distraction. Fortunately, like a savior, I descended from the heavens. To this day, Guiji-san was still grateful that she went to attend some tea party that day. She hadn't gone to chat, but rather to discuss business with valuable madams there. Yet she unexpectedly discovered this treasure, finding out that I could actually stop her daughter from crying. Guiji-san set her mind on it, willing to make Ren unhappy if necessary just to poach me over, though thankfully it didn't come to that in the end. Several families, children simply couldn't do without me. They strongly advocated centering everything around me and vigorously developing the early education section. At the time, she subtly hinted to Ren that tying a portion of a dozen families together meant that even if they disregarded small profits, they didn't have to worry about unstable cooperation. What surprised her was that a teenage boy like me accepted it all so smoothly, stating only that he was currently caring for the 10 family's child and would follow all arrangements made by the 10 family. Clearly, the successful establishment of the early education section relied entirely on the children's reliance on me, yet I could place myself outside of it while still showing steadfast loyalty to Ren. Just a single sentence allowed the 10 family to secure a dominant position here. She was a smart child, and Guiji-san liked smart people. Besides, setting all that aside, I had vision and brains. You could see it just by looking at how much the children relied on and liked me. If 1 or 2 children liked me, it could be my bias, but if every single child in the early education section liked me, spreading my bias across 20 or so children, then nobody could find fault with it. My level of understanding for each child was crystal clear. Whatever they were thinking was written all over their faces. I would then deliberate whether to call them out or let it slide. Sometimes, when I called them out, I would reap an expression of absolute terror from the little darling. How did Big Brother Ken-chan know what I was thinking? My goal was simply to see what these children were up to. While stroking the back of Little Fu's head, I wondered how she was going to apologize to me. "I think, Big Brother Ken-chan," Miki blurted out subconsciously. Only halfway through did she realize it was me questioning her. I curved my eyes, amused, and curved my finger to pinch her chubby, baby fat-filled little cheek, forcing her lips to part and show her teeth. How come, after hanging out with your pair brothers so much, you're starting to copy his silent act? Did I raise 2 mutes? Coaxing her along the side, I said, "Of course, bad things about me have to be said right to my face." Miki's face was squeezed slightly out of shape, and saliva was about to be squeezed out while she spoke. But she neither wanted to stop me from pinching her face, nor wanted to drool right in front of me. So she desperately reined in her disobedient, unobservant saliva. "It wasn't bad things," I agreed with a nod. "Then wasn't your homework looking like that these past 2 days meant to piss me off?" Miki wanted to say of course not, but it seemed to be because I had been so mad seeing her report card recently that I stopped smiling. I didn't write it well. I made a few sounds. Don't spread rumors. My rice bowl is right here. How could I possibly not care? Because Rin didn't write well either, and you accompanied her to do problems every time. You're actually getting upset? If my writing is bad, you just get mad. I said to myself that the Jade Rabbit of legend might not have been as wronged as I was. The mistake Miki made was in addition and subtraction. That wasn't her genuinely not knowing how. As for Miki, what kind of mistake was this? This wasn't ignorance at all. This little one thought her acting skills were so impressive. Too lazy to explain such a profound reason to this little one, I simply stated the result. So noisy. She had a little mind of her own. Whatever I said, she believed. And if I repeated it a few times, she believed it completely. She was so easy to fool. Unhappy, I deliberately twisted my body away. Miki looked as though she had completely forgotten that she had come over to have me coax her, and instead ended up acting as the one coaxing me, this big pancake baby. "Don't be unhappy," Miki blurted out anxiously, raising her hand to try and turn my face back. Having absorbed the essence through subtle influence, the extent of her stubborn pout was no less than that of a full-grown adult rhinoceros. I could feel that Miki didn't dare use too much force, yet she truly couldn't budge my face around. So her eyes lit up, and she pinched both of my hands, placing them right against her own face. I lowered my head to look at her. On Miki's fair little face, her brows were slightly furrowed. This little treasure was truly filled with such worry. Whenever I let them pet their little faces, my two hands squeezed her little mouth into a pout, and what greeted my eyes was that pair of eyes brimming with anticipation. In an instant, I didn't even want to pretend anymore. Why on earth would I get mad at such an adorable face? And how could I be angry at such a cute baby? Only then did I realize that Miki was truly ruthless to herself. Her face had been rubbed all red by my palms. My heart ached instantly. I didn't want to rub Miki's face with such heavy force anymore, even though the tactile feel was indeed very good. Even though the little cutie looking up innocently was truly cute enough to make one scream. Miki thought I was already so angry that I didn't even want to touch her face anymore, wearing a facial expression as if the sky had collapsed. Normally, I would have teased her with a bit of sarcastic flair, but this time I didn't dare go overboard. Teasing children required a sense of measure. My darling. Miki didn't move either. Big brother won't be mad at you. Naturally, high-sensitivity, high-demand babies required a completely different set of parenting methods. Lacking a sense of security? Then I would simply bombard her with a barrage of security, letting her feel whether Big Brother's deep affection was real or not. So next time little treasure thinks of something or gets scared of something, don't sneak around plotting revenge on your own, I joked with a laugh. Miki nodded. Then Big Brother has to spend more time with me from now on. All right, I'll tie all of you to my belt and bring this whole train wherever I go. Thank you, Big Brother Ken-chan. I curved my eyes and patted her little face once more. A voice rang out eerily. Big Brother, am I interrupting you too? Turning my head to look, I found that my bedroom door had slipped open into a crack. Ten-chan was standing outside the door crack like a ghost. Her expression was dead serious, as if this were a matter of grave importance. I thought to myself, what kind of bizarre phrasing was this? 250 was right beside her, suddenly. Today it was wearing a set of t-shirt and shorts, though that wasn't what mattered. What mattered was that the pure white t-shirt had a line of text printed across it. The young miss is the earth. I was left speechless for a moment, feeling like even burying it in the dirt would scare the earth god himself. Who knew how much sheer determination Ten-chan had to muster before she was willing to bring it out of the room? The young miss asks why you're only touching Miki's face? 250 made a zipping sound, voicing grievances on behalf of its young miss. Ten-chan stood to the side, maintaining a cute yet stiff face, her cheeks slightly flushed, although that was precisely what she thought. Didn't she still have her pride to maintain? I chuckled and called them over. My mood was indescribably wonderful. Looking at my little sisters felt just like looking at flowers, so I immediately volunteered. Big sister, come take a look. Usually things were casual, and they didn't call each other big brother or big sister. But there were times when they acted all superior, like Miki and Rin calling themselves big sister. I maintained a laissez-faire attitude toward this, but since they called themselves big sister, they had to take on the responsibilities of an older sister. And they did live up to those responsibilities, such as letting the younger brothers and sisters eat first during meals, helping them tie their shoelaces, and fixing their shoes when they put them on backwards. Hearing this sentence, Ten-chan sized things up top to bottom. Then she solemnly said, HMPH. Miki was left speechless. I immediately looked up at the sky and down at the floor. My, this ceiling really is a ceiling. This floor tile really is a floor tile. How interesting. Miki looked with a melancholic expression at me, who was minding my own business and watching the show from the sidelines. I couldn't ignore it any longer. Little treasure, why don't you go have a proper chat with the teachers first? They've been driven quite up the wall these past 2 days. Miki gave an honest and obedient response. 250 frantically waved goodbye to her from behind with a tiny wave, while Tenchan didn't even look back as she followed her out. Hearing this, 250 was so frightened its facial features distorted into a circle, desperately crying as it hugged her leg. "I am your person, young miss." This old servant is utterly loyal. My true heart toward the gold can stand the test of heaven and earth, shine brighter than the sun and moon, and weather mountains and seas. Tenchan marched forward with an expressionless face, climbed onto that sofa that was taller than her, and sat obediently right beside me. At this moment, she seemed like a completely different person, lifting her chin, the entire person radiating pure cuteness. I briefly scanned through her workbook. There were no problems at all. Although it was just simple handwriting practice, it was written all neat and tidy, so I showered her with praise where it was due and encouragement where it was warranted. 250 squatted in the corner looking wronged while holding up its camera to record. Year 311 of the B era. The young Miss's homework was written wonderfully and praised by little Ken-chan. I knew the young miss is the absolute best, and whatever the young miss does will succeed. It doesn't matter, I won't ever leave the young miss either. It chattered away all by itself, with the camera lens locked firmly onto the young miss and me. After I finished speaking, I incidentally bent down to pick up Tenchan and check what the other darlings were up to. The newly arrived teachers each taught different subjects, many of which the little treasures had never heard of. So they adopted the old 01 and 09 code names, addressing them from Teacher 01 all the way to Teacher 09. Not only were they proficient in their respective disciplines, but they also excelled at everything else, strictly hand-picked by each family. Their childcare skills were top tier, yet they all took orders directly from me. Whenever I occasionally called them 01 or 09, it still brought to mind the original 01 and 09. But aside from adding Lily to the mix, many of the other children no longer remembered them. The toddler section's daily routine still revolved primarily around play. Although the parents wanted to demand strictness, assigning homework twice a week was the absolute limit. Since this homework was written so quickly, having just finished chatting with the 2 children and stepping out, I saw that the children had basically finished all their homework and were busy tidying up their things. The room layout in the toddler section had changed slightly, because small desks and small cabinets had been added to store the children's own treasures. There were 5 children per room, with partitions separating each person. One by one, they kept their heads down, some writing homework, others poking at erasers. Wait, looking back, I blurted out suddenly, giving the children in the room a real start. Realizing my voice had been a bit too loud, I offered an apologetic smile to make amends with the little darlings. Then I looked over toward Shota, whose eraser was riddled with countless holes and tucked under the table. I caught sight of it. In that exact 0.1 second, underneath that eraser were poked 4 long pencils, and jammed right on top was a short eraser piece. Had she made a little cat or a dog out of it? Fine craftsmanship. Aren't you going to show Big Brother? I set Tenchan down and reached my hand out toward Shota. The word zoo seemed to remind her of something. Shota raised her little face and stealthily sized up my facial expressions in a circle. She must have figured out that my face showed nothing but pure curiosity, watching her pull things out one by one while introducing them. This is a kitty, this is a deer. She fished out an unidentifiable contraption made of 4 pencil shafts on the bottom and something jammed on top. I didn't understand and couldn't appreciate it. So all the missing pencils and erasers scattered across the toddler section had been dug out by her. Our darling is truly amazing. True to my style, amidst my shock, I still led with encouraging education. Being adept at discovering other people's strengths, how could that not be considered a strength? No matter how absurd the things the children did, I would always manage to unearth an absurdly unique merit and praise them for it. Though I honestly had no clue how Shota managed to pick those out from pencils and erasers that all looked identical. Shota sniffled, proudly straightening her small posture under the watchful gaze of the surrounding children. Seeing the eyes of the onlookers growing brighter and brighter, I grew terrified that the little darlings would follow her example and stop listening in class altogether. Now look here, little Shota. As wonderful as you are, you can't go playing around during study time, you know. I have to criticize you for this point. Big brother, don't criticize me. Shota's mouth corners hadn't even finished dropping when she heard this, and let out a pouting droop that I stared for 3 whole seconds. I laughed despite myself, For one child to run over and fake a cry could be chalked up to coincidence. If every single child came over to fake a cry with me, I'd have to be an absolute fool not to realize something was wrong. I'm unhappy. I'm sad to death. I put on a mournful, weeping face. Upon hearing this, the circle of little darlings beside me instantly protested. You're not allowed to be unhappy. Both of my sides were flanked by little babies. 10 seconds later, both of my hands had been seized by small hands. Then several soft, smooth, tender, and fragrant little faces pressed right under my palms, petting themselves happy. Is this a kindergarten? This is clearly a baby cafe, and the petting is even free. But I quickly snapped out of the wonderful tactile sensation. The cute baby stratagem. How did every single one of them know to stick their faces over and make me pet them? A conspiracy! Willing to tell me your little secrets now? I softened my voice, rubbed noses, and looked at them with curved eyes. Anyone with even a kindergarten diploma wouldn't have fallen for this. The only one who actually had one was Lily. Ten-chan feigned a sense of aloof modesty as she shoved whoever was beside her out of the way with her bottom, then blinked her large eyes. They said as long as Big Brother Ken-chan gets angry and fakes a cry. Someone accidentally spilled their secret battle strategy. Shota refused to be outdone, raising her small hand high to supplement. Big Brother Ken-chan loves to pet our faces. As long as you let him pet your face, he gets super happy. That's a surefire trick. Who would have thought it? The privacy bottoms of every single child in the toddler section had been completely exposed. Upon learning this, Miki wore an expression as if the sky had fallen and her base camp had been pillaged. How could they have given away all their family secrets just because of 1 or 2 words from Big Brother Ken-chan? If she couldn't use this trick anymore in the future, what was she supposed to do? And so we spent a joyful day together inside the kindergarten. Hina's grandmother would have someone come pick Hina up to spend a few days back home every once in a while. Although Madame Ichikawa had stated multiple times that Hina was now attending kindergarten, which was different from the previous early education section, as this involved actual studying, and he couldn't just leave without cause. Elder Tian remained utterly dismissive. What good things could a young boy possibly learn at kindergarten? Madame Ichikawa was momentarily stunned, her facial expression immediately turning chilly as even her usually gentle brows furrowed. Because Madame Ichikawa had always played the role of the ultimate, good-natured, and agreeable daughter-in-law, this trace of resistance made Elder Tian exceptionally displeased. What do you mean by that? Hina is my grandson, am I going to harm him? Trying to cultivate my son into a good-for-nothing spendthrift dandy. She had already tried her utmost to avoid mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts, but her worldview simply clashed too heavily with Elder Tian's. Any minor contact was enough to spark friction. Her consistent approach was to avoid what she could, concede when she couldn't avoid it, and endure endless bickering. Every single sentence carried entirely different core values. Why bother arguing with such people? You naturally have no intention of harming him, but this is a matter of perspectives, one that simply cannot be resolved. Hina really likes it there. Don't you care about Hina? Then let's just do things according to his wishes. Madame Ichikawa countered without being overly heavy or light. Because she cared about saving face, she had no choice but to agree with reluctance. Hina knew nothing about the conversation between his mother and grandmother. Back at home, he could only watch TV with his older sister. The television showed nothing but flashy transformations and fight scenes. Hina felt somewhat bored, missed his friends at the toddler section, and wanted to go out and play. The toddler section went out to play every 5 days, and when they didn't want to go out, they played games. It was lively and fun. On the day he was picked back up, Hina didn't want to be unhappy, because returning to Grandma's place to see Grandma and his sister was also a happy thing. But ever since he got back, he'd just been stuck watching TV. So boring. Big Sister. Inside the animated show, the characters were completely helpless while the villains continued to taunt them. Having just appeared on screen, the protagonist leaped excitedly onto the sofa backrest, completely missing Hina's words. Helpless, Hina planted his little feet on the ground, and just as he wanted to head off to check out the back garden, he heard a sharp, urgent cry come from behind him, right in time to see Rin hit the ground with a loud thud. Big Sister, what's wrong? The first to hear it was the nearby housekeeper. Hearing Rin's cries gave her a start as she dropped what was in her hands and hurried over in a rush. My little young miss. She hoisted Rin up from where she was crying on the floor and gently pried open her hands. But Rin was in so much pain and fear that she stubbornly refused to let go. Upon receiving the news, Elder Tian hurried down from upstairs in a rush, running over to Rin's side with a panicked expression, looking at her with a heart full of pain as she reached out to pry open her hands. "Grandma's here. Let me see what's wrong." Seeing that loose, bleeding tooth, Madame Ichikawa didn't know if she was dizzy with worry or what. How did it get knocked like this? "Quickly, call a doctor to take a look." The housekeeper stood at attention on the side, not daring to touch Elder Tian's lightning rod at a time like this, but forced to offer an explanation. "Little Miki, the doctor said dentistry is outside her professional scope. Coming would be useless anyway. It's still safer to send her straight to a proper large hospital." Although that group of older sisters in the toddler section were quite mischievous, the moment I looked away, they would climb up chairs to try and scoop fish out of the large aquarium, at least whenever the older and younger sisters tumbled or bumped into things. The floors and cabinets were all softly padded. All these chaotic, negative sounds filled Akane with tension and fear. But Akane still wanted to care about her older sister first, stammering out a question. "Will your tooth be all right?" Akane's voice was very soft, but it finally managed to draw Elder Tian's attention toward her. The old madam was currently distressed over her granddaughter to the absolute extreme, snapping at whoever crossed her path. "Your older sister was sitting right there watching TV properly. Nobody touched her, so how could she have chipped her mouth for no reason? Was it you who pushed or bumped her? Whenever you're not around, everything is fine and nothing ever happens. How is it that the moment you come back, things turn into a mess like this?" Ever since she could remember, Akane had never been scolded so fiercely. The rosy flush and blood color on her small face drained away completely in an instant. The 2 small pigtails I had painstakingly tied for her that morning were now rubbed all fuzzy and disheveled. Akane's speech wasn't very coherent yet, so she could only shake her head anxiously. The little braids behind her swung about wildly as her pale, tender face and shallow brows knit together, making a powerless defense for herself. Hearing this, Elder Tian demanded, "Then let me ask you, would Rin just tumble down all on her own? If it's something you did, then you did it. You're lying. Do the teachers on your side know about this? Soon, nobody will want to play with you anymore." A deep, heavy wrinkle formed right in the middle of Elder Tian's forehead. For some reason, this made Akane think of Big Sister Miki and everyone back at the toddler section. Big Brother Ken-chan would never scold anyone, let alone refuse to listen to her explanations. Akane wanted to say, it really was older sister who fell by herself, but she couldn't wedge a single word in. The old madam took the older sister and brought her into the car. Akane sniffled. After seeing them off, the housekeeper turned around only to find that Akane had vanished. A flash of anxiety crossed her heart, but she thought better of it. Nothing major could possibly happen. The floor was dirty and messy, and she still needed to find someone to clean it up. Otherwise, the old madam would start nagging again the moment she returned. Looking closely, she could be found right inside the curtains of the living room's French window. She had curled herself into such a tiny ball on the floor, looking just like a fluffy, startled little rabbit. Akane hugged her own small knees, her eye rims and nose tip glowing red. Only after wiping them did she remember that Big Brother Ken-chan wasn't by her side. Even after wiping her tears, nobody was there to comfort her, making her feel even sadder. Akane buried her face into her knees, her forehead bumping against something. It was a wristwatch, developed by the family of one of the older brothers before hitting the market, given to them to use first. If they encountered a special situation, they just needed to press the white button on it, and he would drop from the skies to find them. If they encountered a dangerous situation, they pressed the red button, and he would appear alongside the police officers. If they pressed the blue button, he would appear together with their dad and mom. The watch was tiny, and its screen felt just like 250's face, dark and smooth. Akane still remembered when the watches were first distributed. The early education section had been filled with the sounds of girls pressing the white button. Big Brother Ken-chan's phone in his pants pocket had rung and vibrated non-stop, even worse than 250. In his own words, it shook his bones completely numb. Or perhaps he forgot again, only stopping after being reminded 2 or 3 times. In the end, Big Brother Ken-chan had to press it 44 times to confirm shutdown. That very evening, he gathered a circle of girls around him to tell us the story of the boy who cried wolf. Unless it was a genuinely special emergency where they absolutely needed to see him. Otherwise, he would end up like the villagers in the story, fooled by the shepherd boy a few times, until, when we truly needed to see him, we wouldn't be able to find him. The girls had listened earnestly one by one, their expressions dead serious. That scene from back then was reflected once more in Akane's mind. She sniffled. Otherwise, Big Brother Kenchan will be unhappy if he sees me like this. I don't want to be here anymore. The weather at the toddler section today was exceptionally fine. Over the past 2 days, after giving in to the coaxing of a bunch of giggling weirdos, I had promised that if the weather was good today, I would take them to a pottery experience workshop. They had just finished 2 art classes recently, and every child's interest had been thoroughly piqued. Each and every one of them wanted to go mold a plate or a bowl to use as their exclusive dining ware back at the toddler section. Perhaps the children's anticipation had been simply too passionate. But yesterday, a sudden gust of baby wind blew away the thunderclouds, though the forecast still claimed the weather would be overcast. Watching the clear blue sky and white clouds early this morning, no matter how skilled I was at blinking and talking nonsense, I couldn't possibly spin a lie to children about a torrential downpour hitting us shortly. So I chuckled for a moment and called out for the little ones to get ready. Since they frequently went out to play, one of the parents had contributed a school bus, bulletproof and armored grade with top-tier technology. Aunt Zhao had coordinated in advance with the owner of the shopping mall where the ceramic shop was located, securing an exclusive private buyout for them. Several teachers and I accompanied the children the entire way, escorting them right up to the ceramic store. This was the largest ceramic shop Aunt Zhao could find, complete with specialized instructors on hand. At my command, this long train of little darlings lined up in 3 orderly rows like little ducklings, waiting one by one for the young shop assistant to fit them with children-sized aprons. Then, they obediently sat facing one another in front of individual clay wheels. The young shop assistant had already placed the clay lumps on top in advance, and each little one looked completely fascinated. As for me, keeping watch in all directions while tending to every single little darling on site, I only needed to worry about nothing harming the children. There was zero need to stress over whether they might break anything. Curiosity was a child's natural instinct. Their families all possessed sufficient financial backing, so there was no need to shackle the children out of fear over minor compensation costs. Yet the consequence of giving them too much freedom was that within the span of a single head turn, several clay lumps were covered in tiny handprints, resembling a mischievous little cat scratching about. None of that mattered. How on earth did the precious babies get mud all over their faces? Where were my squeaky clean little darlings? I let out a sigh, but left them be. 250, and I squatted off to the side, taking pictures of the children with keen interest. Upholding a humanitarian spirit, I would normally snap 2 proper photos of the precious babies seriously playing with clay, and then immediately dedicate myself to hunting down various bizarre camera angles to capture what I considered to be hilarious photos. Rin puffed out her cheeks, begging the young shop assistant to help her on the clay bowl. Consequently, the photos I took of Rin ended up with 2 big ears blocking her eyes entirely. It left 250 gasping in awe that I truly couldn't replace humans, since it only knew how to take ugly photos anyway. Several babies with average patience dipped their hands in mud until their bowls became as thin as cicada wings. Miki, relying on sheer brute force and miracles, used her fingertip to punch a hole right through hers. Tenchan, on the other hand, favored slow work yielding clumsy results. Rushing speed led to 0 circles, and somehow it morphed into a cup. I was currently racking my brain trying to figure out how to praise it. 250 had a flash of inspiration. The young miss molded this wonderfully. Tenchan thought to herself, 250 instantly took psychological damage over its loose mouth. But there was no order to speak of either. Fortunately, nobody was throwing massive tantrums. There was only innocent mocking of each other's creations, which made the workday much more pleasant for the young shop assistant. Clearly, they had all helped each other shape them, so how did every single person manage to mold such bizarre contraptions? Since everyone's work was uniquely ugly, nobody felt any imbalance in their hearts. This particular darling remained silent yet bold, but handled things with extreme concentration. Out of everyone present, he molded his piece with the utmost care and perfection. Once Lily became immersed in any task, all outside disturbances were completely treated like dog shit. Therefore, even when other older brothers and sisters chimed in nearby, Pear Brother is amazing. He only slightly lifted the corners of his mouth before tightening them back up. The moment I initiated a zero-frame reflex to pull out my phone and record, it wasn't a phone call. It was Akane's watch alarm sounding off, displaying a flashing white light, brows furrowing tightly. Wasn't Akane at his grandmother's house? Furthermore, I had received a message early this morning confirming his arrival, so what could possibly be the matter right now? While pondering this, on the other end of the line, Akane's voice was tiny, sobbing helplessly. "Big Brother Ken-chan, can you come pick me up?" I stood up anxiously, terrified at the same time that my own emotional state might affect him. "Tell me where you are first." I didn't ask what happened or why he was crying. Since Akane was both sensible and well-behaved, he must have suffered a terrible grievance. Then I abruptly stopped. Tin-chan and several other children stared at me with questioning eyes. It wouldn't do to just walk away in the middle of everything by myself, so I offered comfort. "Akane misses us. I'll be right back, okay?" As I spoke, I grew somewhat hesitant myself. Although several bodyguards were tagging along, leaving the children behind always left me feeling uneasy. Yet I was genuinely worried about Akane and pressed for time, so I dialed Ren's number. This place wasn't far from the Ren Family Corporation. Though it meant imposing on them, I couldn't care less at a time like this. "Could you please dispatch a few trusted people to the pottery shop on the first floor of the plaza?" One of our home children pressed the white button on their telephone watch, and I need to rush over there immediately. I spoke at a rapid pace, but Ren understood. A table full of corporate executives was currently reporting to him in front of him, but he waved a hand to cut them off. The manager looked at him, thinking that usually only Suzu Asami's calls caused Ren to answer so quickly, but this clearly wasn't Suzu Asami's voice. Ren lifted his eyelids, turned his head to motion the special assistant over, and whispered a few instructions. After leaving the office, he personally handpicked people to go check on the children. Hanging up the phone, Ren looked down at the people gathered below. Every time I took the children out, I would submit a report in the group chat beforehand, detailing the schedule. Therefore, Ren knew they were out playing today, and happened to be located not far from the company. Growing frantic with anxiety, I continually urged the driver to hurry. The female driver, daring neither to speak nor harbor anger, drifted the vehicle straight to the Ichikawa family's old residence. I had already spoken with Madame Ichikawa on the way. Though Madame Ichikawa was extremely busy, hearing that Akane was crying made her heart tighten, and she hastily contacted the old estate's housekeeper, stating that someone would be coming to pick Akane up shortly. I followed the housekeeper through the front doors. At that moment, the old housekeeper was still offering justifications. The child probably didn't mean it, but she was scolded by the old madam and now wandered off somewhere. I checked all around and couldn't find her. Before the words finished trailing off, I spotted a little darling, with tear-swollen eyes crawling out from behind the French window curtains near the door. Akane was just like when he was little, quietly shedding tears and letting out occasional muffled sniffles. I spread open my arms and walked toward him. "Darling, no more crying," I urged with a surge of strength. The housekeeper felt awkward inside, but being of advanced age, her thick skin ensured not a single trace of emotion showed on the surface. The old madam said to wait until she returns. "Why don't you wait just a little longer?" Akane pressed his small face into the crook of my shoulder, sobbing tearfully. "The child needs to go back. Can't you see that?" I strode straight toward the exit. The female driver opened the door for me, blocking the housekeeper's path as she tried to trail along behind. "This is the young master's actual home. What kind of behavior is this?" "Terribly sorry, my hands tend to be a bit heavy-handed." The housekeeper behind the door fell silent. All the way until boarding the car, Akane sat upon my lap, wrapping both arms securely around my waist. After smoothing out his messy hair, his spirit and vitality finally seemed to recover quite a bit. "Tell Big Brother what happened." As if knowing I would unconditionally believe him, Akane explained in a full, piping baby voice. "Older sister fell off the sofa. Her tooth broke, and Grandma blamed me, saying I pushed her." I frowned ever so slightly. The moment Akin lifted his head to look at me, I immediately recovered that gentle, smiling face. "Of course Big Brother believes Akane. In a couple of days, we'll go talk things over clearly with Grandma, all right?" Seeing Big Brother Ken-chan made Akin feel much less aggrieved now, and he snuggled closely against me. A message came through. The children at the toddler section had finished molding their clay, and the teachers were preparing to escort them back. mentioning they needed to wait for Akane and big brother Ken-chan. And so, a whole busload of bread-like children was delivered straight to the Ren Family Corporation. Accompanied by the special assistant, the children came up from the employee parking garage. Entering the snack lounge on one of the corporate floors, it felt no different than mice falling into a rice vat. Acting on Ren's orders, the special assistant told them to eat to their hearts' content, shutting the outer doors of the snack lounge to give them an exclusive private buyout to feast freely. I arrived a bit late carrying Akane, his little tear tracks already wiped clean. Upon seeing Akimem arrive, the little treasures tossed the snacks in their hands to the side. Quickly forming a circle around him, they chirped out anxious comforts. "Why are you so unhappy? Who bullied you? I'll help you beat them back." "Akane, I'll go find my mom to help you beat them back. My mom can punch a cow so hard it flies." The children's concern was utterly pure and straightforward. I hadn't been here for very long before my phone rang. My brows furrowed tightly once again. It was Akane's grandmother. "What do you mean by coming to my house without any reason and taking the child away? Have kindergarten teachers nowadays become this outrageous? Send the child back immediately right now." The voice on the other end was sharp and piercing, grating uncomfortably on the ears. It wasn't hard for me to imagine what kind of slander Akane had suffered through earlier. My hands were trembling slightly. Whether out of anger or sorrow, I couldn't tell. I had no desire to bicker back and forth with this kind of person, failing to comprehend what era we were living in that she was still pulling this futile stunt. With a single breezy sentence, I cut off her lengthy tirade, which only made her even angrier. "What kind of attitude is this of yours? Do I not even have the right to care about my own grandchild's safety? My attitude is simply this: did Akane push his older sister or not? If Akane genuinely pushed another baby, as a teacher, I would discipline him too. However, given that you are currently not very rational, until you find the evidence and show it to us, I am not letting Akane go back with you. You also don't need to put pressure on his mother to come find me. She is merely your daughter-in-law, not your daughter. Yet you boss her around every single day without even fearing being laughed at by others." I was still showing a bit of restraint because I was worried about its impact on the child. Before Elder Tian could finish venting, when Ren arrived, all he saw was a cluster of leaves shed all over the floor from the potted greenery. Elder Tian's weak spot was that while her arguments retained a shred of logic, she cared deeply about saving face. Blocked by my two statements, she couldn't find a counter-argument for a moment. So, fuming with anger, without uttering another word, she turned and stormed into the examination room to check on her crooked granddaughter's teeth. I wasn't asking for a complete and total victory. Right now, looking at a parent like Ren, it felt like such an absolute relief. "Sir, I won't let any negative emotions appear in front of the children." I hastily swore with utmost solemnity. Hearing this, Ren was left speechless, words failing him on the tip of his tongue. He thought to himself that this person seemed far too deeply immersed in the system of a feudal dynasty, acting his role a bit too seriously. Aunt Ayaka's accusations resurfaced in his mind. "Ren, you are simply out of your mind." Could it be that he really was that harsh, making a newly adult young man terrified even to feel angry? If these children could be influenced by a tiny bit of trivial negative emotion, then they might as well stop trying to be heirs and all go back to being spoiled rich kids. A moderate amount of caution was necessary, but there was no need to view these children as being so fragile. After a brief silence, Ren finally spoke. "I'm not trying to lecture you, just offering a bit of advice. There's no need to constantly maintain a specific image in front of the children. They aren't that easy to corrupt." Just as I felt a tiny surge of warmth, thinking to myself that he truly was the husband chosen by Suzu Asami, just like her, Ren's mouth started opening and closing again. After all, sometimes your smile genuinely looks terrifyingly fake and gives people the creeps. I was left instantly speechless. The surprise raid on the Ren group had also been honestly and synchronously posted in the group chat, stripped of its beginning and end. Ordinarily, this was no big deal. Wherever they went to play was play. Since Ren hadn't said anything, these parents had no reason to worry. But the moment Shizuka-chan saw this, she asked a question driven by a bit of private selfishness. If the toddler section visited his company one day, wouldn't she be able to bring Lily to work together with her? I explained that due to an unexpected situation, I had been forced to leave for a brief moment. Shizuka-chan instantly blew her top. "You take the kids out, and as a result, Then what if something goes wrong during this time? Who is going to take responsibility for these dozen children? Her anger and urgency were palpable right through the text. Knowing I couldn't escape this, I offered a somewhat powerless explanation. I am truly sorry, but I had no choice. I had to leave for a moment. Ren chimed in with an explanation. Ken-chan told me before he left. I dispatched trusted personnel to follow along and watch over the children. Setting aside their identities as parents, these individuals were prominent figures with considerable status in Y City. They certainly wouldn't throw a frantic, undignified tantrum that would damage their public image. Compared to a group of children who had bodyguards and teachers standing guard beside them without any hidden dangers discovered yet, Khan, who was still crying, clearly needed me to make the trip over far more. In truth, it was still an irresponsible move on my part, but even if given another chance, I would still make that run.